to be a friend on LinkedIn?
Yes, sir.
And I hope I said yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bob Hopkins, I'm here.
Good morning, sir. Sir, with your permission, may we start with the session?
Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
Okay. I request Rhythm Mukherjee and Rishida Das to please start with the session.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. A very pleasant morning to respected dignitaries and participants. I, Rhythm Mukherjee, MBA student, would like to extend a very warm welcome on behalf of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur, on the second day of International Conference on Contemporary Issues and Challenges in Management and Economics in association with National Taipei University of Business, Taiwan.
I, Rishida Das, MBA student, would like to inform you that with immense pleasure that yesterday we have successfully conducted our first day of the international conference through offline mode. We were enlightened with the presence of revered keynote speakers and 8 panels. We have received around 120 papers for this conference, among which only 55 are selected for publication.
Today, before starting with the second day of our conference, on behalf of School of Management, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers for the day. Bob Hopkins, Professor of Business Communication and Social Entrepreneurship, Texas, USA. Alfred Kadam, Professor of Finance, England, UK. Dr. Chipi, Professor of Marketing, London, UK. Dr. Harsh Purohit, Dean, Wisdom Vanasthali Vidyapit, Lydia, Dean of Louisiana School of Business, President of EMEOS Women's Forum, Slovenia. Now, let us further would like to welcome for the
Further, I would like to welcome our guest of honors, Professor Dr. Shotoji Chakraborty, Chancellor of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Shotoji Chakraborty, Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Jaipur. Professor Dr. Aniruddha Mukherjee, Dean of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, Registrar of University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma, Head of the Department of UEM and Convener of the Conference of ICC-ICME 2022, and to the entire galaxy of teachers and student fraternity present here. Thank you.
With my utmost respect, I would like to welcome our Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakraborty, to deliver the welcome address. So please.
I am extremely grateful to all the participants and the keynote speaker to attend this international conference on contemporary issues and challenges in management and economics. This is a very, very contemporary subject, and I would appreciate the organizer as well as the keynote speaker who have agreed to speak and enlighten us. Today, why management? All subjects are changing and all are aligning itself with the information technology. Nowadays, any management decision has to be backed up by artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence requires a lot of mathematics and statistics. The days of the manager having shouting and managing things has gone. You have to take intelligent decisions so that the organization gets success. I am very happy that the University of Engineering Management, Jaipur has organized this international conference. This shows their intelligence in appreciating the contemporary issues. I'll request all the students, irrespective of your branches, two things you must understand very well. That is your participation in the various event management that is organized by the university. Because in the event management, you really learn actual management. And normally it is found those who are good in their student in managing the various events, they become very successful managers in their life. Second thing, I'll say that whatever may be your interest, two things you must know. That is, one is statistics. You must understand the statistics, and that will help you a lot. And second thing that I think it is there in your syllabus, that is the production and operations management. Whatever maybe you may be working in a hospital, or you may be working in the production side, or you may be in the other service sides, but operation of great help to you throughout your life. So I suggest that operations management appreciate this. And second thing, to the extent possible, try to understand this coding, because unless you are good in computer operation, you will not be managed.
So I'm sorry for the inconvenience. There must be some network issue.
आप लोग आवाज आ रहा है मीटिंग का?
I request all to please stay online. We are just connecting, sir, again. Thank you.
Dear all, we're trying to connect with our Chancellor, sir. I request you to kindly be with us. We'll get back to you soon. I hope I'm audible to all of you and visible. Thank you everyone for joining with us. And I just like to thank you, Chancellor Sir. It was pleasure listening you. It is because of your support and motivation that we are able to smoothly conduct this conference under your mentorship. With your blessings, we have successfully conducted the first day of the conference in offline mode, and today we are conducting it virtually. We will be initially having the keynote speaker session. Once again, thank you all for joining with us. Now I request Mr. Ridham Mukherjee to kindly take over the day further and request our keynote, introduce our keynote speaker to our audience. Over to you, Ridham.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And now it's time. And now it's time to hear our keynote speaker for the day, Professor Bob Hopkins, Professor of Business Communication and Social Entrepreneurship, Texas, USA. He is certified in social entrepreneurship from New York University, USA. He was also certified as a fundraising executive from the Association of Fundraising Professionals and has served on the governing boards of both the society and foundations. He has been given the highest award from the Art of Living Foundation in Bangalore, India. We welcome you, sir. We would like to request to enrich us with your valuable words. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So glad to be here. Unfortunately, I can't see all of you because you're not showing your face. In my classes, I require my students to show their faces so I can make sure that they like me. And when they like me, they smile. And so I want to make sure that I can see everybody so that I can see your smiling faces. I am excited to be here tonight. It's tonight. It's almost midnight. So therefore, it is still Friday. But by the time I finish, it will be Saturday. And then we will be on the same day. So anyway, thank you for letting me be with you. Actually, Rhythm, I had dinner tonight with Rhythm, and he is 9 years old. And he is my godson here in the United States. He came from Nepal and with his family. And so I have had a little flavor of Nepali food tonight. And anyway, I am so excited to be here. I am at the University of Texas in the United States. I teach social entrepreneurship in the School of Management. And I don't think my classes are very academic. In other words, it's not reading, writing, arithmetic. It's not nuclear science. It's a little bit more casual than that. It's a little more individual than that. It's more like, I like you and you like me, and let's go help people become better people. So I really am involved in social entrepreneurship, which is a definition of people who own companies give back to the community to make the community a better place to live. So I'm not so much interested in material possessions. I'm not so much interested in how many boats you have and how many houses you have and how much costume jewelry you have on you. I'm more interested in what you do to take care of others, those people that are in need. And I know that you know that the United States is going through some really tough times right now, but I know that you are going through tough times as well. In fact, this is the first time that I have been without a mask. And I don't see any masks there, and I guess we're in Taiwan, but one of these days, hopefully when they allow me to come and fly to see you, we will be maskless and we can see each other's expressions on our faces. What I want to talk about in the next few minutes is something that I teach my students and of concern. I realize that we have a lot of leaders around the world who are meeting together right now, talking about life and death, war and peace. I know that we in the United States are very much concerned about what's going on in Ukraine. I'm sure you are very upset about it and very concerned about it. But I'm also concerned about many other wars around the world that are causing challenges for all of us to survive and to live. And so what I have been forced to do is to make sure that the piece of my pie is in order, which means that my house is in order. That means that the people, my family, my friends, they are all safe, that they're all secure, that they can all eat, that they all have a roof over their heads, that they can all live. But the courses that I teach is teaching children, which is our students who are 17, 18, 19, and 20 years old, how to behave and how to take care of other people. We have this word, and it's called philanthropy. And I wrote a book about this word, philanthropy, and I wish I could be there to share it with you. It's a coffee table book, and I don't know if you know what the word philanthropy means, but it means love of mankind. And many people think that philanthropy is about money, and it's not. It's about love. It's a Greek word from the word philos. I am also loving another book that's kind of my Bible, and it's called Give to Live: How Giving Can Change Your Life. And it's written by a man by the name of Dr. Doug Lawson. He passed away, and I was one of his mentees. And his secretary called me one day and said, Bob, I'd like to give you all the books that we have left over from Dr. Lawson because he knows that you loved his book, which I do. What this tells us is that we are better people, and we will live longer, and we will live healthier if we become altruistic, if we become empathetic, if we care about other people. And when I was a little boy, at 10 years old, my mother took me by the hand to carry groceries to a family that was in need in a very shabby trailer house. And that means a house that's on wheels, goes from place to place. At least they had a house, but they didn't have any food. And I remember knocking on the door of this shanty house, and a little frail lady came to the door, and behind her were her 3 children, kind of hiding behind her skirts and her dresses. And they were sad, and they were hungry. But my mother, as bright and shiny as she was, she had a big bag of groceries. And she started taking the groceries out of the sack. She took out a chicken, and she took out a turkey, and she took out some beans, and she took out some porridge, and she took out some bakery gifts and some bread. And all of a sudden, the children came alive, and they realized that here was some food they finally got to eat, and they came closer to me. As I left that trailer house, I remember turning around and looking, and the children were waving at me, and they were smiling. And I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I think it was God who said to me, Bobby, that was my name, you did good today. And it made me happy, and I was smiling. So that's what philanthropy is. It's giving back to others. And that's what Give to Live, this book I just told you about, is all about. And that's what I teach. Now, you know, when I come to conferences like this, I always want to know, where are the young people? Where are the 20-year-olds? Where are the college students? Where are the high school students? Why aren't they in these conferences? They're the ones who actually have to clean up the mess that we have made. They're the ones that are going to have to find the solutions to all the problems that we have not solved as yet. And so we need to have them be in conversation with us. In fact, I would be happy on the next conference to gather children and adults, but children mainly, who are 18, 19, 20 years old, who have to very quickly start making decisions for their own families, to have them be in conversation so that when we talk about solutions, that they can be part of it. But here's my course. I teach my college students how to shake hands, how to smile, and how to do something for others. And that is working with NGOs, non-governmental organizations that try to find solutions to problems in the world. And whether it be the Red Cross, which is about blood, or whether it be about cancer, or whether it be about homelessness, or whether it be about animals, or whether it be about the climate, or whether it be about trees, or whatever, there's a nonprofit organization. There are NGOs that try to solve every problem that we have in our countries. And if you've been to the United States, you know that we have over 2 million of these organizations that try to find solutions to problems. I'm involved with several. I'm actually the executive director of a scholarship fund, which means that we raise money to send kids to college. Not everybody in the United States is educated, and definitely not around the world. Why aren't we educating our children? Why aren't we making them go to college so that they can get degrees so that they can help us solve these problems? We're not. We're not doing enough. Is it that we don't care? Is it that our government is too much involved in trying to make sure that they get what they need in order to live a great life, and let the rest of us try to figure it out for ourselves? But my college students understand about the word philanthropy, and that is giving back. It's an 8-week course. I actually work with my college students twice a week for 8 weeks and teach them about how to be a giver and how to be an altruistic person and how to have empathy for people's problems and to try to get into the lives of others. And to not think that success is about money, but that success is about joy, that success is about taking care of your family and being happy and making sure that when you go to bed at night, you sleep well and you pat yourself on the back saying, you did good today, Bobby. And then what we do is we adopt an elementary school in the neighborhood. And once a week on Wednesday mornings at 9 o'clock, we go to the elementary school and we work with children who are 7, 8, 9, and 10 years old, trying to let them understand that giving back is the way to live. It's a better way to be, and that you will also get a pat on the back when you do something good for someone else. And then what happens is you raise the self-esteem of these children. Self-esteem is everything. How do you feel about yourself? Are you down and out? Do you have challenges and do you have worries? Or whenever you help somebody, and if you do it every day, you'll get that pat on your back and you'll say, you did good today, Bobby. And that increases your self-esteem. And you know, when you increase your self-esteem, your family's happier. Your dog is happier. Your people that you work with are happier because you're a better person to work with, because you have a happy, positive outlook on life. We have found over a period of time, and I started this organization called PAVE, Philanthropy and Volunteerism in Entrepreneurship. I founded it 15, 20 years ago and tried it out in some classrooms and got the principals and the teachers to go along with me and see if we couldn't increase the academics, increase the self-worth of these children. And over a period of time, we noticed, and people would say to me, Bob, what have you done with our children? Bob, what have you done with my kid? And the teachers are saying, Bob, how come all these kids are walking in and they're walking up with straight attitudes and with wonderful physiques, and they're smiling and they're just a different kind of a kid, and they want to go to work and they want to get things done and they want to be successful and they want to make sure that they get A's. What have you done? I didn't know at the time what we had done, but over a period of time, I realized we increased their self-esteem. So that's my work. That's what I'm doing. I have been to Bangladesh 2 years ago, actually, before the pandemic, to actually do some work there with college students at the University of Dhaka. We went to an elementary school. We started working with the kids, and then I had to return home, and the pandemic came. And so my second trip, of course, was canceled. I went to India, to Nagpur, and we did the same thing. We worked with elementary kids and we worked with college kids who were in a technology school. And unfortunately, we were only there for a little while. And when I left, of course, the idea and the course basically died. And the administrators were too busy worried about science and mathematics and sending a man to the moon instead of the words love and self-worth and giving back to other people. So maybe one of these days when the pandemic is over, I'll come and visit you, spend a couple of weeks working with your college students so we can take them to elementary kids, to the younger kids, so we can start changing their lives. You know, when you change a life of a child at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, you have created an individual for life. You have changed a person for life. We need to get the young people to understand all of these things. And that's why I was saying to you, why aren't we involved here? Why don't we have some young people here who could understand this concept? Because, by the way, I only have 16 more years to live. You probably have 20 or 30, but these kids will have 70 or 80 years to live. And you know what? They need to get started now in trying to make a difference in their communities, in their home, in their block, or just right in front of them, their family. And so that's what I do, and that's what I'm involved with. I'm really excited to be here because I've started to write some ideas about these things, and I would like to be in contact with those of you who might be interested in involving this in this conference with me, and see if we can't get something together and work together. I'd also like you to have a copy of my book, and you can actually order it from philanthropymisunderstood.org, which is a website. But somehow I need to get the book to you, and somehow we need to have better and more conversations concerning this issue. And I'm certainly welcoming you to make any statements, to ask any questions, or what kinds of thoughts or ideas would you have. I'm glad that I was the first speaker today, and if I can stay awake, since it's going to be after midnight here, I would love to hear what the rest of the speakers have to say about sustainability and about what they think we can do to better our planet. So thank you, Rhythm, for inviting me today. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that I was able to be awake enough in order to give you some of my thoughts.
Thank you so much, sir, for those words.
So Rashida, what would you have to say about this idea and these thoughts?
It was really brilliant, sir. I would really look forward to it because love in a mankind is a really nice concept. We are so much engaged ourselves with our works, with our studies and all. We really forget how to take care of the mankind that we have already in the surroundings. But due to our so much engagement with studies, with everything, like this conference has enlightened me to obviously look forward to the mankind again. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful speech.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I love being here with you all, and I hope to come back again. Are there any other questions that somebody might want to entertain with me right now? Okay, thank you.
Well, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Before starting this session, you show one book there. Before starting this session, you show one book, your article in this session.
I don't understand you.
Sir, before starting this session, you show one book, your one book. Your shan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. If it is possible, it is available for me.
I would love to get this book to you. Absolutely. I think you can order it from Amazon, or I can somehow, if you put your address into the chat box,
Okay.
I will send it to you.
Okay, sir. Already I sent my address in the chat box.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I see several addresses here, but I don't see yours.
Yes, sir. I am Dr. Steger, Assistant Professor of Commerce.
Are you?
Yes, sir. I am Dr. Steger.
I see you here. What does Sugadev mean? Is that your name?
Yes, sir. Dr. Steger.
Okay.
Yes, Assistant Professor of Commerce, number 16 College, Madurai, from Tamil Nadu.
Rashida, can you understand what he's saying? I can't exactly understand.
Sorry, sir. Actually, I also having some problem with the hearing. Sir, it would be great if you could like open the headphone and speak. I guess with that, the quality of the audio will be all right.
Yes, okay.
So on the other hand, I will request you to please write your question in the chat box so that our anchor can read it for the panelists.
That would be a good idea. Thank you.
Bob, we do have some questions for you. So can you please wait for 2 to 3 minutes to answer the questions?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, you may please write your question in the chat box, and the other students also please write your questions in the chat box so that our anchor Rhythm Mukherjee can read the questions to Bob.
Yes.
Mr. Sugadev, sir, it would be great if you could just post your questions in the chat box.
No questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir, am I audible? Visible to you?
Hi. Yes.
Yes. One of my students is asking that the concept of social entrepreneurship is good, but is it really profitable and sustainable in the long run?
Right. Okay. Entrepreneurship is about starting a company or owning a company, and it's your idea and you're the boss, right? Right. And if a portion of the proceeds of the company proceeds in money go back to an organization that is actually struggling and trying to solve a problem or solve a solution or whatever, or find a solution to a problem, then there's something positive that comes out of that experience. And everybody's happy. The people who are actually having the problem, it becomes solved, and the people who are giving become have higher self-esteem, because the people who are receiving are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. We like you so much. And love is sustainable. Giving back is sustainable because every year, every month, every week, you do something good for the organization. And then somebody is saying, sir, according to your opinion, how's the current situation for entrepreneurs going on in the world, and how is it affecting our economy? What are the most common traps that you should avoid in philanthropy? I think trust is very important. You know, you have to trust the people that take your money. You have to trust people that you work with. And I was working in Mexico, for instance, and they did not want to give money because they didn't know where the money was going to go. But philanthropy is not about where does the money go. Philanthropy is about what did you do to help somebody else. And if you give love, automatically, somehow, love is returned. And part of that love is trust, loyalty, confidence in the fact that you're giving something away. And there's no greater word than philanthropy. I mean, I'm a Christian, but that is not necessarily my real religion. My real religion is being good to other people and philanthropy. And I like saying I'm a philanthropist. Anyway, Rhythm has asked, what are the most common traps that you should avoid in philanthropy? The traps are that you don't trust. the traps are that you don't believe actually in your ability to make a difference. And again, it's not about them and what they do with the money. It's about you and how you feel about giving. And you become the better person. The trap is to not get caught up in guilt that your money was not used for something good. So it's about what you do, Rhythm.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for that.
When I come to, or do you live in Taiwan? Where do you live? What country do you live in? Are you in India?
Yes, sir.
Rhythm.
Yes, sir. I live in India.
So when I come to India, we will work in a neighborhood together and I'll show you.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I'll be very, very, very glad to be with you.
Okay. So do you know Rashida Das? Is she a friend of yours?
Yes, sir. She's my classmate.
Oh, good. Okay, well, the two of you and your classmates, we will work together and we will go to the elementary schools and I will show you how much fun it is to make kids feel worth and feel self-esteem. And then you will feel self-esteem too, because I'm going to say, Rhythm, thank you so much. Rashida, thank you so much for all that you have done for us. You know, this pat on the back kind of thing. And you'll smile and then you're going to say, I can't wait to go back next week. It's so much fun working with these kids and making them feel good about themselves because look what they're doing. They're picking up the trash out in the schoolyard right now because they know we're going to give them pats on the back. It's as simple as picking up the trash in the schoolyard to get started. And you know, young people are amazing. They can do a lot of things if you just give them the power.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes, so we're surely looking forward to it.
Good. Okay, so Goodman says, what are the strategies to follow to becoming a successful entrepreneur? Well, I guess you have to just read the book and get some ideas that way because it's not a simple answer. You know, it's just believing. And I guess you start with this book. Believing that you will live better if you're a giver. And entrepreneurs do that. Okay, I don't know what my timing is, but I could go on all day and listen to and ask questions, but I know you have another speaker. So if there aren't any other, anybody else want to say anything, I've left you my information in the chat here. And Rashida Das and I are going to be friends on in LinkedIn,
Surely,
and maybe Rhythm too. So we'll see each other on LinkedIn. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mute.
Thank you, sir.
Moving ahead, may I request our second keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Charles Sikui, Professor of Marketing, London, UK. He pursues multidisciplinary research with scientific rigor and impact, using quantitative methods and qualitative methods. He leads the research group for inclusive and sustainable business at Westminster Business School. We welcome you, sir. We would like to request to enrich us with your valuable words. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to share my screen. Can you allow me to share my screen?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Now you can share your screen.
And I want to share my second screen. Somehow I can't see my second screen. Where can I see this one? Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, that's excellent. Now let me enlarge it. Use this PDF. So that's better. Okay, good morning. My topic, I'm happy to share with you. It's generally my recent research about this title, Social Inclusion and the Sustainable Consumption, discussion for further research directions with all of you and distinguished guests. It's my real pleasure here to be with you. So I would like to start straightforward about the two main themes brought together. One is a sustainable consumption and production. This is the definition from the official United Nations Environmental Program. And the second is a synthesis of the concept of a social inclusion. We all know, broadly speaking, social inclusion is generally understood as sort of a presumably objective kind of conditions, giving jobs and treating everyone equally. What worked with my colleague, Dr. Alexander in Queen Mary University, we worked together, we developed this new concept called subjective social inclusion. We emphasize the importance of an individual's feelings of belongingness. It's actually how you felt social inclusion. We emphasize this is more important. And also taking on the idea of published work about the involvement of social inclusion and connection of social inclusion with the sustainability. I like this idea, this viewpoint that sustainability embodies environmental, ethical, moral, and social issues, including the impact of sourcing decisions on inequalities and opportunities for underrepresented segments of society. This also, you might recall, echoing the recent Journal Marketing special issue, Better Marketing for Better World. So I think as a marketer myself, and share my thoughts with you, I'm looking for some important research gaps and more recent current issues that we could share our modest research to make our contribution to this world. So this is why I brought these two issues together. In one word, that I'm sure you all would agree with me that sustainability and social conclusion, they cannot be separated. In fact, it is within one of the global sustainability goals. So here, following from these two perspectives, from a researcher's perspective, I would argue that we need to focus on actions. As I've emphasized, use the bold font type emphasis here, actions and actors who are using, who are responding, who is bringing a better quality of life and minimizing the use of natural resources, and what is the process and what specific context we are in and actors are in, and interactions from different cultures, different countries, different economic status, and ultimate consequences. What consequences the consequences mean from different perspectives to different people. So this is I'm thinking from my perspective, sharing my thoughts with you, and also welcome your good ideas, critiques. So if I elaborate a little bit, based on scoping the review of the literature, we can say that sustainable consumption mainly manifests in these aspects. So voluntarily reducing or simplifying one's consumption, and choosing products with sustainable sourcing, production, and features, and conserving energy, water, and products during use. This is actually very explicit about the process we emphasize. And utilizing more sustainable modes of production disposal. So these are the main kind of sustainable consumption by definition. And we can straightforwardly observe many real-life phenomena about what we can do, what could have been done, but still require more work in terms of the bridging the sustainable consumption and the social inclusion. Because social inclusion is one of the most important current issues under discussion. So that's why I'd like to share some of my thoughts after this quick sharing of what I've done so far. From my literature view, in order to proceed my research, by the way, this piece of work is based on the kind of a quantitative modeling, positivist kind of a perspective. So I gathered these sets of different kind of dimension scales of different subdimensions. In other words, if we think sustainable consumption as a broad concept, and under this major concept, we can see some subdimensions, such as environmental dimension within the scale, and pro-environmental behavior and different scales, and environmental, socially responsible, sustainable consumption behavior, and willingness to behave in environmentally conscious way, and sustainable wisdom, pro-environmental behavior, and mindfully curated consumption. So you can see there are some shared core points, key points of core there, and also there are some different perspectives. But these are the very useful tools for us to look into sustainability and consumption if we want to carry out actual research work. So I'm happy to share this piece of information with all of you. And also the details of the citation details will be in the last page of the references list. So move on. So moving on, we also know that there's another field of research and practice, which is called social sustainability. This brings in social issues, social aspects into the sustainability campaign and activities, and especially research. So I like this framework recently published by these two authors. So I appreciate the contribution and sharing their knowledge with us. And what is mentioned here focus on the sustainability in the social perspective. One is called safety and equity and eco-consumption and sustainable urban forms. Of course, this is immediately reminds me think about we could also extend our thinking to beyond urban forms, but what about the rural forms? And so other wider perspective. But it's a very useful theoretical framework. We can learn a lot of the insights. For example, the key components are covered in this framework. Recognition. This is closely related actually with the social inclusion concepts, and mitigation measures, In other words, the interventions that could be involved. So bringing these together, and then let's look at the interaction between the two, sustainable consumption and social inclusion. So I raise a research question here, a major broad question. What is the causal structure here? If we think about it, does sustainable consumption help social inclusion, or social inclusion help sustainable consumption, or both ways? So although it's a very big question mark, but I think this perspective would help us to enlighten many different, most important issues which we may not have seen before. For example, one of the questions might be, if people, feel more socially included, will they be more happily engaging into sustainable consumption? And if some people felt socially excluded, and they might think, why should I, give myself and devote a lot of efforts and resources into sustainable consumption? And there may be some people, although socially excluded, but they hold a strong value of making contribution to society, or not only society, but fulfill our self-values. They would like to commit to sustainable consumption, although they feel, the society is not fair to me, but I'm still committing myself to sustainable consumption. So there are different perspectives, which there may be many questions we could do in my research to provide answers. So let me move on to here. So if I take another from this recent publication by this group of Davis et al. Authors, I draw on this argument that behavior change can happen. In other words, for example, if somebody is not pro-environmental kind of consumption or sustainable consumption, but this behavior can change. This could happen without a change to either attitudes or intentions. And even those with weak sustainability attitudes or values can become more sustainable with the right intervention. This is what I highlighted here with bold font size. This join on this argument to the big research question here. We can see that there may be some ways we can, provide intervention details. For example, in the retail shopping mall and online shopping website, we can provide various kind of interventions like pro-environmental messages and good stories, and what the individuals will benefit from sustainable consumption, what the society or family will benefit, or what our future generation would benefit from our current sustainable consumption. So this intervention may change people's behavior, although they still don't understand what is really the essence of sustainable consumption, or some people even holding attitudes against some of the sustainable consumption. But when you provide effective intervention, you may not be able to change the people's mind, the philosophical values, but may make them feel invited, embraced into the sustainable consumption. And also in return, and that may enhance their feeling of being part of the society, which is one of the key elements of feeling socially included. So it's a very brief presentation of mine, but I'd like to summarize the two key points, or you can call it takeaway points. The first point from what I've just briefly summarized before, that the social intervention in the form of eliminating inequality, embracing diversity, and facilitating social inclusion may play an important role in activating sustainable and socially responsible behaviors. The second important point is that the policies and the actions in facilitating sustainable production and consumption should not undermine social inclusion and exacerbate social exclusion. And I believe these 2 points are very important for us to find the right perspective to understand what is going on in real life about sustainable consumption production. What about those people who are socially excluded, who, for example, who are not treated fairly, and who do not receive equal kind of benefits from the society, from the work conditions, and how these social interaction could be better improved to make people feel more socially included on the one hand, and also involving more people to commit to sustainable consumption. So this is my very brief presentation. And thank you for giving me this unique, valuable opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And it's a real honor to be with you here. And also I would like to welcome any questions or critiques or comments. Now I will keep my share screen on in case some of you would like to refer to particular pages.
Thank you, Charlie. We do have some questions with us, and I request all the participants to please type your questions in the chat box.
Yes, please feel free to type your question. Now, I have to close on the share screen, otherwise I can't see the chat.
Sure, you may close your screen, no problem.
Yeah, okay. Stop sharing. Yes. Now I can see the message board, and let's see. Oh, yes, okay. I see a couple of messages here. First question, let me read it to the audience. How to sustain consumption and production equally in the business so that we can optimize the fully utilization of resources effectively? That's a very good question. Thank you. Very challenging question. And let me share my quick thought with you. Consumption and production. Of course, this means that this production is more about the consumer products. See if I put this particular context. My thought is that when we think about production, we need to think about not only producing the products, the consumption, sustainable consumption, the production equally in the business. In a way, I think I could interpret it as in terms of the sustainability. are embedded. All the activities of sustainability are embedded equally into the consumption and production process. Yeah. And in that sense, the consumption capabilities or anything that could be made possible could be designed, planned from the product design stage, research and innovative R&D stage, through the supply chain, through the marketing stage process. So anything that in the production process could be made as various kind of, if I use the word, enablers to enable the consumers and the retailing environment to behave in a sustainable way. So that's my brief question to answer to your question. And second question, how behavior change can happen without changing intentions? Kindly share an example. That's a very good question, interesting. Yeah, this relates to the citation. Behavior change can happen without a change to either attitudes or intentions. Let's say, as a practical example, if I say, for example, if I never like any kind of a fruit, yeah, let's in a hypothetical situation, I don't like bananas. Yeah, that's my attitude. However, because I'm on a holiday trip with my friends, my attitude towards this particular fruit is still not changed. I still don't like it, but because of the social engagement, I want to enjoy the happiness with my friends. So my behavior will change, which means I will eat banana. But in my mind, my attitude, still, if I go home, I don't like it. So that's the meaning of sometimes the attitudes, the views hold towards something may not be a box to stop you behave. So I think that's the valuable, interesting argument point from those authors. I'd like to draw on them to say, okay, in the sustainable consumption behavior, these, people's attitudes or the views may not stop them behave environmentally. This is a kind of interesting, may sound a little bit controversial because we all tend to believe if you want to behave sustainably, you have to first of all change your attitudes. That's, everybody would agree with that. But with this piece of research, actually, that I cited, they have some evidence, empirical evidence to demonstrate, and also use a simple example I just mentioned. It is possible sometimes we don't have to change our attitudes, but if we know the consequence of this behavior will be good, will benefit for people, for society, it's like I don't like the coffee, but I can drink it. So that's my brief answer to the question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for those valuable words.
Thank you.
I think there are some questions in the chat box.
There's one more question, sir, in the chat box.
One more?
Yes.
Where's the...
Let me read it for you. Do you think financial inclusion will benefit in the socially including vulnerable sections of the society?
Oh, I see that. Do you think financial inclusion will benefit in society, including vulnerable? Of course, I think when we talk about social inclusion, it's a very broad concept, including almost everything. In other words, the underlying theme is that everybody is treated equally. And so that people feel it's not only treated equally, but make them see they are treated equally. And sometimes we there are certain things going on, but we don't make it tangible. So that relates to another important action in our society, that we need to tangibilize our efforts, our commitment, and our behavior, so that everybody can see it, and our behavior, our intention are observable, perceivable by the public, by consumers, by policy decision makers. And of course, financial inclusion depends on how you interpret. For example, the payment, the pricing, and resource commitment, resource allocation. All this should be managed under the major principle of equality, equity. So this is certainly important.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words, sir. Okay, so up now, I would like to inform everybody that we'll go for a small session break at 11:10, and we'll join back again at 12:15.
Thank you, everyone. All the best wishes to you.
Thank you, Charles, for your valuable words. It's glad to listen to you. Thank you, sir. Have a great day ahead.
Hello,
Thank you.
hello. When are we reconvening, please? When are we reconvening, please?
Shall I close my video?
Sure, sir. Sure. Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, please, when are we reconvening? Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Please, when are we reconvening?
So, what's a pardon?
This
Can
time
you repeat it?
on the break.
Is it an hour's break? I think that's what Sir's trying to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ito ang silo. Oye, ko show yung present eh. Una mo post the galo e kama riba. Ako itong presentation.
नीरू टाइम हो गया है जल्दी उठ
I request all the participants to please mute your speaker. Please turn off your mics.
A small announcement. We'll continue with this session sharp from 12:15 onwards. Good afternoon. So welcome back again into the keynote session. Let us now resume with our keynote session with our keynote speakers. Moving ahead, may I now request our third keynote speaker of the day, Alfred Kara, Professor of Finance, England, UK. He serves as an associate editor for the European Journal of Finance. Prior to his academic career, he has worked in banking industry for 5 years as a trader in international bond and foreign exchange markets. He also acted as an external examiner for finance and banking related program modules in a number of business schools. We welcome you, sir. We would like to request you to enrich us with your valuable words.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a very good introduction. I hope I can enrich you with valuable words. And first of all, I'd like to apologize for being late. Unfortunately, I got confused with time, but I'm happy that I managed to come back here. So thank you very much for your understanding. I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Preeti Sharma for inviting me for this session. And it is a very timely and interesting conference to be in. So hopefully what I talk about will give some ideas to especially early career researchers and students, PhD students, research students who are present in this conference. What I'll do is I'd like to share my screen to present my PowerPoint slides with my talk. If you give me 2 seconds, I'll organize my screens here. Sorry, is that apologies, this will work in a minute. Normally we work with Teams, so sometimes this one is confusing me. Can you actually see my PowerPoint slides?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yes, yes,
perfect.
sir.
So you can see both gender diversity.
Yes, sir. We can
Okay, great. Sorry, that is most helpful.
Oh, good.
Okay,
I request
so
all the participants to please mute your speaker.
Sir, could you please unmute yourself? So I guess you got
yeah,
muted.
can you hear me now?
Absolutely, sir. Please.
Perfect, thank you. So yes, thank you very much to coming for this part of the session. As introduced, my name is Alper. I started to actually work also head of department at the Huddersfield Business School, Department of Accounting, Finance and Economics. And that kept me busy in the last 5 days with graduation ceremonies here. So that's why my voice is a bit croaky. So today I'll talk about a paper that we actually hoping to get accepted very soon from relatively leading journal of corporate finance. So it is in its last rounds, and we made our final corrections for this. And the reason why I'm talking about this paper and this topic is I think it's relevant to the contents of the conference, because obviously contemporary issues in management and economics, and I can't think anything more contemporary than COVID-19 pandemic. And although my research area is mostly banking and corporate finance, this paper is related more to CSR issues. And management these days in companies, as you know, is quite important, especially how to structure the board and the management team. And one issue there that comes often is this diversity of the board and diversity of the management. So this paper came about in the beginning of the pandemic, actually, when we were looking at different aspects. But in general, the idea here is that how actually board gender diversity, female and male, would have an impact on banks' responsible behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this actually came about literally when I was watching TV in the beginning of the pandemic, where they were talking about female countries with female leaders were more facing less issues with pandemic at that time, at least. So in terms of deaths and how they take action. And thinking about that, there was also some research at that time saying that female-led countries had half as many deaths, and female-led countries also decided more quickly and decisively. So looking at this, and of course, gender diversity and female is now quite a large research area in corporate finance, corporate social responsibility, and related topics. So this is clearly a linked topic to what's already a significant literature. But what makes a difference here is that the COVID-19 pandemic aspect of it. And at that time, this was about March 2020, when we decided to do this research. And that was the time almost when the first lockdown started in the UK. So our focus is bank, because as you know, banks are really central to the economy. And since we're talking about the economy and challenges here in this conference, so banks, the way banks' behavior is very important in the economy, because they're quite central to the system. If banks fail, generally, it really leaves a large destruction to the economic setup. And this is, as you would remember, from the financial crisis of 2007, which started in the US, affected Europe, and eventually affected rest of the world. Here is a cartoon, banks being saved by taxpayers' money. Unfortunately, this is what happens. Taxpayers always pay the cost at the end. So what we were thinking is that this is another opportunity for banks to show that whether they got better governance now, because one of the reasons or criticisms after the financial crisis was that banks were not governed well, and around the world there was new governance directorate by the regulators, as one of them was having diverse boards, diverse management boards, diverse with experience, diverse with gender, diverse with age, certain diversity. And because the idea is that if you have a diverse board, you give better decisions. So this is the idea here, that to see whether banks actually, whether diversity makes a difference, and also banks, how banks behaved in terms of response during the pandemic. And again, the focus this year is bank diversity. So that's what we're focusing on in terms of gender in this research project. So there are some theories. Why are we looking at gender, and why should women be different to men when they're making decisions? And here, I'm not going to talk about too much about the theories given the time, but there's two theories for those of you who are not aware of these. One is called gender socialization, which says that women are more compassionate and caring towards others, and they show greater sensitivity to ethical and social issues. You can see that there could be a link between here and behaving responsibly during difficult times. as a manager. The second is gender diversity theory. Women bring diversity of opinion and perspective to the board in terms of knowledge, experience, values, and that enhances the decision-making within the group. And in this case, decision-making in corporate boards or bank boards when then important decisions are made. So our research here is linked to these two theories mainly. If you look at the literature, there is, as I mentioned, a lot of literature on now gender diversity, especially in corporate finance. I haven't listed all the directions here. These are in general what you can find in the literature. It says that if a company has more females on their board, more women on their board, then they show better corporate social responsibility performance. CSR here stands for corporate social responsibility. Also more CSR engagement. These are quantitative studies that look at these relationships, by the way. They also find there's a higher propensity of charitable giving. Companies who have women on their board are more likely to give charitable contributions, and also the philanthropic response in natural disasters. So there's a couple of papers looking at these response of companies, and they link the gender, companies having more women board members reacting more helpfully during natural disasters. So there's already established literature in terms of theory and empirical analysis in this area. What we do is we test this relationship during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we have two very simple hypotheses. What we're saying is that there is a positive relationship between gender diversity in the board of the bank and the support the banks provided to their customers and communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. So support that they're providing constitutes the responsible part of bank behavior, how fast, how they contributed during that time. So we try to test this using data. So there's two components here. One, we look at the charitable giving and donations, and one, financial and contractual measures. I'll explain what these are, but we also combine them together to measure the response. So what do we find? We actually find that, yes, banks with more female directors contribute more. They supported their countries more in these times of crisis. So I'd like to, this is where we're going to come in the end when I finish my talk, but I will explain this, how we've done this now. So we use data from various sources. Simply our research looks at about 300 banks in US and Europe, but these are the biggest 300 banks in the market, all listed banks. We collect their board characteristics from data stream. We also collect their financial indicators from Fitch Connect. These are two big databases for 2019. The key part here is this bit where we hand collect some data to create a measure called the COVID-19 bank response measure. So this data we manually collected from the websites of the banks at that time. So we collected this between February and June period. So what we done, we went to the websites of these banks, for these 300 banks, and we visually looked all the pages, all the announcements, all the reports, all the investment reports, press releases, and then we collect that textual data, transformed it to an Excel sheet. So using that, we created a measure to measure as a proxy to measure how banks responded to the crisis in supporting their customers, economies, and the governments of their country. It has 6 components, so the 6 components are here. So we looked at how they facilitated government measures, and we rated this from 0 to 2. So in terms of categorically 0, 1, and 2. Government measures are measures that governments introduced in the economies, as you know, maybe facilitating credit flow, reducing some of the cost of interest expensive, anything they wanted to introduce into the economy, and they can only do that through the banks. So if we measure here whether banks have contributed to that or not. Secondly, if banks introduce their own measures beyond the government measure to support their customers, whether they strengthen their capital, whether they put more capital into their bank by either not giving dividends or not giving bonuses to their senior staff, and also not purchasing buybacks, not purchasing back their shares. Supporting communities, here we look at the donations that they made to hospitals, to schools, or any monetary donations to any other institution that will help with COVID-19 pandemic. Protecting employees is how they protected their employees in COVID-19 pandemic, whether they gave them I don't know, masks, certain hygienic equipment, or whether they allowed them to work from home, you know, all these measures for their employees. And also providing information to their customers, providing special information and support about COVID-19 pandemic, how they can help in terms of finance during this time. And when I talk about these, you need to imagine all customers, so retail customers, i.e. households, individuals, SMEs, small and medium enterprises, or corporates, larger companies. So anything they do for any of these customers, we collect that information textually, we calculate it, and then we turn it into a measure. And in the end, our measure takes a value of between 0 and 11, the largest measure, and then we have subcomponents of it. So this is the key contribution of what we're doing in this paper. These are the details of how we measure these things, but since I talked about it, I can pass this. So as I mentioned, we can divide our measure into components. So we can divide it donations only, because that's a specific part of the literature. So we look at that. We look at all the, so donations is the fourth item here. So we looked at that separately. We look at all of the other more financial measures by themselves. So these codes here basically are describing the same variable but different components of it. Okay. And also we have simplified versions. Rather than 0, 1, 2, we also use dummy variables as 0 and 1, so that to see, because it's difficult to capture this type of information. It's textual, it's visual, you have to interpret it. So we wanted to create one relatively more sophisticated and more simple variables. But they all look at the same thing, essentially. So what type of model did we use? This is our measure, C19BRM. So the index that we calculated for the banks. And then simply our key variables is gender diversity. So this is the total number of female board members divided by the board size in these banks. And we use the battery of control variables standard in this literature. The green ones are related to board value, board structure, like the tenure, size of the board, the function, age of the CEO, and so on. CR compensation. The blue ones are control variables for mainly financial indicators of the bank. So return on equity, bank size, deposits, non-performing loans. So all of these are employed in the models. But our key variable is the red one. We're looking at the relationship between the red one, the gender diversity, and the link to the response. So here's some descriptive statistics, and here again I'll just concentrate on the red parts because probably I can talk about 2 hours about this topic and the paper. But what we do is we then, once we calculate our response measure, C19BRM, which measures, as I said, from 0 to 11 how bank responded to the pandemic in helping to communities, customers, and economies. Here we just wanted to see descriptively whether there's a difference between high performance and low performers. So above median looks at the high performance and what percentage of the board is females, and below median looks at the low performance. So at the high performance banks, you can see that the gender diversity is about 24%. So 24% of the board is females. Whereas in the below median, it's about 19. So there is about, you can see that there's about 5% difference between the two. I mean, you might say this is small, but it is statistic. This is descriptive statistics. So to find this in a descriptive statistics table and to find it significant is actually significant in my opinion. So this shows you already that there is some difference between high performance and low performance in terms of gender diversity. Again, we then divided all these other subcomponents of our variable, and more or less in all of them, we find that the banks who have more gender diversity in their boards, more females, they perform better during the crisis. So these are the descriptive statistics, but what about the regression models? So again, we're focusing on the red here. What you can see here as a main result is that after controlling for all the factors that we're controlling, and as I said, these are standard in this literature, what we're finding is that there is a positive and significant relationship between banks, board gender diversity, and their response to COVID-19 pandemic. So banks who have more females on the board actually were more helpful in all these 6 components that I described before. They provided more of that in every category. So that was quite interesting for us to find, because once we started the research, yes, there was a theories there, but we never thought we will get that clear relationship between the two. But the data shows that. So those are the main results, and you can see the other results there on gender diversity. This is for the first one I showed you, table 3 is for the whole component that we calculated for all 6 measures. This one I'm showing you is just about donations, whether they provided more donations. And again, there we find a positive relationship between board gender diversity and donations. Banks with more female members or more women on their board, they helped more in terms of donations to their communities and to the economy in a way. We're keeping donations separately because donation is not directly a business related activity. I mean, you can argue it is, but it is not related to any balance sheet or income functions in a way. That's why we're keeping it separate. We also tested the other components separately, and you can see here the significance drops a bit, but our key variable in terms of the more sophisticated measure still holds, at least at 10% significance for the financial results. Then we compared US and Europe because these are obviously 2 different economies if you look at the European Union and the US, and we want to see whether there's any differences between the 2. Of course, the ideal is that to look all the countries around the world, but at that time we were very limited in terms of time to collect this data quickly. So this is why our focus were only in US and Europe. So here again, there are similar results. There are some differences between US and Europe, but if you look at the totality of the measure, C19 BRM, you can see that the findings are significant. Again, and then we did some robustness checks using propensity score matching. Propensity score matching is a different econometric technique, but again, there we found similar results. So in all these reds here shows you significant results if you compare 2 banks. So propensity score matching matches, banks that are very similar, but only difference with their reaction. Only difference with their board members, whether they have female board members or not. I'm sure if you haven't heard this, please go have a look. It might be useful for your research, again, if you are early career researcher or a PhD student. So it's a kind of robustness check that gives us the same results. And finally, what I can mention is that we have done some instrumental variable regressions using instruments listed here, and our results seems to be, again, quite robust in terms of the findings. So we're quite happy that these results turn out to be positive in different tests that we use. Overall, to summarize the main findings, which I mentioned in the beginning, that is that banks with high representations of women directors, women board members, they actually provided more support to their customers and communities during the pandemic. And also they gave more charitable giving and donations during the pandemic, during this 4 months in the beginning, because we were trying to see
Dr.
this
Alpo,
in the first
am I
wave
audible?
of the
Sir,
crisis,
audible?
and then pandemic continued, as you know. So what?
Sir?
I mean, why is this important in terms of aspect of management and what we're talking about here? It seems that the insistence of more gender diverse boards after the financial crisis, 2007 financial crisis, was relevant and important. And other diverse characteristics on boards and decision-making mechanisms to be able to give better decisions and maybe better corporate social responsibility response as well in our context. And this is important because, as you know, there's coming challenges. I mean, before the pandemic, we were talking a lot about climate change, but in a way, pandemic sort of shadowed it a bit because it was a very pressuring times for the world, for the countries around the world as spread around. But once this is stabilized, of course, climate change is always there. So what we're trying to say here is that gender diverse boards may help with other challenges such as COVID pandemic, climate change, and other sort of natural disasters that will be facing in the future. So this is why it's quite relevant in terms of management and the economy. I'm happy to answer any questions about this research. So this concludes my keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that beautiful slides of yours. And I wish all these students or participants present in this meeting has learned a lot about and gained a lot of knowledge regarding it.
Great, thank you very much.
Questions,
I'll be open to any questions later as well. You can find my details.
We have one question in the chat box. In the COVID-19 pandemic, what is the situation affect to the banking sector in their financial planning strategy?
Yes, that is a good question. I'm not exactly sure how they have changed their strategy because it was very sudden pressuring issue for banks. The key problem in these contexts is that how they can still expect their customers to serve back the loans and interest that they borrowed. I think that's one of the key issues because suddenly such a pandemic stops economic flow. People lost their jobs or their jobs was slowed down. Companies couldn't pay maybe salaries. So directly that affected banks. But here, it would be fair to say that governments, especially in US and Europe, came into power, basically printing a lot of money and supporting businesses by actually even paying the cost of labor and employees' salaries and wages. So that actually helped with the flow of these interest rate payments and the repayment of the loans. And some of these loans, mortgages, were also by law allowed to seize a bit, and banks found support from governments. So in terms of their strategy, I think they were really bound with what governments were going to do. But of course, the more they supported their customers themselves, maybe within their remits, allowing them to pay less or delay the payments, the more they managed to float that loan portfolio to the future, at least in the 6-month period and a year period, the better it was for them. But I think in terms of long-term strategy, probably this, let's say this was a black swan event. So that event has actually probably affected how they might tackle future imminent problems like this. And maybe they might have thought more about the climate change and other challenges, because such pressing issues would change their strategies, and maybe which sectors they land, and how they design these landing products. So that's probably how it affected the strategy. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. And we do have a couple of questions in our chat box. Like, why are some countries ineligible for International Monetary Fund financing? Shouldn't there be exceptions during a pandemic? And why is the IMF concerned about debt and sustainability during the crisis?
Oh, that's a good question. Slightly different to my presentation, but I mean, the financial stability is an important aspect in the world economy, and once you lose financial stability, it really affects everything else. In 2007 crisis, a good example of this. In 2007, a lot of banks in US and Europe failed. And when they failed, countries had to help them, as I showed you, with the taxpayers' money. But then that triggered a lot of economic problems. And in the end, many historians say that what we faced afterwards in terms of changing political powers, such as in the US, Donald Trump getting into power. Now we have the Ukraine-Russian crisis. In Europe, we have a lot of problems. They're saying that this financial crisis, which affected the financial stability and in the end affected the economies and policies, actually those chains of events really affected our lives significantly in the last 10-15 years, and we're still battling that. Actually, a lot of money is printed in the economies. Interest rates went down to 0.5% in developed economies. So in such a crisis, I think this is what IMF is looking at. How can we keep debt and financial stability? Of course, there could be more help to emerging economies, and perhaps, IMF usually gets its funding from developed countries, contributing to their budget, and then this is distributed around. But the developed countries were in trouble themselves. I mean, the amount of money, the debt the UK government has now after the crisis is incredible, So we will be paying that, as I'm based in the UK, as taxpayers for that. Of course, all this support is provided, but someone will pay for it in the end. It's not a zero-sum game. In a way, the support to all these businesses and individuals provided during the COVID-19 pandemic, in the end, people who are, let's say, in the higher and middle earning incomes will be paying this as tax. And I think this is what the IMF is thinking as well. Unfortunately, there isn't enough funds there around the world to be able to help in such a pressing time. And maybe that's why they're thinking about financial stability, debt stability, for it not to become a bigger problem in a way. I hope that answers your questions, Nilam. The next question is, gender inclusion has been significantly highlighted in corporate sector throughout the world. Isn't it high time to take a report on non-corporate sectors as well? Kindly throw some light on this. Yes, this is an interesting question. And the reason why it's interesting is that, for me, when we looked at these 303 banks in US and Europe, and bear in mind, these are the biggest banks in US and Europe. So they control most of the funds in these economies. Out of 303 banks, we only found 11 CEOs, women CEOs in these banks. So imagine 303 banks and only 11 CEOs being women. That shows you, even in the corporate sector, how gender inclusion is still a problem. Because, I mean, to me, it was shocking, really, to see only 11 women CEOs out of 303 banks. So, Moon, you're saying that it's significantly highlighted. It is highlighted, but it's not tackled yet. Still, there's a very long way to go on this issue in the corporate sector. And equally, I think non-corporate sectors, you're right, it is also time to go hand in hand to tackle these issues. I don't have much knowledge about non-corporate sectors, but the theory and empirical evidence shows that when we have decisions made contributingly by women, men, and different type of diversity and thinking in terms of ethnicity, in terms of, as I said, even age, because we looked at other papers with age and so on, you find significant results as well. But yes, it is quite important that it's looked at in the non-corporate sector as well. I hope that answers your questions, Woodward. Any other questions or comments?
I guess so. That's thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session and for your very precious time.
Thank you very much. And I'll be happy if anyone contacts me about this research, especially the younger colleagues, students. I'll be happy to help and talk about these issues with them, on other topics of research as well. And again, please accept my apologies that I got confused with time.
No, sir, it's
I'm really
absolutely
happy
okay.
that eventually I made it, because when I woke up, I saw my messages. I was like, oh no, what did I do? But I feel better now that at least I've sort of managed to make this presentation. Thank you.
No, sir, that's absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you, Alfred. Thank you for joining with us.
Thank you, Preeta. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Definitely, we'll get in connect with you for the upcoming research paper which you have written, and my scholars and my team, my students will definitely get connected to you regarding this research. Thank you.
I'll be very happy to help and talk about these things in research. That it will be very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Moving forward, may I now request our fourth keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Harsh Purohit, Dean, Wisdom Banastali Vidyapith. He is serving as a professor of personal finance at the largest residential university for women's education in India. Professor Purohit is a gold medalist in commerce and a management graduate from IMS DAVV Indore. He has authored 2 books, over 70 articles in reputed journals. He was awarded with 9 awards from Principal Mutual Funds, ICSI, Lions Club, etc. for promotion of financial literacy in India. He has a global rank in top 5% among 325,000 researchers registered on SSRN USA. We'll welcome you, sir. We would like to request you to engulf us with your valuable words. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishita. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very nice to see all of you, and particularly Professor Preeti Sharma ji, and under her leadership and the management of the overall university, this institute, this excellent conference is being organized, and a galaxy of speakers are also there. So first of all, my congratulations to all the students, staff members, Professor Preeti ji, and everyone here, that they have ensured a very successful event. And I'm very happy to speak at this juncture. Today happens to be the new year as far as our country is concerned. The Hindu Navvarsh, as we call Vikram Samvat, so Gudi Padwa, Navratri. So my congratulations to all of you present over here. And our philosophy in India has always been that everyone should be happy. And that's a very, very important philosophy with which the nation has been able to survive over the years. As someone has said, that kuch baat hai ki hasti mitti nahi hamari, sadiyon raha hai dushman daure jahan hamara. So in this backdrop, I congratulate everyone once again on the new year that we are celebrating all across India, and wish prosperity to the entire world over here. Now, I would be just sharing my screen to put up my views in as little time as possible, and then look forward to the interaction with you. Basically, of late, I have been working on personal finance and other things that have an input with Indian ethos and culture. So I believe that the world is now recognizing the power of India. But I think we should recognize that we are even more powerful. We are moving towards being a superpower rather than a superpower. We would like not to win the territories, but we would like to win the hearts. And I think that's what works, because all of us in India work with the higher order purpose of existence rather than a lower order purpose of existence. So with this, please allow me to share my screen. So is the slide visible?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, thank you. And I will just try to change the slides. Please confirm me whether the transition is also visible. Are you able
Yes,
to?
sir.
All right, thank you. So I would be talking about spreading the personal finance education through a new model, because we have been talking about personal finance and financial literacy more from a Western perspective, and there is also one OECD definition of financial literacy. So what we have observed here in Banastali spreading personal finance education for the last 8 years is that initially our efforts did not bear much of the fruits. So we did a lot of research to find out where are we going wrong. And the moment we tried and we could link the personal finance education with our culture, the indigenous values, then we found that there was a jump in the acceptance and our efforts of personal finance education could do better. So the core message of this presentation is that whatever we do, we should try to align it with our culture and values. And the moment we are able to do it, the acceptance is always much better. So my gratitude to all the organizers being part over here, Professor Preeti Sharma ji and her team members who have successfully organized this wonderful program. And talking about personal finance, I would just very briefly tell you the review of the literature that this is a theme on which the research over the time has been growing, as I have picked up from the Scopus. And also, when we see in the terms of people who have been working prominently, we would find that there are hardly any people from India who have been working extensively on personal finance, but elsewhere a lot of work has been done. And but then if we see in the terms of the country or the territory, then we find that India stands at number 2. Now here I would try to talk about a holistic presentation of the concept and tackling the challenges in the dynamic world and the new model, which I would like to talk about. Please note that this presentation I would share with Professor Preeti Sharma ji, and whosoever would like to, she can send this. This will be in editable form. Feel free to use it if you would like to. So I would discuss some things, synthesize, make a presentation, give a little spiritual sensitization, and the suggestions in the future. Now, this is a very important shloka which we see from our ancient scriptures, which says that the learning, there are a lot of students also over here who are here. So your learning will take place in 4 parts, one from the classroom, one from your own, introspection and discussions with your friends will also contribute it. You can Google, you can do library research that will also help you in learning. And 1/4 would with time, that is, when you have a practical experience. So when you have any kind of confusion about the theory practice gap, don't worry, because it's a part. The learning will take place in phases. While you should have passion to learn, but you should also have the patience of learning. Okay. So time has changed, and the relevance of culture and ethos, the realization of this has been growing. And since I'm talking about financial literacy and financial inclusion, our nation is very keen on this, and a lot of steps have been taken by the government, particularly the Reserve Bank of India. And our university, which I represent, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, is a pioneer in spreading the financial literacy, particularly among women, and has been shown by researchers as well. And recently, Ms. Monica Hallan has authored a book, Let's Talk Money, which is a very special book. I would recommend you to read it. She is also now an adjunct professor at Banasthali. And SEBI is also conducting a quiz competition in which all of you can participate. This is the book by Professor Monica ji. She is adjunct professor at Banasthali. We have been organizing some programs for the village women, also students in the campus, and working women as well. So we are in a consciousness revolution right now. People have talked about agriculture revolution, IT revolution, but now we are in a consciousness revolution. If you give a thought to this, then you will realize that the kind of consciousness revolution and the things that we are experiencing now and 5 years back, a lot of changes have happened. So we need to re-see the Western specific concepts in our culture. In fact, people have talked about that a lot of them have been taken from our own ancient books, but that's a different story. And it's the time that by doing this, we can become a superpower. No need to become superpower, not because we cannot become, but it does not have its merit. The time is to become superpower, and I'm very happy that in the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, we are moving towards this. Now, people say that we are in a VUCA world. This is a term coined by an American professor. So I think that this is not complete in itself, nor it has been cited that from where the VUCA has been taken up. But in India, we talk about even a bigger concept called as Kalyug. So if you have not heard about VUCA, don't worry. But if you have heard about Kalyug, then you know more than what is there in the VUCA. So when I tried to study what is there in our Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavad Puran and other scriptures, then I could find that there are some new things which are there, which we can add to VUCA. So it is VUCA and W. So dealing with the complex environment, VUCA and W. Now here N stands for nature apathy that we are witnessing. For example, when you go to the parties, then you find that people waste as much as food as they eat. This is one example. And second is wisdomlessness. There is a Sanskrit shloka, Yasya nasti swayam pragya shastram tasya karoti kim lochnabhyam vihinasya darpanam kim karishyati. So if someone cannot see, mirror is useless for the person, right? Same way, if a person does not have wisdom, all the literature and whatever the teachers will tell the person is useless. So I believe that VUCA can be extended by putting these two things, nature apathy and wisdomlessness. Now, in our culture, we just don't talk about the problem, but also the solution. So what is the solution? The solution is sustainability, where we also use the term called as dharma. I'm using sustainability because it is much more comprehensive the moment I use the word sustainability. And some people may also be happy because it is a secular term. And faith for blessings. So the model becomes VUCA NWSF. And this is reflected through the ABCDE of Bhagavad Gita, which I have presented some years before, which will help you to grasp some concepts of Bhagavad Gita. A is for action, B for benevolence, that is gratitude. C for courage. You know, our culture tells us if you feel you are doing something right, have courage in that. Devotion and emotional detachment. You know, say for example, being the students, you know, somebody has said something and, you know, entire day we are feeling depressed. It should not happen. We should be, you know, strong from inside. And our culture says that the ultimate objective is oneness with God, whatever road you take up. Enlightenment, reflected in, as I said in the beginning, higher order purpose of existence, hope. Most of the times we will find people are into the LOP, lower order purpose of existence. There is one life, make it large. Can you recollect the advertisement? That is lower order purpose of existence. So the Indian model, the Bharti model of financial literacy, as we modified, we felt that there is a strong impact of Shubh Labh, that is, you should have income, you should have profit, but it should be earned in the right way, with values in focus, used in the right way, and invested in the right way. So there is no question of making less money or more money. There is no problem if you are super rich, provided you are sattvic, provided you are good in your deeds. Sattvic Dan. Sattvic Dan is a concept much bigger than philanthropy. And we should know, see, sometimes you'll find money says, save me today, I will save you tomorrow. But Indian ethos says, money also says that I will not go with you. But if you have earned me well, if you have used me well, if you have invested me well, my goodness can go with you. And we have also proposed a model of holistic decision-making model in which the intuition, the financial astrology have also an impact. There is a book called as Ardha Martand. So these also have impact on your investment decision-making. Now, talking about the Bharti model of personal finance, which I talked about, it has components which are typical in nature, like investment planning, tax planning, expenditure management, retirement planning, estate planning. These all components are there. But also along with that, there is Sattvic Dan, there is Shubh Labh, there is concept of sustainability. There is a focus that I have a higher order purpose of existence. Okay. And the culture which has its roots on karmfal, that is, as you sow, you will reap. And also the concept of rebirth, because you may find that somebody did so wrong all the life, nothing happened to the person had a heart attack, the person went. So where is the justice? Justice is there because you don't know the rebirth. So you might have some problems in this birth or maybe next birth. You don't know that. There is a good reason for which God has hidden all these things. Let's continue with that. But the best thing is that God has given us a flexible mind, you know, a mind which can have any thoughts. We are not programmed devices. We are not driven by instinct like an animal. Animal cannot do a new karma. We can do it. We can do something new. Animals cannot do it. So the flexibility, the openness is something that God has created. And I think we should do some introspection based on this. So the model talks about, so monetary, wisdom, and devotion and faith. So all these are there. So in Hindi terms, I can say that जो धन का अभिप्राय हमारे शास्त्रों में है वो केवल मौद्रिक धन से नहीं है, लेकिन विद्या धन से भी है और भक्ति धन से भी है. मीराबाई ने क्या कहा? पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो. उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा पायो मैंने कोहिनूर हीरा पायो. So understand that. So to recap it, values and not just ethics, Satvik Dan and not just donation, and cultural inputs. And this gives us a holistic view for happiness of all, not financial independence. People talk about financial independence for financial literacy. No, our concept is happiness for all, happiness for family, society, nation, and the world. And what kind of happiness? Permanent happiness, not temporary happiness. For self, family, society. And this will be regular happiness, secret happiness. Om Bhat Shiv Guptanande, Gupt Anande. Om Har Shiv Nityanande, Nitya Anande, regular. जो कोई भजन करे मन लाके कटी जाए यम फंदे. ओम भट शिव गुप्तानंदे, ओम हर शिव नित्यानंदे. So Shubh Labh, Lok Sangrah, 4 Ashram, Purusharth, all these concepts, if we give a thought, then the overall money management will take a kind of shift. Again, I would like to tell you that it is not about being very rich or very poor. That's not the question. You can be very rich, no problem with that. But you should be sattvic. You should be a person driven by values. Now, you will say that so much, advanced concepts we have, why we are a poor country or why we are not as wealthy as a developed country. Because, number one, there has been a loot by foreigners for 600 plus years. There was an inferiority complex. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I have been in London to see the Queen. So the concept that was put up initially was that the Queen is in London. IST, Indian Standard Time, was mocked. Somebody was late. Oh, it's IST. No, it should not be there. Let's keep, not a superiority complex, but let's not keep an inferiority complex. And the perspective of living standards. 1 minute of time that you spend at a pilgrimage like Baba Mahakal or Mata Vaishno Devi is much important, much useful than the time spent in the 7-star hotel at Switzerland. So the Bharti model, once again, Shubh Labh, Satvik Dan, and the holistic decision-making model in which intuition has a keen role. And I'm happy to tell you that a lot of Scopus papers have also been published and PhDs have been awarded on this idea. So the conclusion is that if we link our concepts, whatever it is, I have given the example of personal finance because that's what I specialize into. But if we link it with our cultural aspects, then I think we will find a paradigm shift and we will be able to tackle with the VUCA world much in a better way. So thank you very much, and I wish Sarve Sukhina Santu, may we all keep progressing. So, so that's all from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. If anybody is having any kind of question, please post it into the chat box. So we are very much grateful for you bestowing us your precious time towards us.
I understand, I'm between, the lunch is approaching. So that's okay. But I wish that, questions emerge in the mind of people and a lot of misconceptions or the myths which are there, they should be shattered today. But I am very happy to be a part over here and particularly on the Hindu New Year, that's great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. So last but not the least, may I now request? Yes, ma'am.
Rhythm, before that, I would like to take the mic from you and would like to sincerely thank her, sir, and so for coming, for joining with us. And it is all just due to sir's blessing. Sir is my guru, sir is my mentor, and sir has guided me since 2003. I've been working, sir has been teaching me since 2003. I'm in touch with him. I did my MBA under him. I did my PhD under him. And just one line to say for sir, Guru Govind dau khade kake lagu paye, Balihari Guru aapne Govind diyo bataye. This is all I can say about you, sir. And I'm blessed to have a mentor like you. I'm blessed to have a guru like you. And I'm really blessed to have all your blessings. And without your blessings, I would not have been able to organize such an event with such big dimensions. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for your blessings, sir.
Professor Preeti ji, thank you for the words. I think you can categorize me more as a teacher and a mentor rather than the guru, because for the guru, what we say about the guru is Keval Gurudevam, Om Keval Gurudevam, Bhavsagar se kargrahi kare parli param, Om Jai 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 Gurudev. So the guru takes you on the spiritual path as well and ensures your oneness with God. We talk about Dhyan Moolam Guru Murti, Puja Moolam Guru Padam, Mantra Moolam Guru Vakyam, Moksha Moolam Guru Kripa. Moksha Moolam Guru Kripa. See, that's so important thing. So I can be a teacher, I can be a mentor. I'm not a guru, but yes, I'm very happy that I'm recognized in this way, and if in some way some spiritual sensitization by the grace of God could go from my side to others, I think I'm the most delighted on the Hindu New Year day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Rhythm. Thank you, Rhythm.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Now, last but not the least, may I now request our fifth keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Lydia Weiss, a Dean of Julana School of Business, President of UMass Women Forum, Slovenia. She has 20 years of leadership position, Dean at the Julana School of Business and a member of Honorary Board of European Market and Management Association and the Presidents of Women's Forum at UMass. Have PhD in the field of management administration. We welcome you, ma'am. We would like to request you to enrich us with your valuable words.
Thank you very much. And actually, good morning from Slovenia. Last week we had 24 degrees and today it's actually snowing. It's so unusual. So let me start. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first to greet you on behalf of the Ljubljana School of Business and the European Marketing and Management Association and express my gratitude for being a part of this event. I'm very honored and happy to be with you on this great occasion because I believe that conferences like this one are a great opportunity for sharing knowledge and remarkable opportunity to lay the foundation for future collaboration. If you don't mind, I would start first by saying a few words about the association, which I represent today, our goals, aims, and philosophy. And then I will try to present how it relates to sustainable development goals and what we do and have in common. Because it is more important than ever to focus on SDGs and invest additional efforts in order to achieve the sustainable development goals through various forms of cooperation. So, dear colleagues, the European Marketing and Management Association was founded in 2007 as a professional, non-governmental, and non-profit association. And now, 14 years later, EUMAS is reaching its relevance and visibility as a globally spread organization, putting together businesses and academia in their joint endeavor for better, prosperous world across the national borders around the globe. And EUMAS today consists of more than 1,000 individuals and institutions from 64 different countries. And we are still growing. And so EUMAS is now an international network dedicated to connect business and academic leaders. The aim is to contribute to local, regional, and global prosperity and capacity building to cope with the current and foreseeable challenges. Our focus is on both scientific research and professional development in the wide spectrum of marketing and management points of interest, not exclusively in the field of business, but in public domain as well. It means that EUMAS welcomes practitioners and scholars in the field of both business and public management, and both marketing of goods and services and marketing of ideas, concepts, and visions. EUMAS strives to create a professional and academic network aimed at sharing knowledge and experience, establishing a platform for effective dialogue and cooperation among educational and research and development institutions. Our goals and objectives are focused on development of complex marketing and management, innovative academic study programs, and research projects, as well as vocational training and additional mechanisms for human resources capacity building. We are also focused on development of marketing and management centers of excellence, in addition to a network of research and development centers in collaboration with both Chamber of Commerce and academia. We understand the relevance of facilitating marketing and management know-how transfer in business and public sector, and providing accessibility of relevant experience and knowledge, as well as dissemination of marketing and management innovations through media, discussion forums, and conference. In a nutshell, our mission is to connect leaders. EUMAS wants to put together businesses and academia to connect companies and universities, business professionals with lecturers and students, with paramount goal to provide continuous personal, professional, and social growth and development. In this respect, we are speeding in same direction with Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, developed and developing in global partnership. And the beauty of the goals is that everyone can contribute, and every contribution, small or big, will make an impact on the world. The Sustainable Development Goals are aimed at everyone: policymakers, civil society, businesses, academia, and each and every individual. We recognize that Sustainable Development Goals must go together with strategies that improve alliance of business and academia, that network management and marketing with education and know-how transfer. These are the reasons why we consider that what I just mentioned as a fundamental for building strong economic foundations for all our countries. because sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth is essential for prosperity. And this will only be possible if academic knowledge goes hand in hand with business skills. In compliance with SDGs, we support building of dynamic, sustainable, innovative, and people-centered economies, promoting through A to B concepts, so academia to business network benefit from having a well-educated workforce with the knowledge and skills needed for productive and fulfilling work and full participation in society. In this respect, youth involvement and women's empowerment are also very important. In line with SDGs, we support policies which increase quality of education along with needs of productivity and productive and fair employment. From what I have said, you have probably noticed that EUMAS focuses on 5 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Along with our profile, priorities, and capacities, we put special attention to goal number 4, which is ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. You know, quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all are central to ensuring a full and productive life to all individuals and to the relation of sustainable development. Despite considerable progress in school enrollment, millions of children remain out of schools, especially where educational systems struggle to keep up with population growth. Even when more children are enrolled, many do not acquire the basic skills, and quality education is hampered by the lack of trained teachers and adequate school facilities. Through our certification programs, we encourage lifelong learning and professional development and make it accessible to every individual globally. Also, EUMAS Youth Forum aims to empower youth by organizing several different free training programs related to business and entrepreneurship. The second goal we want to achieve is goal number 5, which is achieve gender equality. Gender inequality is unmistakably one of the biggest obstacles to overcome poverty because it subjects women to discrimination, which in many cultures results in denial of rights to education, to positions of power, and any real voice in decision-making in a society. Breaking inequality is urgent, and I think we will see rapid improvement within science, politics, and business when we successfully include more women. At EUMAS, we understand, support, and promote the importance of gender equality through our EUMAS Women's Forum by emphasizing the importance of women being represented fairly in all leadership roles. Then the second goal we would like to achieve is goal number 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Because sustained and inclusive economics growth derives development by providing more resources for education, health, personal consumptions, and transport, water, and energy infrastructure. Economic growth can also lead to new and better employment opportunities. At EUMAS, members debate a number of topics related to sustainable economic growth. EWA's Global Development Forum focuses on issues such as employment, productivity, working conditions, and so on. And many chambers of commerce from around the world as EWMA's members help us to achieve this goal through their representatives. The next one is goal number 9, in part related to fostering innovation. We focus our interest and attention on fostering innovation by conducting and encouraging research in the field of organizational knowledge, strategic alliance and networks, technology transfer, product and brand strategy, new product development, and others. 10 different research centers operate within the academic consortium in order to combine the academic and business first. And the last goal, goal number 17, which deals with global partnership for sustainable development. The existence, the vision, and the mission, and actually all EWMA's activities are related to global partnership, which inevitably leads, and we believe, to what we all strive for, that is sustainable development, and to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. At the end, I would like to say a few words about ongoing and forthcoming challenges. You know, the outbreak of COVID pandemics imposed deadly threat and more challenges. First one, a challenge to apply more than ever innovative approach in the changing world in every sense, in any walk of life, because nothing is going to be the same ever again. The second, a challenge to work closely more than ever before, and to understand and to realize how vulnerable even the strongest societies are. Even the largest and the richest societies failed and did not react properly to challenges COVID brought to us. Third, a challenge to accept the fact that business is not only about generating profits, but also about unity and about solidarity. And then you will say, but, you know, there's always one but challenge, a challenge that might be translated as opportunity. And that is what EWMAS is doing, creating opportunities through connecting leaders in order to provide sustainable development for all. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our association, so European Marketing and Management Association, is association open to new members, both individual and institutional. If you think that your membership could contribute to our goals, especially in the field of sustainable development, please do not hesitate to join us. So, dear colleagues, no one has ever complained about the speech being too short. So I will finish now, and hoping that I did not take too much time, and thank you all for the attention.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very kind words, and it was a really wonderful session of yours. And thank you for bestowing us your precious words and precious time. Thank you. Okay, so a small announcement. All the participants and all the paper presenters are requested to present their papers from 2 p.m. And for that, we'll take a short break from now and we'll continue again back at 2 p.m. sharp. Please join at 1:50 positively. Thank you.
हेलो अभिजीत जी जी A very good afternoon to all of you. Session will be start in few moments. So please wait, and all the presenters who are going to present the PPT, please ready with their presentation.
Okay. I don't know whether they. I don't know whether they.
Madam. I'm there. I'm there. Please start.
Good afternoon, Atul sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
How are you, sir?
I'm absolutely fine.
Okay, sir. And very good afternoon to all the presenters and all the participants. I'm Dr. Antima Sharma. And first, we have session start with the presentation. First, I will introduce the Dr. Bansal, sir, who is the session chair. Dr. Bansal is a PhD in commerce, and he's a seasoned academician or a prolific researcher in field of accounting. He's having almost 24 years of experience in teaching, mentoring, administration, and research work in higher and professional education in India, Africa, and Middle East. Presently working as assistant professor in Department of Accounting at the University of Bahrain. He always keep updating himself for the contemporary teaching and learning practices in the accounting. And he's going to be session the chair, and he is giving his observations and suggestions to all the participants. So, sir, you have you want to address the audience, sir, or participants, sir?
Thank you,
Yeah.
madam. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm highly grateful to be here to chair the session, and just I have to evaluate your research work. And really, it is excited for me. And I wish you all the best for your presentation. And there will be some, if some questions will be there, all are the free to ask to everybody. So because finally we have to evaluate and finalize the best paper of the presentation. So please keep keen to present your paper in a proper way, and so that I have to evaluate accordingly. Okay, I wish you all the best. Yeah, wish all the best
Thank
to
you,
all.
sir.
Recording has stopped.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, madam, please start the session. And here I'm highly thankful to the chairperson, Sheng Lang Peng, Professor Sheng Yang Peng, Chief Patron, Dr. Anirudh, and conference convener, Dr. Preeti Sharma. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much. Please start the presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. The first presentation is of Rashmi, and she's going to present in a few moments, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Rashmi, Rashmi, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Rashmi, start your presentation.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I would like to use this opportunity to thank everyone.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Rashmi, sorry to interrupt you, Vita.
Yes, ma'am.
Please give the slideshow and please.
Is it fine now, ma'am?
Yes, it is fine now.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to take this platform. I would like to thank my co-writers, and today I'll be presenting my research topic, that is prospects and challenges of introducing digital currency in the Indian economy. I would like to start from my research background and the motivation behind my study. The Indian economy is in the middle of the technological revolution. The government has introduced initiatives for its citizens like the UPI, Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, etc. In order to digitize its economy, but also to increase the financial inclusivity. Taking a step further, the Indian government has also announced the introduction of India's CBDC, that is the digital rupee. The official announcement was made by the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, in her Union Budget session, wherein she had mentioned that the RBI-backed digital rupee would be using blockchain technology in order to provide a secure and a new way of currency, which will not be physical and also be acting where the RBI will be acting as a regulatory body. The digital rupee would also be using the infrastructure of the two types of the CBDCs. Now I'd like to move on to the objectives of my study. I have 4 objectives which I would like to present during this study. The first one being how have digital currencies evolved globally? What are the regulatory aspects and market operations of digital currencies? What are the advantages and prospects of digital currency? And the last one, what are the risks and challenges involved in adopting digital currency into the Indian economy? So how have digital currencies evolved over the years? Despite the early hesitation from the global economies to adopt the digital currencies, they have shown more optimism and are pacing towards the global competition in the adoption of these currencies. According to the Atlantic Council CBDC tracker, 40 nations are on the way to develop their own CBDC currencies, whereas 87 countries presenting more than 90% of the global GDP are also exploring CBDCs. The latest project is the Project Dunbar, which was an experiment by the countries South Africa, Singapore, Malaysia, and Australia, which was taken place using multi-CBDCs from all of these countries to transact cross-border payments. So with all these developments happening all around the world, the main question is, do CBDCs add reasonable value to the economy? With this, I would like to move on to the advantages and prospects of implementing digital currency. Implementation of digital currency will help to lower transaction costs and reduce fraudulent activities. Advancement in technologies will back up the CBDCs with a stronger and transparent infrastructure. And for a country like India, where the RBI almost spends millions of Indian rupees in printing the currency notes, digital rupees definitely a way to avoid the huge costing and also act as a replacement of the cash with RBI as its legal tender. Also, digital rupee would also provide easier and safer access to the India's huge unbanked population, which will increase financial inclusion as well. Moving on to the risks and challenges in implementation of digital rupee. There are many risks and challenges to overcome while implementing digital rupee. Technological disruptions, cybersecurity, exposure of bank records are a few of them that governments need to address while using digital currencies. In India, the RBI may need to overcome large momentary demand that will lead to the expansion of RBI's balance sheet. Also, RBI may require to provide additional liquidity to the banks, exposing itself to the credit risk. Therefore, in the current context, I believe Indian government has to work fast to survive in the global competition as well. And finally, I would like to conclude by saying that CBDCs are definitely a great way to grow, to make an economy grow, has a financially inclusive high-end economy. However, the implementation might require strong technological infrastructure, backed up security, transparency, and anti-fraud solutions in order the currencies to sustain in the longer run. This would also help the country to achieve its economic goals, as well as help its citizens to provide a safe and secure way to transact in a digital manner. For a country like India, where the demographic and geographic conditions are expected to be growing in the next 4 to 5 years, digital rupee is definitely a welcoming move and is an absolute necessity and is the need of the hour. Thank you, and I would like to hear any queries, if any, from your side.
Oh, very good, Rashmi. Very good presentation. Over to sir. Anyone having any questions? So you can ask the questions, sir, to the participants, sir, or any suggestions and observation of yours.
Atul sir, you have to unmute yourself.
Now I'm not able to hear, sir.
Okay, Atul sir, you are 1 minute.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Ms. Rashmi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your presentation was excellent and very good. I think your complete research work is totally based on the secondary database.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It is good and very good initiation. Are you going for any further research work in this field?
Sir, I'm presently doing my MBA in FinTech. So I'm really interested into blockchain and also the financial technology side, be it the AI, ML side, or especially anything related to financial inclusion as well. Because I believe for a country like India, financial inclusivity is something that we can aim and achieve when there are proper solutions given with a stronger technological backup to it.
Okay. Great, Rashmi. Can you tell me what is the biggest challenge of digital currency in India? What is the biggest challenge?
According to me, the biggest challenge, from the next April 2023, when we will be using digital currency, when we will be using digital rupee, would be actually the awareness among the people. Practically, is the awareness among the people. A lot of section in India are not aware on how to use the financial services properly. Even now, there's a lot of population that aren't able to still use simple basic services like Google Pay or Phone Pay. Despite the COVID-19, which has helped in accelerating the usage, but there's still a certain amount of people where they would have a little problem, maybe initially, in using the digital rupee or understanding it, because we wouldn't be having cash physically. It would be a virtual cash.
Yes.
So it would be a little difficult in the beginning, as we had a little difficulty when we had the demonetization phase in the 2016. But I think later over the years, it would slowly start, gradually start sinking into the economy.
Absolutely, absolutely right. Major problem is the population, and secondly, they don't have the bank accounts.
Yes.
Basically, and our government is totally focused to open a new bank account of the people, those who don't have the accounts. So for digital payments or digital currency, we need the bank account.
Yes.
Okay. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much, Rashmi.
Thank you so much, sir. It was
Thank
a pleasure
you.
meeting you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi. Very good. And the next presentation is by Surbhi. Surbhi is there?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay, start, Surbhi.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, keep it in full screen.
Surbhi, it is visible, but please make it full screen.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, all of you. My name is Surbhi Sharma. I'm a research scholar in Manipal University, Jaipur. I'm doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Saurabh Sharma. He is an associate professor of School of Business and Commerce in Manipal University, Jaipur. Today, I'm going to present a research article on the title of How Does Investor Sentiment Affect on the Stock Price and Evidence from Indian Stock Market. First of all, what is behavioral finance? Behavioral finance is an interdisciplinary field which includes psychology, finance, economics, social science, organization behavior, etc. In behavioral finance, we study how human psychology and emotions influence human behavior when they are taking investment decisions. Behavioral finance is an emerging field in the area of finance. As it develops, it deliberates the impact of investor sentiment on stock prices. Now, what is investor sentiment? Investor sentiment is an expectation of market contributors about upcoming cash flows or return, and investment risk is defined as the investor sentiment. Traditional finance is a financial market concept did not perceive investor sentiment as a necessary aspect. Subsequently, they understand market changing aspect by framework of EMH and random walk theory. They are working on the assumption of rationality. In rationality, the reason why they are incapable to describe the perception of investor behavior in financial market. In current study, we are using some market-oriented sentiment indicators to understand investors' sentiment. And these are trading volume, advanced decline ratio, put call ratio, PE ratio, PB ratio, market turnover ratio, to analyze investor sentiments and study the impact of investor sentiment on stock price. There are three types of sentiment indicators according to the literature, and these are economic indicators, market sentiment indicators, and regulatory indicators. In our study, we use market-oriented sentiment indicators. This is the literature review which suggests that according to academic and practical research, there is a significant relationship in between investor sentiment and stock market prices. According to Gong and Yang 2018, they explain that market return and trading behaviors are influenced by investor sentiment. According to Hayat Uchil 2016, there are some market sentiment indicators. They suggest put call ratio, advanced decline ratio, price to book value, price to earning ratio. Kai 2012 proposed in their study and analyzed that market sentiment, market return and sentiments are correlated with each other, as the rise of sentiments leads to rise of market return and vice versa. Verma 2007 analyzed in his study that asset return is positively correlated with investor sentiments, but it shows negative influence on individual and institutional shareholder relating the stock market instability. My data is this research includes daily data base of last 10 years period, January 2010 to December 2020. The data was gathered through the authorized website of National Stock Exchange. The dependent variable of study is stock price, and the independent variable of study is trading volume, PB ratio, PE ratio, put call ratio, advanced decline ratio, and market turnover. The research methodology of this paper is the data is analyzed through using software eViews. Following are the tests which we apply on the data. For stationarity test, we use ADF test, augmented Diskey-Fuller test. Short-term impact is analyzed by ARDL test. ARDL test is auto-regressive distributive lag test. For long-term impact is analyzed by bound test and ARDL test. The stationarity of data is analyzed through ADF test. The below table shows that stock price, PE ratio, and trading volume. These all three variables are stationary at first difference, and advanced decline ratio, put call ratio, market turnover ratio, and PB ratio is stationary at the level of 0. ADF test is used for stationarity test. ARDL test is used when the data variable are stationary at 0 level and first difference, we will use ADF test, ARDL test. In short run time period, stock price itself, the lagged period, has positive effect on current price. The table shows the values. Trading volume is positively influenced share price, current period, as well as the lagged period value of stock trading volume is also positively influenced stock price, current value. PE ratio is positively influenced stock price, current period, as well as the lagged value of PE ratio is negatively influenced stock price, current value. Put call ratio has no significant impact on stock price. PB ratio is positive influence stock price, and the lagged value of PB ratio is negative influenced on stock price, current value. Market turnover ratio is negatively significant impact on stock price. Advanced decline ratio has positive impact on stock price. According to ARDL test, all the independent variables are significant except put call ratio. The p value and t statistics is less than 0.5 and more than 2 respectively, as shows in the table. Value of adjusted R square and p value is 99% and 0.000% respectively. Durbin-Watson value is 2.08, which suggested that all variables are significant impact on stock price in short run, and there is no auto-correlation among the variables. To see the long-run correction between variables, we apply bound test. The result suggested that the F statistic value, which is 4.689, which is higher than the critical bound value, which shows in the below table. The bound value on the significance level of 5% is 2.45 and 3.61. The F stats value is 4.689, which is higher than these both value, which suggests that in this variable there is a long-term relationship. In long-term period, stock price itself, the lagged period, has adverse significant impact on stock price, current value. The trading volume is positively influenced stock price, and the lagged period of trading volume is also have significant impact of stock price. PE ratio have optimistic impact on stock price, but lagged period of PE ratio have negative and insignificant impact on stock price. Put call ratio lagged value have adverse and insignificant impact on stock price. PB ratio have positive impression on stock price, and the lag period also have positive and significant impact on stock price. Market turnover ratio with lagged period has negative influence on stock price. Advanced decline ratio has lagged period or have positive and insignificant impact on stock price. The value of adjusted R square is 69% and P value is 0.00%. The value of Durbin-Watson test is 1.99, which suggests that there is all the variables are correlated, collectively influence stock price of security market and free from autocorrelation. The conclusion of my research is that the current study contribute in the area of behavioral finance, where we understand the stockholders' behavior, perception, and attitude toward investment decision. This research examined the impact of investor sentiment on stock price. We consider market turnover ratio, trading volume, put call ratio, price to earning ratio, price to book value, advanced decline ratio as sentiment indicator of financial market. Sentiment influences the value of stock on the stock market. In bullish market, price grow, while the bearish market price reduces. Current study found that there is a positive as well as negative relation in between the variable, which suggests that sentiments influence in stock prices. Overall, I would like to say, if investors want to predict stock market and want to ignore losses or pursue less risky decisions before doing any investment, they have to analyze the stock market and they have to go through these variables. These are the references which I used in this study. Thank you. And now I'm open for the questions. Any questions, sir?
Yes, any question from the public? From the audience, there is any question? Okay, Survi, I have 1-2 questions here.
Yeah,
Number
yes,
one,
sir.
yeah. Number one, Survi, actually your study, whatever the reference you have taken, it is older. Basically, your research paper is excellent. As a research paper, it is very good evaluated, very good analyzed. Everything is very good. But the data you have collected, it is old.
Sir, it's from?
Yeah, the review literature is 2007, 2008, 2011. It is irrelevant in current scenario. It is your study is based on the behavioral science. Behavioral science, what is the current behavior of the customers or investors?
Investors, yeah.
Absolutely right. Number one thing. Number two, don't be discouraged. I'm not discouraging you. I'm just
yeah, okay, sir. No issue.
Please don't be discouraged.
Yeah.
Okay. Your paper is very good, excellent. And one thing, how you evaluate the sentiments of the investors?
Sir, this is a secondary database research where I use
I know
data.
This is the secondary database. So on the basis of the written documents, how to evaluate the sentiments?
No, sir, these are not on the basis of written documents. I use the Nifty 50. These are the variables which I'm taking from the website of NSE. The data is there from the period of 2010 January to 2020 December. I use these tests on data. Secondary data. Secondary data which is already published on the website, that these are the on the time period of January 2020. This is the stock price, this is the PE ratio, this is the put call ratio. These are all established data from I taken from the website.
What you understand about the sentiments of the investors?
So sentiments are the attitude, perception of the investors.
So
but
on secondary database, how to evaluate the sentiments of the investors?
Sir, these are the variables which represent the sentiments of the investor. When we go through the investor sentiment, behavior, and everything, we will see that if person see these variables before doing any investment, if see these variables, they will know that if stock market is going up or going down. So if they read these variables or saw these variables of a company or an index, they will understand what is the market going to be in future.
Okay.
I hope I'm
okay. I can understand. Thank you very much. Just
okay, thank you, sir.
I'm happy you are very much confident girl. Wish
Okay,
you all
thank you,
the best
sir.
for your future research.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Surbhi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Very good,
Questions?
Surbhi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone having questions with the Surbhi? Very good, Surbhi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presentation is of Nilofer. Nilofer is here.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, Nilofer, you are audible. Abhijit is there. So actually, my thing is that Nilofer cannot present her PPT. So Abhijit will present on the behalf of Nilofer, and Nilofer will present that. Abhijit, are you there?
Yeah, the PPT has been shared, ma'am. It's okay now.
I have already shared the PPT.
Okay, Abhijit. Nilofer, you're going to start the PPT.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everybody, and I'm Nilofer Aira, and today I'm going to present my paper based on the impact of COVID-19 on work culture and economic conditions among women. It's a sociological review. So, as we are two authors in this paper, first is myself, Nilofer Aira. Okay. So can you change the slide, sir? Yeah, thank you. So this is actually the agenda. We can see the content page on the basis of which I have prepared my paper. So by going through the detail now, and before describing the my paper, I want to let you know the objective, the aim of my paper. Okay, so the paper placed the interest on the major impacts of COVID-19 lockdown on different issues, and especially on the economic tool through which the women are facing more difficulties to survive. Okay, so sir, please go through the next, that is the introduction part. Okay, thank you very much. And there are some, I want to mention the keywords also. There are COVID-19 economic issues and employment, women, work culture. So there's the, please go through the introduction part. That's okay. So as everybody knows, the spread of man-made disaster COVID-19 has considerably distressed all the aspects of life of people, and especially of women. And with regard to public health, the extent to hit has been taken by different sectors of economy of the world, like as if you go to the second slide, sir, that I mentioned in the second slide figure. Yeah, I can thank you. And in this figure, you can easily understand the impact first of this COVID-19 on physical distancing. After that, what the impact it has on the other sectors, such as in economic sector, whether it is health sector, or technological sector, or educational sector, organized, unorganized, or development sector. So all these sectors that are connected to the of our life that has been impacted negatively by the pandemic during this pandemic period. And because of the ban on the movement by people, people by the threat of COVID-19, the countries around the world have faced, are still facing a lot of economic failures and destruction in social relationships, we can say friends or relatives, and so on. And the travel bans and lockdowns or movement restrictions multiplied many other dangers of mandatory challenge for us. And the pandemic is actually deepening the pre-existing inequalities, exposing vulnerabilities in social, political, economic system, which are in turn amplifying the impacts of pandemic. It has been stated by United Nations policy briefly published on in April 2020. And from the early period of the International Labour Organization, ILO, estimated that 195 million jobs could be lost during this period. And by this physical, we can say social distancing. And nowadays, lockdown, as it has considered, is the common exploitation that has been mulled over by the people during this pandemic period. And in fact, lockdown is a state of emergency protocol implemented by the competent authorities to restrict people from leaving their place of living, resulting in mass quarantine across the world since March 2020. And as when we're talking about the developing countries such as in India, the coronavirus triggered the first phase nationwide lockdown in the country, which began on March 25, 2020 for 21 days, and later it repeated on April 15, 2020 for 19 days, and the second phase was started on May 4, 2020 for 14 days, and the third phase was started on May 18 for 2020 for 14 days, and the fourth phase that was started in June 2020 for the containment zones, in especially for 16 days, as said by CAF 2020. And but by talking about the great loss that the women around the world have faced during this period, by knowing through different media researches, the women across the world globe earn less, they sell less, they hold less secure jobs, are more likely to be employed in the informal sector, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic days. They have lost, they have faced a great loss in the economic sector and workplace that has badly affected by the pandemic lockdown, and particularly among the women who are the only bread earners for their families, like as the widows who have an enormous failure during these days. And even now, many women are jobless, and economic failure has affected many other parts of their life as well. And as in developing nations, it has been estimated that 740 million women has employed in informal economy, and such work constitutes more than 2/3 of female employment. But it has also been mentioned that the countries around the world are locked down, and these jobs quickly disappeared. And that has also been catastrophic consequences, that economic challenge during the lockdown posed a serious threat to young women's work and business activity, and it exposed them to increased risk of exploitation and abuse. And girls or young women facing severe economic shocks are more likely to take a high risk of work for their economic survival. And the experience of the women in the foreign countries, for example, in Liberia, specify that recovering from the pandemic is actually now considered as a tough proposition. And the vast majority of market traders in the West African nations are actually the female only. And during the 2013 or 16 Ebola outbreaks, they endangered that a higher risk of unemployment than men, and it is subsequently took as a considerably longer period for them to re-enter the workforce, again said by Powell in 2020. And the United Nations has also counted that a lot of women who have fallen to extreme poverty are at risk of falling back. And there are some, can you please change the slides? Here mentioned some that the impact of COVID-19 never gender neutral. Actually, it is the next slide, after this, please. After this, yeah. And there I have mentioned a quick look towards the economic crisis that the women have faced than ever. And for example, the women have fewer savings, and women tend to earn less. They have less access to social protections. They make a majority of women in single parent households, and they are disproportionately more on in informal economy, and they are more likely to be burdened with the unpaid care and domestic work, and therefore have to drop out from the labor force. And as for countless women in economies of every size, along with the losing income, unpaid labor, or domestic work burden has exploded. Every we can see while every one is facing unprecedented challenge, women are bearing a burden of economic or social fallout in COVID-19, and women who are poor and marginalized they have faced are still facing an even higher risk of COVID-19 transmission, or loss of livelihood and increased violence. And in 2020, it was expected before that there will be 118 women aged 25 to 34 in extreme poverty for every 100 men aged 25 to 34 globally, and this ratio could rise to 121 poor women for every 100 poor men by 2030. And the decisions of extreme poverty as a result of pandemic has revealed women's insecure economic security, said by Anita Bhatt, who is the statistics specialist and co-author of the report From Insights to Action. And he has also said that women are typically earn less and hold less secure jobs than men. And while reducing the economic activity, women are particularly available to lose the livelihood. Our women had, we can say, they are still losing their jobs, and the pandemic measures to prevent it is separate driving an uneven increasing the increase in employment opportunities. We can see also decreasing their overall working time, and women who are they are overrepresented in many of the industries hardest hit by the COVID-19, such as food service, retail, entertainment even. And for example, 40% of all these employed women, only 510 million women globally work in hard-hit sectors compared to 36.6% of employed women, said by 2020. And within some of these sectors where informal employment is common, workers were already subject to low pay, poor working conditions, and lacking social protection. And before the pandemic, it is considered this condition is before the pandemic started. And globally, 58% of employed women work in informal sector, and estimates suggest that during the first month of pandemic, informal workers globally lost an average of 60% of their income as a whole. And for these domestic workers, 80% of whom are women, the situation has been there and around the world as struggling. 72% of domestic workers have lost their jobs, and even before the pandemic, paid domestic workers, like many other informal economic jobs, later behind the basic worker protections, like as the paid leave, notes paid, the quarantine measures keep people at home, closing schools, daycare facilities. The burden of unpaid care and domestic work has exploded both on women and men. But even before the COVID-19, women spent an average of 4.81 hours per day performing the unpaid work, while as the men spend 1.7 hours. And this means that the women did 3 times more unpaid work care than the men worldwide. And both men and women report an increase in unpaid workers as in general since the start of the pandemic. But women are continuing to shoulder the bulk of that work as a whole. And just like the schools and daycare closures, along with the reduced availability of outside help, have led the months of additional work for women and for the working mothers. This has meant balancing full-time employment for the childcare and schooling responsibilities. And here, in this slide that is in front of you, I have mentioned some steps that the government and the business should take to mitigate the negative impact of COVID-19 on women, such as, for example, the support for informal workers in order to help to ease the financial burden on exempting taxes or social security payments for workers in the informal sector. The second is support for women workers by implementing the gender responsive social protection systems to support income security for women. For example, expanded access to affordable quality child care services will enable women to be more in labor force. And the third one, just like it's support for women owned or led business. Business owned or led by the women should receive specific grants and stimulus funding, and just like as subsidized state backed loans. And government should also make available sources such as in food, personal protection equipment, or other essential applies for the women-led business. And that's like the fourth one I mentioned is a direct income support to women. And by introducing the economic support package, including the direct cash transfers, expanded unemployment benefits are tax breaks, and expanded family or child benefits for the vulnerable women and their facilities. So, and the last one is just like a reconciliation of paid and unpaid workers here by providing all the primary caregivers with paid leave and reduced flexible these working arrangements. And here after that, I want to mention here the method that was used in this paper is actually a theoretical paper based on the primary data that is through observation method, and the secondary data that's based on the reviewing of articles, newspapers, books, journals, and after that, these issues are all that are taken is regarding the women only. And I also mentioned a little about men, but the women is facing more challenge during this pandemic period. And now going to the conclusion. That is that's the same slide that you have mentioned here, sir. So the study has outlined various social impacts of COVID-19 on different aspects related to the life of women, whether it is in economic sector or health sector or education sector, and so on. And women are particularly exposed to this time of crisis, and the wage and education gaps, as well as the limited access to finance, the greater proportion of women in informal employment and social constraints all tend to make women more vulnerable in to economic downturn. And from leisure to hospitality to retail, entire industries in which the women make up a greater share of workforce have been brought to a cut share. And women who are more likely to hold temporary part-time positions in these types of jobs, and employees are more likely to cut first in the recession. And the social policy with there are some recommendations or suggestions for the policymakers that they have to and they should make a they should take it in the advantage of these, that their needs that encompass to the most vulnerable sections of the population, that the women and children who face abuse, mistreatment, domestic violence, decreased financial stability, who face double discrimination during the pandemic time. And the COVID pandemic reveals the need for the serious attention for policymakers with regard to public health service provision, mental health support for the vulnerable, economic management. So these are preparing the policymakers and making who are making the guidelines to combat long-term social impacts of COVID-19 are required to be aware of these non-viral realities of a viral pandemic. So this was all about the today's paper. So thank you very much for hearing me very patiently. Thank you very much, sir, once again.
Yes, Nilofer. Any questions to the Nilofer?
Yes, Nilofer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, are you comfortable?
Yeah, of course.
You speak very fast. You speak very fast. Some more words are missing. Just we are unable to understand. So whenever you have to present yourself, please keep coolly and calmly. First thing. Okay, it is an observation because I think that this observation are come from the other. Okay, okay, it is fine. Okay, so first thing, your study is totally based on the secondary and the secondary database or primary database?
It is both. It's both, because we are observation is also because we are witnessing these conditions that women are facing. That's why I have both the primary in terms of observation and the secondary in terms of the database of previous studies.
Okay, so both. Okay, what is your sample size for the primary data?
It is not. It is actually. It is. I told you before in the method that it is general women they are facing in developing countries as well as in the developed countries. But usually we take the issues that women are facing in the developing countries.
Don't go so fast. Comfortably, you have to tell me. Actually, everything is skipped.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. What are the variables of your study?
So there are just like I mentioned in the keywords that there are the issues that women in the economic issues and the healthcare. Also, can say that the women are facing in different sectors, in economic sector, health sector, education sector. So these are the variables on which we have wrote this paper.
Okay, it is fine, Nalifa. Good. Thank you very much. Any another question from the audience? Please ask. Okay.
No questions from audience. Thank you, Nilofer. Very good, Nilofer.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Next, okay, Nilofer. Next presentation by the Adiba. Adiba is here.
Good afternoon.
Adiba, are you there?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Adiba, you are audible.
I'm audible. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Just give me a moment. I'll present my screen. Just give me a moment, please.
Okay, Adiba.
Ma'am, over here, I'm getting a notification that host has disabled participant screen sharing. So how can I, share my PPT?
Okay, 1 minute, Adiba. I'm asking to the host. No?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Now you can share your screen.
Okay, I'll do that. Just give me a moment. Yes, I can. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please keep it in full screen.
Yes, sir. Just give me a moment, please. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you very much. So my research, my PhD research is on the topic and analysis of women entrepreneurship development programs in the state of Rajasthan. While introducing the research, I would like to emphasize on the main topic, which is entrepreneurship. Basically, entrepreneurship is something wherein a person takes on the risk. He's ready to bear the risk. He's ready to invest money or arrange the funds, and then he's ready to turn his venture into profitable venture, right? So traditionally, it was really believed that entrepreneurs, they are just born by birth. They have innate characteristics, innate traits, and they're born. But now the definitions are changing. With changing times, it is coming into picture that no, they can be trained as well. There can be a person who was not, born to be an entrepreneur, but with training, with skill development, with different personality development programs, he can be trained, and he can be trained to become a good and successful entrepreneur. So with this thought in mind, it was started that we will go with entrepreneurship development programs, wherein we'll try to convert people from job seekers to job creators. They must not attain their youth and seek jobs. Rather than, they should be able to self-employ themselves and provide employment to various number of people living in the country. This is the basic idea behind the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship development program, where on which I have done my research. In that thing also, under the main subhead, under the main topic also, I have particularly focused on women entrepreneurs of Rajasthan living in rural areas and urban areas both. As we know that women have been discriminated against by the society for millions of years. It's even difficult for males to survive in the industrial environment. It's even difficult for them to face the challenges. Think about a woman who has to manage her own home, who has to take care of her children, who has to nurture her children and then take care of her in-laws. And then she has to go and manage her business as well. While you're doing a job, it's really difficult to manage your professional and personal life itself. Here you are doing a business, and business requires a lot of efforts because it's your business. You might be required to work till 2 a.m. So that's really difficult. With that thought in mind, Rajasthan government started working towards it And they started launching various programs and skill development schemes. So as to, use the pool of women we have in our state to bring growth and development in the state. But there were few challenges faced by the women entrepreneurs which need special reference over here. Number one was access to easy and affordable finance and marketing. It is not easy for a woman to get a loan. It is not easy. You are being judged by everybody in the system. You're being judged by the bank operators. It's not easy because they have the second challenge, which is prejudices against women. They have prejudices. Here in India, people think that women cannot drive. You are talking about running a business. So that becomes really difficult for a woman to, prove herself in such challenging circumstances. Women are someone, women is someone who has to really swim against the tide. That's really difficult. For men, there are favorable conditions, but for women, it's really difficult. You have to go for cumbersome procedures of licensing and registration. You have to go from department to department. Although the system has become online now, but still you have to go for offline setups as well. There is no other, there is no other option when you're not comfortable with online setup, or the government is not comfortable with online setup in some circumstances. So you have to go for licensing and registration. You have to go for banking and finance. That is also difficult. People think that you will not be able to take risk. People think that you will not be able to take good decisions. Women are judged. There is conservative social attitude in the society. In industrial environment also, suppliers won't be able to, they won't be comfortable collaborating with me just because I'm a woman. There might be a situation they won't, prefer me collaborating. The reason being they might have a competitor who is a male. So that happens, and these challenges are faced by women. So there, the solution was entrepreneurship development program. It's a systematic program. If I can simply say, then basically it's a path. It's just a means towards an end. You are making a person into an entrepreneur gradually, slowly. You're just training him or her to become an entrepreneur. You're imparting skills that are required to be an entrepreneur. He or she must feel that yes, he can become an entrepreneur. So this is a systematic and organized development of a person to become an entrepreneur. It motivates people. It gives them training. The people who are already existing entrepreneurs, it motivates them to expand their business, to go for new ventures, to diversify their business. And the people who have the potential to become an entrepreneur but lacked circumstances, lacked chances, they get the training so that they can start new ventures and new business. It really helps in the government's employment generation programs, because you're generating employment, you're contributing in the wealth creation of the country. You're actually giving jobs to educated, unemployed youth. We have heard a term, jobless growth in India. We have been hearing it for like a decade now. Everybody is saying that there is growth in India. Everybody is saying that there is development in India, but everybody says that there are no jobs. The reason being, the youth nowadays, they go for government jobs, they will go for private jobs. So you are just running after jobs. You're not running after creating jobs. You need to create jobs. Rather than going for looking after jobs, it's good if you can self-employ yourself and can generate employment for others as well. A business can actually feed 10 families at a time. So it's a very good thing if women are stepping into that domain. The aim of this entrepreneurship development program is to encourage self-employment only. In these days, entrepreneurship development programs are treated as an important tool of industrialization. They are a solution of an unemployment problem in our country. So this entrepreneurship development program, it has 3 phases in itself, because you have to train the candidates. You have to train the potential candidates so that they can become successful entrepreneurs in the future. But you need a plan. You need a roadmap. So there are 3 phases. The first one is pre-training phase. In this phase, what really happens is you actually make a plan. You cannot just go on and launch, a training program just in case. You cannot do it right away. You need to plan. You need to have a list of trainers. You need to recruit trainers. Then you need to find out the potential candidates from the pool of candidates available. You cannot just, go for herd analysis. You have to find out so many potential candidates. You have to take out that talent from the crowd. You're required to you're required to manage the curriculum. You're required to design the syllabus. You're required to design the training program itself. This is the pre-training phase wherein you're getting yourself prepared. Apart from that, there is one thing which happens in pre-training, that is setting goals. You have to set goals, that this will be the number of candidates I need to train. This will be my target, that at least this number of candidates should be able to become an entrepreneur after the training. Right? So that is the phase one, which is pre-training. The second phase is the actual training process, wherein you actually train the candidates and you work to bring desirable changes in the behavior of the trainees. You help them to become what they want. The next phase is post-training phase, in which what really happens is you assess the situation, you evaluate your candidates, you actually see whether you were able to achieve your plan, whether you were able to achieve your goal. Were you able to provide them good and adequate training? Were you good enough to provide them with the training which they need to become an entrepreneur? Or was it just a certification program? It should not remain merely on paper. It should be, implemented in life, in practical life. So the third phase involves assessment to judge how far the objectives of the programs have been achieved. When it comes to methodology, actually I used primary and secondary methodology both, the primary and secondary survey both, data collection.
Adiba, sorry to interrupt you. Adiba, you are running with the time. Can you make it a little bit fast?
Yes,
Adiba?
I can make it fast. Actually, the last person, sir, was saying that you have to make it slow. So that is the reason I just,
Okay. Not in to explain, but a little bit in in your slides and all that. Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that. So methodology, I've taken 3 methods. I've done a field survey of 10 women entrepreneurs, wherein I went to meet the director of Poddar Group, the director of Arch Academy. There are so many people. I went and met them. My personal experience was also involved because I'm working at a company called Sudrania Fund Services, and I really know what really feels to work in a mixed environment. The last one was direct interview. So I just went and met them and collected the data. There are few institutions which are working for providing assistance for women entrepreneurs in Rajasthan. Some of them are listed here. The most important is SIDBI, which provides loan assistance. There is MSME Development Institute. There is NABARD. Then you have Khadi and Village Industries Commission, which actually provides you, assistance for handicrafts and all those things. Because our Prime Minister Modi ji was actually focusing on vocal for local because of COVID pandemic, right? So Khadi and Village Industries Commission is also a good option. Moving forward, these are the findings I have in my presentation. These are the things I have found in my research. What really happened is we created the external facilities, right? We did everything. Government did everything. NGOs were there. Government was there. Everything was going smooth. But what really turned out was that creation of external facilities is not enough. It's not enough. The quality of individual matters. There must be an individual who is able to respond to these opportunities available. If you're not responding, if you're not grasping the opportunity, then it is null and void. It's waste. Right. So this was the first challenge which was faced. So to overcome that, I would be saying that the quality of individual can be improved through training programs. We can give them a good training, which is practically possible. Right. There are pioneering institutions in Rajasthan who have been promoting women entrepreneurs. But what really happens is the women learners, they don't turn out over there. They don't come to the training programs. So what can the government do? You're running a program, but the government, the women entrepreneurs are not there. So that is the second problem which is faced. Then what really happened was there is a scheme in government. There is a government scheme which is Pradhan Mantri Employment Generation Program. In it, what really happens is you get a certificate after getting the training. That certificate is mandatory if you need loan from the bank. So most of the respondents, what they tried doing was they attended training programs just to get the certificate so that they can get loan. That was the main problem. So they are not there to upskill. They're not there to learn new things, but they're just there to get the certificate on paper. So that was the problem which was faced by the government, and these were the obstacles. Apart from that, when it comes to women, what really happened was women had keen interest in the beginning, but really what happened was there was no follow-up from the institutions. The institutions just trained them and left them. There was no follow-up. Then there was lack of coordination between the promotional agencies and women entrepreneurs. There was poor improvement in technical skill. The poor infrastructure was not good. Documentation and formalities, as I've already told you, that there is a cumbersome procedure for licensing and registration. The social environment is not conducive to the development of women entrepreneurs. There is narrow-mindedness in the society. People think that women cannot do anything. They must not do at least risk-taking. They must not take risk-taking businesses in their hand. I'm sorry, just a second. Yes. There are a few recommendations which I have written over here. So as to improve the training programs, the number one would be we have to get behavioral changes. We need to overcome the attitudinal, environmental, institutional, financial constraints. We need to overcome them. We need specialized training and special efforts. We need customized training programs. There should be tailor-made programs for women, because there are women who are good at beautician courses. There are women who are good at stitching courses. So the training programs must be customized. There must be tailor-made, so that they're able to run their businesses. Also, there must be training programs which can teach them emotional intelligence, which can teach them how to maintain balance between professional and personal life. So that is very important. There must be training programs which can teach them what is actually business, because theoretical and practical, they are both a way different thing. Formalities should be reduced. There should be one window solution, single window clearance, as the government is now adopting also. There should be that. The online system should be there, wherein you have to submit all the documents at one place and you'll be done for. The training should be in the manner that NGOs are also involved. There should be self-help groups. There must be self-help groups which can be, a few women can work together to run a business. That also happens in the rural areas, wherein they work in food processing sector. So, and apart from that, one is most important, that is you have to conduct these training programs in regional languages, local languages. That is really important. Rural women cannot understand the typical Hindi and typical English. You have to go with local languages, whether be it Thet Marathi or something. Thet Marathi, Thet Rajasthani, so Thet Dhundari. There are so many languages in Rajasthan. Marwadi is there, so you can go with that. When it comes to conclusion, I would like to say that there is an immense potential. Women are capable of doing so many things. You just need to give them the opportunity. You just need to give them the appropriate training, adequate training, and appropriate support. Families must support them, because family support is something which cannot be traded off for anything. There are women who lose their jobs. They just willingly resign just because their families are not happy with that. They're not able to balance their professional and personal life. So they just resign. So there must be an understanding between the family members and women. There must be an understanding within the society itself. And there must be efforts done by everybody, so that we have various women. The best example is Nykaa. Nykaa has launched its IPO, and Nykaa's founder is a female. There is no other person whom I can think of when it comes to an entrepreneur becoming something huge. That is, Nykaa is the best example right now in the current scenario. These are the references I have used. So I'll just end my presentation over here. If you have any kind of questions, you may put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Adiba. Any question from the audience?
Can we participate, sir?
Yeah. Any question?
All right. Not really a question.
Okay.
Just observations.
Yeah. Tell me.
Are you with me? The presenter, well done for a good job. That was a good presentation. We appreciate what you have done. However, I have some worries which I want to raise here. Maybe because it's slide you are presenting. I could not see your population before you arrive at your sample size. I think it's very key before we can make a general view of your findings.
Sorry, it's not audible.
Are you getting me?
Yes, I am, but it's a bit inaudible. Yes, would you please repeat just once?
Okay, I said I do not see your population. Possibly it's because you are using a slide. Before you arrive at your sample size, we must have your population, so that as to know whether you said 10 women entrepreneur, from how many?
Okay.
Before you pick 10 women entrepreneur, how many do we have in the sector you are investigating from? Are you getting me?
No, I'm not. I'm really sorry. I'm not able
I don't
to.
know. It's like Dr. Atul is getting what I'm trying to say. You must have your population, working population, before sample size.
And you need data, right? Figures and facts. Are you talking about
Yes.
that?
I'm talking about how do you arrive at 10 women entrepreneur? Yes, you said you use 10 women entrepreneur, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you arrive at that 10? From what population?
I had these datas in in my the document I had submitted earlier in the PPT. I really thought that data should be missed, because I really thought that you have to present it in a manner that is understandable for everybody. So I can just give you the figures. I remember a bit of figures when I had done my research. I have the figures in my mind. I don't have a slide for that. Will that be okay? I just have
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. There's no problem. Just take note.
Yes, I'll take note of it. I'll take note of it. And if I remember correctly, there was a figure wherein I could see that 36.8% women were there who actually took the training program in the Pradhan Mantri Employment Guarantee Generation Program, and they could not turn out to become entrepreneurs. Right, so they just use the opportunity for the certification. So I have that data in my mind.
Hello.
Yes,
there's no problem. Just
okay.
Relax your mind.
Thank
just for you to note. Just take note of what I'm saying.
Yes.
Secondly, my second worry is the fact that you see there should be flow from your finding, conclusions to recommendation. How many objectives have you raised? Then that translates to your findings. I don't think you can just be finding from abstract. It must be from your objectives. That determines your question, which translates to your questionnaires, which now give you findings. So you must work according to your predetermined objective before you arrive at your findings, and that gives you your what? Conclusion and recommendation. They seem to be modeled up. You have so many findings. From where? Is it from the research questions, or from your own, or from literature? So I think you need to differentiate between the two.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the audience that you give to me to talk.
Okay, I'll take note of that, and I'll add the data in my next presentation.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lukman. Actually, same observation I also asked to Aziba. Thank you very much. Aziba, actually, you are going to present your research work. Are you listening me?
Yes, sir, I am. I just muted myself to listen to it.
Aziba, actually, it is Dr. Lukman was absolutely fine, and same question I want to ask with you. Because actually, whenever you are presenting your research work, it should be to be specified what is your literature review. It is not to be mentioned in your study, number one. Number two, same thing, Dr. Lukman was asking you that what are your objectives. I'm asking you that there is no objective, how you have to go for your study, how you have to analyze your study. Everything is missing in your study. We are here, the discussion about your research work, and actual research is astounding. Okay. That's why this is my observation too. And same, I think, can you show me your references, please?
Yes, sir, just a second.
Yeah, 1 minute. Still here, one thing more, all the references are very old, which is not applicable in current scenario. And we are talking about the just a futuristic plan of our study. Show me a next slide, next references.
Just a second.
It is also 2017, 16, 2007, 1983, which is okay. No, sorry.
So
No,
actually,
sorry. Tell me.
May I please interrupt you?
Yeah, please. You
Actually,
can.
I've actually not mentioned the government websites over here. Was I supposed to mention that? Because I have read these, but most of the data, most of the things I could understand was from the government websites because I'm preparing for civil services.
So that government website should be mentioned here.
Okay,
now. Whatever the reference you have taken from there.
The government websites, I have so many websites, you have so many websites for, I have been studying about Stand Up India program, I have been studying about Startup India program, then Make in India was there, then I had studied about Pradhan Mantri Employment Generation program, then I had studied about Green India, and there were so many websites which were government websites. For example, Khadi Village Industries Commission Board, so I referred to that website also. I went to NABARD's website also, so I didn't mention it over here. Was I will mention it.
You should mention your whatever the data you have to collect it. Everything should be mentioned in your reference site. And your literature review also is most important, because we should know that what is your variables of your study, what are your objectives. It is not mentioned because you are come with lot of objectives just to support the women's. Are you understanding me?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely right. You are doing PhD? Are you doing PhD?
Yes, sir, of course.
Okay. I think that you have done a lot of work in your PhD, and this research work is come from your PhD. So I think that the major thing which should be explained and presented in the conference, it should be mentioned in your PPT slides. Otherwise, your presentation was excellent. You are a very confident girl, and I hope that these things you have to amend in your next presentation, because literature review, your variables, your objectives, and your analysis part, it is must to present in your study.
Okay, sir, I'll note on that.
It is just my suggestion. You have to keep it in your mind.
Sir, it's really appreciated. Thank you very much for your
suggestion. But rest thing is good. Absolutely fine. Wish you all the best for your next presentations. Okay. Wish you all the best, Aziba.
Have a great day, sir.
Thank you, Aziba. Very good, Aziba.
Thank you very much.
The next presentation is Dr. Sarkar. Sarkar sir is here. Sekhar sir is here. Dr. Sekhar.
Is it for Aditi Mathur and Dr. Sarkar?
Yes,
yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Can I share my screen?
Yes,
sir. Now I present, sir. Sir, now I present, sir. Hello, sir. I am audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please keep this
audible, but
full screen.
Sir. Sir, yes, I am present, sir.
There's a button you click for full screen.
This is not my.
Sir, it is Dr. Ekiki. Next, after Sir Sarkar sir is yours. Next is yours, Dr. Ekiki.
Sir, it is full screen or not?
No, sir. We are unable to see your complete.
Sir, we are not able to see. Either make it on full screen.
At present, it's a full screen.
No, sir.
I can't see.
It is a PPT presentation or direct your Word document?
Direct paper, sir. Direct paper.
That's why it is not presentation. So that okay, you have to proceed, because we need the PPT presentation. Then we can.
Can I proceed, Prof? Without
proceed. I tell some introduction and the statement of the problem and the objectives and also.
Okay, you can please.
Yes, sir. I proceed, sir. Yes, I am Dr. Sekhar, Assistant Professor of Commerce, sir. Yes, so my topic is study on online shopping behavior among college students in Madurai city, sir. So at present, the revolution of e-commerce and e-business are new knowledge-based economy. So increasing web business contributing accurate, speedy, and less timely and expensive information to online shoppers. Now online shopping is growing fast and playing vital role in India. So the researcher has been conducted to analyze the shopping behavior of youngsters at ITI, graduates, diplomas, and research scholars, etc., turned out to be one of the most prospective and potential segments for products like bus, train ticket reservations, books, and magazines, music, video, games, computer hardware, software, electronic equipment, furniture, household, clothes, shoes, accessories, etc. Online shopping has been a growing phenomenon of the world, in particular among countries possessing highly developed infrastructure available for making activities through internet. Internet usage has grown rapidly over the past year, and it has become a common means for information transfer, services, and trade. An online shop, e-store, internet shop, web store, online store, or virtual stores evoke the physical analogy of paying products or services at a bricks and mortar retailer or a shopping center. So now I go to statement of the problem. In statement of the problem, the study is highlight on the explanation with the subsequent researchable questions can be probed. What is the demographic and internet usage profile of the college students? And second, what is the outline of online shopping behavior among college students? The studies rarely highlighted the online shopping behavior among college students. Bearing this in mind, the researcher has been attempted to address the above said issues in this area. Then next, review of literature. So many review of literature is available in this area, but I mention very few review of literature in this study. Okay. Then next, scope of the study. The present study is confined to Madurai city. It is proposed to highlight the socio-economic background of the online shopping consumers and their attitude towards the service rendered by the online shopping providers. Hence, the researchers have excluded the consumers of other mode of online purchasing service providers. The study has been undertaken in Madurai city. 120 respondents are taken to consideration for this study. This is sample size. The study based on the buying behavior of sample respondents collected on the basis of questionnaire. Study. I am a researcher framed 5 objectives of this study. First one, to exhibit the profile of the consumer and their e-shopping behavior. Second one is to analyze the study, analyze the type of products buying in online shop. Third one, to find out the loyalty behavior in e-shopping. Fourth one, to examine the direct and indirect impact of service quality and consumer satisfaction in e-shopping. The last one, offer suitable suggestions for this present study. Next, a hypothesis of this study. So in a hypothesis study, there is no significant relationship between the age and the level of satisfaction with the internet shopping. And there is no significant relationship between the gender and the level of satisfaction with the internet shopping. And there is no significant relationship between the education and the level of satisfaction with the internet shopping. And there is no significant relationship between the income and the level of satisfaction with the internet shopping. And there is no significant relationship between the area and the level of satisfaction in the internet shopping. Then methodology. So in methodology, the purpose of methodology is to describe the nature of research design, the sampling design, and the data collection and analysis procedures. The collected data were classified into suitable tabular forms for analysis and interpretation. Simple statistical tools like percentage analysis, hyper test, rank analysis were used to examine the relationship between level of customer satisfaction and the factors influence customer satisfaction. Chi-square test was applied. Limitations of the study. Next. The limitations of the study were as follows. Almost every study has some limitations, and so as in our study, the survey was conducted among the group of college students only. It is the first limitation. The second limitation is the survey was conducted only in Madurai city of Tamil Nadu. Hence, the result arrived from the study may not be applicable to other areas. Further, the survey method which was adopted for collecting the data in the study has its own limitation. The information collected by the questionnaire is very limited, that is 120 sample respondents. Data analysis and interpretation. First one, age-wise classifications of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in time saving. The above table shows that 67 respondents are in the age group of 25 years, and out of which majority, 56.3% of the respondents are strongly agree in saving time of the internet shopping. The next, age-wise classification of the respondents and level of satisfaction time saving chi-square test. So from the above table analysis, it is found that the calculated value, that is the 0.993, is lower than the table value 12.59. Hence, the null hypothesis is accepted. So there is no significant relationship between the age group of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in time saving. The next, gender-wise classification of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in time saving. The above table shows that the gender of the respondents and the level of satisfaction. 50% of they are male, out of which majority 44.7% of the respondents are agreeing same timing of internet shopping. Then gender-wise classification of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in the time saving chi-square test. So from the above analysis, it is found that the calculated value 0.377 is lower than the table value 7.815. Hence, the null hypothesis is accepted. So there is no significant relationship between the gender of the respondent and the level of satisfaction in time saving time. Like I said, in time constraint, I go to my findings of the study and suggestions, sir. I go to findings of the study, sir. In my findings, majority of the respondents are using online shopping up to 25 years. The study brings to highlight the fact that maximum of the online shopping consumers are female when compared with the male. The study brings to highlight the fact that maximum respondents are educated up to master degree. Majority of the respondents are in the income level rupees 15,000 to 24,000 per month. Majority of the respondents are urban consumers. There is no significant relationship between the age of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in saving time. There is no significant relationship between the gender of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in saving time. There is no significant relationship between the education qualification of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in saving time. There is no significant relationship between the monthly income of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in time saving. There is no significant relationship between the monthly income of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in saves money. There is no significant relationship between the age of the respondents and the level of satisfaction in more relaxing shopping. The next suggestions are, come to suggestions. Consumers should be educated on online shopping procedures with the proper steps to be following while online shopping. Transactions should be safe and the proper security should be assured to the people making online purchase. Government should play a pivotal role in encouraging online shopping. E-marketers must give a sought to secure time-saving information about product and services factors when they design their online product strategy. The study highlights that convenience, accessibility, scope, attraction, reliability, experience, and clarity are the important factors considered by the online shopper. Usage of internet include the consumer purchase of product as well as the consumer intention to secure for product related information while experiencing the new technology. Banking should promote debit card, credit card facility in online shopping. At present, it is available. And last one, conclusion. The most preferred product of online buying is traveling tickets, and clothing remains at least the preferred choice of online shopper. Among the payment options, payment on delivery through cash in the safest choice of payment. While credit card are next preferred choice, online bank transfer is least the preference choice. Online shopper seeks for clear information about product and service, time saving, convenience, security, and delivery on time are all important factors for online shopping. The offer with punchlines, attractive offers do not attract online shoppers. Most of the consumers who have experienced online shopping are very satisfied. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ananta.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar.
Yes, sir.
Any question from the audience, please? Any question? Dr. Shekhar, please open your
yes,
slides, please. That presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir,
please share your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, show, sir.
Yeah. Show me the literature review.
Yes, sir. Literature review. Yes, sir. Survey of literature.
Yeah. Show me. One second. Please stop here.
So up to 2013, I take review of literature, sir.
Review literature may be older, no problem. Actually, just references should be the latest one. I think it is better. Number one,
yes, sir.
Right? Number one thing, actually, your study is based on the college students, okay? So here you have mentioned that the income sources. What is the income sources of the students?
Sir, they are doing part-time jobs, sir. At present, they are doing part-time jobs.
They are getting the 40 to 50,000 salaries?
Yes, sir, it is possible, sir. I think.
I don't think so, sir. After a PhD, no one can get that. Anyway, what was your sample size, sir?
120 respondents, sir.
120. It is it is the primary database study.
Yes, a primary and as well as a secondary data, sir.
Okay. So basically that e-commerce part or online shopping is actually it was started in 1999, but actually in the proper way in existence after 2016 onward. Before that, it was not existing in India, basically. So right, sir? So, so old studies are null and void. So that's why a little bit constraints is there. Your presentation, your paper is excellent and that it is very good. And just my constant is just the view of the literature, and it is not in a present scenario. Actually, it should be in a present scenario. It is better.
Yes, sir. I rectify later, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shekhar.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
I rectify later.
Any another question from the audience?
Anyone having any questions to Sekhar sir? Okay, Sekhar sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next and the last
Thank you, sir.
presentation is yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
We have the last presentation of Dr. Eki. Dr. Eki is here. Dr.
Yes, I'm
Eki
with.
is here with the presentation. Yes,
Yes, I'm with
yes,
you,
sir.
madam. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sir. Okay.
Wait, there is something here. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Yes, sir. Please
Okay.
continue. Yes.
Sir, so make it the full, sir, on full screen, sir. This. PPT.
Okay. Can I start?
Yes, yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity given to us to attend and present paper in this conference. The topic we have prepared for this conference is a leveraging of differentiation strategy for improving the performance of SMEs in Nigeria. Background to the study: small and medium enterprises constitute a significant sector in any nation's economy. The sector, no doubt, is an engine of growth and development. Whether it is an emerging economy or is an industrial economy. Specifically in developed countries, the performance of this sector, in order to make it an engine of growth and development, is widely recognized and acknowledged. Unlike in the developing countries, where the performance have been below expectations. For instance, in Nigeria, a developing countries, the sectors has faced with a lot of challenges. And these challenges, no doubt, have affected the performance of these sectors to enable it achieve the lofty growth that the sector will have been in any economy. And of course, apart from Nigeria, this is how it is, according to literature, in all other developing countries. For instance, in Nigeria, the government has made a lot of concerted effort to make this sector grow. A lot of strategies have been put in place to make this sector grow. But we still find ourselves where we are today in the country, still struggling as to how to make this sector contribute to the height, to the level of industrialization of this country, as to providing job opportunities and to reduce the level of poverty. Of course, how do we make this sector grow? How do we make this sector achieve the lofty heights? Practitioners in strategic management literatures, a lot of debates concerning which factor, what are the factors that can cause the performance of this sector. And of course, in the course of this debate, they have come up with the concept of competitiveness, which is one of that most common phenomenon that are seen in firms that can enable the firm activities to be operated towards sustainable performance. Competitiveness, no doubt, is a this sector is facing a lot of competition, and particularly with the larger ones, the larger firms, it's facing a lot of competitions. And no doubt competition is a pull factor that has enabled firms to engage in series of actions and responses, which firm may engage in order to achieve sustainable performance. If competition is such anyway, SMEs cannot be ruled out.
Dr. Ekiki, sorry to disturb you, sir, but thing is that we are running with the time with the track 1. We have to start track 2 also, sir.
Yes,
so, sir, please, can you please, sir, please, I can request you, please make it. Sure, sir. Make it, sir, please, a little bit faster.
Okay. Therefore, SMEs must be proactive in order to create value and achieve the objectives for which it is set to. To create value, Porter 1980 introduced competitive strategy as one of such strategic approach, a master plan approach, which firms can adopt in order to enhance competitiveness and, of course, in order to achieve sustainable performance. Differentiation strategy is one of such competitive strategies that firms can engage in order to create value for customers that will enhance performance and will make the sector to actually contribute to the level of industrialization. Differentiation strategy focus in providing distinctive products and services through innovative activities. Previous researches have focused on differentiation strategy, but their focus has been on the marketing and support services. This paper is concerned with innovative efforts of firms, innovative dimension of firms, in which if firms can engage in these innovative services, they definitely perform to expectation and achieve the lofty objectives. To this end, the objective of this paper is to examine the effect of innovative differentiation strategy on performance of SMEs. How do we go about this? How did we go about this? The study was carried out in southwestern part of Nigeria. The southwestern part of Nigeria consists of 6 states. And the paper was targeted towards the owners and managers of SMEs in this study area. The population of the study is, according to Smedan 2017, 23,290. And from this population, the study sampled 2,075 through a multi-stage sampling method. The study used questionnaire as an instrument. The questionnaire was developed on 7-point scale measurement. 7-point scale measurement has been used because the authors, the researchers found out that it is better, it expresses opinions and responses of respondents better than 5 points or any other lower point scale of measurements. The results of the study indicates that differentiation strategy measures about 5 of the measurements, about 5 of the strategies, as can be seen, identified by DS8, DS5, DS4, DS7, DS3, were those significant strategies in the innovation differentiation strategy that can be used to relate to the performance of SMEs. Why is so? It's because these 5 strategies, out of this, the whole differentiation strategies, were product-related policies. That is from the table 1. From table 2, it shows the regression weight of these strategies of differentiation. And the regression weights of this strategy indicates that the total of the regression weights contribute about 69.7% to the performance of these effects.
Dr. Kiki,
SMEs.
am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible to you?
Yes, sir.
I request you to kindly come to the conclusion, as already we are running out of time.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Okay, let me conclude. The results of the studies indicate that continuous product development, wide range of products, strategies, and brand identification which the SMEs owners may adopt will definitely affect the performance of the SMEs performance. Then we recommend that managers should dissipate efforts, energy in creative differentiation strategy, innovative differentiation strategy to enhance the performance of SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. KK. Any question from the
Hello?
audience, please? Yeah.
Yes.
Any question from the audience? Okay, it is fine. Dr. KK, your population size was 23,290. Your study is primary data based?
First one, Richa? First, Richa?
Yes, it's primary, and that is primary data. That is why I said we use questionnaire survey. It's primary data.
It's 23,290. It's very big. You have done your PhD.
Yeah, that is it.
Okay, it is fine. Thank you
That
very
is the
much,
population
Dr.
of the
KK.
studies.
Okay, okay, it is fine. Thank you very much, Dr. KK.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akiki. I'm
Okay, thank
sorry
you.
for that. I have had the less time to present. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bansal sir, for your time and for your valuable suggestions and the observations to the participants.
Thank you very much.
And sir,
Thank you very much, Ms. Antima.
yes, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, you please address all the participants and your conclude suggestions and observations you have observed, and end with the session with the best paper or best presentation.
Okay. Okay, madam. Actually, we have gone through the complete presentation of each research work which is to be done by the researchers. And really it is excellent and it is very remarkable. And I am congratulating to all of you that your work is excellent and presentations are very good. Some observations I have given you each presentation after the question answer session. So whatever I observe, I have already asked with the students. Some students are presenting well. Some presentation is very good. Some are missing. Some research questions should be there. And some are related to their what are their variables. It is little bit missing for some presenter, but overall all the researchers have done a good job, and really it is very interesting, and I enjoy with each presenters. Thank you very much. And as far as concern of the evaluation, I will just I have to evaluate and then give me some time to give you the result. And Dr. Antima? Dr. Antima, you're mute. You are in mute. Yeah, tell me.
Yes, yes, yes. With 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, we can have the name of the best paper.
Okay. Just I have to give all the marks or only one best paper? What
So
you
only
are?
you announce the name of the name of the person.
Okay, it is best
Name of the
paper.
presenter.
Name of the presenter is Surbhi Sharma. Okay.
Okay.
Surbhi Sharma's presentation was
Congratulations to
excellent.
Surbhi. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you
Surbhi.
so
Wish
much.
you all the best. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Antima, here I would
Very
like to add
congratulations.
something. Antima,
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
add something? Yes.
Yes, Dr.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely you can, ma'am.
Dr. Bansal, we are really very thankful to you for joining us in the conference and giving so valuable inputs to the scholars. These are the budding scholars, budding researchers who have presented and who have given their research paper in this conference. So thank you very much for your valuable contribution. And we look forward to you for the upcoming conference also. Hope next year we are going to organize the same conference. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming.
My wishes are with you for the next upcoming conferences, and I am always be with you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Over
much.
to you, Antim.
Thank you so much, sir, for the your all the efforts and suggestion and time, sir. Valuable time, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
There is an announcement. Like next session will be start within 2 minutes only. So all the presenters and the participants ready with that and PPT. And the next is over to the Jivesh, coordinator of the next track. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
I guess I should come up with that.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. I, Jivesh Sharma, Assistant Professor, Management Department, UEM Jaipur, would like to welcome all. Good afternoon, sir. I welcome all the presenters and the session member. Session member for this track is Dr. Kukreja, sir. Dr. Gagan Kukreja, sir. Now I would like to introduce all the participants introduce our session chair to all the participants. Dr. Gagan, sir, is a program coordinator of a MS Accounting and an associate professor in the Department of Accounting, College of Business Administration, University of Bahrain. He has over 24 years of experience in university teaching, academic administration, training, and research. His area of interest are integrated reporting, corporate governance, auditing, blockchain, and big data. He has examined numerous master's dissertation and PhD theses of many international universities. Sir has published over 40 research papers and case in international referred journals. We welcome you, sir. Now we start our presentation. I request all the presenters to be ready with the presentation as per the order list. For presentation, you will be given 10 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A. So best of luck all the presenters. And now, can I start the presentation, sir?
Yes, sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to call our first presenter, Richa Chauhan. Richa, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. I'm visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Namaste, everyone.
Please share your.
Thank you.
Yes. Hope my PPT is visible.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Just
Make it in a slide mode.
yes. Yes, sir. I'm doing that. Okay. Can you start, sir?
Yes, sure.
Yes. So first of all, namaste,
Yes, ma'am.
everyone.
Please,
Yes. Topic of our presentation is the quality of life and work-life balance as in a literature review. On the behalf of my co-authors, Ms. Pramila Nandal, Professor Harsh Purohit, and the Dr. Ankur Joshi, all are from the Banastali Vidyapeeth. I'm presenting this particular paper. If we start with the introduction, that initially we have to talk about what is the purpose of existence of our life, why we all are people living in the society, being in an individual. It's all about to achieving the 4 goals of Purusharth. That is talking about Dharma, Arth, Kam, and Moksha. If we talk about to performing our duties and the responsibilities, to gaining the wealth and using that particular wealth for our pleasure, and to achieving our goals, and the ultimate objective is to self-realization. So what the kind of, that is talking about the quality of life which we all are having. Simultaneously, when we talked about the work-life balance, is to maintain the balance between work and the life, that is about the personal and the professional life. And nowadays, if we are thinking, we all are traveling into the uncharted train. Nothing is not permanent, only change is stable. So in this kind of scenario, there is a kind of professional success, employer stability, and the hierarchical duty we each and every person has to perform. And in this particular scenario, it's very important to maintain our quality of life and the work-life balance. If we are able to maintain our work-life balance, our quality of life will be improved. So work-life balance, as I already said, is talking about to maintaining the balance between our personal and the professional life separately. I just quote this very small example. When the COVID-19 hits, most of the people are working from home. And when the people started working from home, there's a no timings. Sometimes they start till morning 7 a.m. to till night 12 or the 1 a.m. in the next morning. So in that particular scenario, there is a lots of pressure and the stress is creating. And nowadays, we can't imagine our life without a stress. Every person is having a stress, but it totally depends how we are managing our stress levels. So these are the small few literature review which I depicted over here in the related the quality of life for doctors. Like DUPIS conducted a research for the doctors. They talked about if their working hours has to be reduced, their work-life balance will be improved. Like Veladovin and Yemeni also conducted the research in the obviously. So these all people are talking about when we are able to maintaining our work-life balance, the quality of life that is directly related with the career advancement, job security, and the organizational commitment. And simultaneously, these are the few literature review talk which are talking about the work-life balance. That is talking about that if the organizational policies and the flexi hours are provided to the employees, their work-life balance will be improved. And the organizational policy should be employed.
Dr. Richa, sorry for the interruption. Are
Yes,
you on the
sir.
first slide or?
So this is my first slide.
Okay, okay.
Then I came to the literature review of quality of life. Then the work.
Ma'am, your slide is not changing. Sorry, ma'am, your slide is not changing.
Now it's changing. It's changing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So can I put it
please keep
can I put it this
Slide
mode
two.
only? I think so there is some technical glitch due to this. The slide is not changing.
Okay,
okay, ma'am. Okay, no.
So that is my introduction part, which I already explained. That is I bifurcated literature review into the two parts. One is the quality of life, and another one is the work-life balance. Now, question occurred: why have we chosen this particular topic? As the name suggested, it's a literature review. It's a secondary database research. So when we are searching to the research papers, we found out there are n number of Scopus publications. Most of the organization institutes are focusing towards the researchers or publication in the Scopus index. Only 260 papers related with the work-life balance, the quality of life in 2006. Whereas 2021, there's a rise in the papers, and now we have the 1,750 papers. Because when we are able to do the research, we are able to find out there is some statistical data that 48% of people believe that they are workaholic. 72% of people say that while looking for a job, work-life balance is a something these people are considered. 77% of people whose work-life full-time have experienced burn out their job. And the 79% of workers believe that the flexible jobs increase their work-life balance, which gives an utmost advantage to understand how that work-life balance and the quality of life creates an impact of individuals' life. Most of the studies are confined to the oil and gas companies, textile companies, BPO, ECIL, and the medical orders. But most of very, very, very less studies are related with the NBFCs, banks, and the consultancies. So this is the rationale of the study has to come. Now, if we talked about what is the objective of our study, the objective of our study again is quite simple, that the quality of work-life balance is how impact to the organizations and their employees, and how we can contribute toward the actual applicability of these aspects. If we talked about the design methodology and the approach which we people use, like I already said, it's already based on the secondary data-based approach to the published, unpublished papers in the various journals and the various papers, like I've shown the papers which we included. If we talked about the number of Scopus publication of work-life balance during 2006 to 21, that is rising. Work-life balance, if we talked about the country-wise data, if you want to depict that the India, we are having in this particular segment. If we talk about publication, the most of the articles are talking about the work-life balance, the quality of work life. As we talked about the discipline and which, and the maximum people are talking about the business management and the accounting. So these are what are the various agencies which are contributing for work-life balance? So these are the few government agencies which are contributing for this. Again, this is talked about how and the work-life balance and the quality of life is important for the person who are working in the organizations and then nowadays. So organizations has to pay attention towards their employee to understand their perspectives. And this is the originality of the thing which we have to keep in mind, that the work-life balance is always linked to the satisfaction and the organizational commitment of employees. And if we are satisfied, if we are happy, we are able to more contribute for the society. So if we talked about what are the various key observations for our research, so there is some important variables related to quality of work life were found, as such as job satisfaction level, a good working environment, a good relationship now relationship between the employer and the employee, or your immediate superiors or your peers or colleagues and the subordinates whom you are dealing with. Likewise, we have to create the women-friendly workplace environment, because nowadays organizations are focusing towards the gender diversity. We have to think about the policies and bringing in the policies which are more focused towards to maintaining the emotional and the mental health of their employees. If we talked about the COVID-19 pandemic, beginning of pandemic, women employees has to face many problems. Apart from that, if we talked about our president rightly said, there's a recent article, he said the woman is sharing the 3 responsibilities. She has to work at home, some women are going to the job, and the third responsibility, they have to teach their children at home because the online classes are going on. So this is the how in this particular scenario, it's very important to maintaining the work-life balance. So work-life balance, when it's lack of effectiveness in the efficiency to define success in our life, is to maintaining the control all over the 4 factors which we are contributing into it. So if we talked about the conclusion of this particular thing, we are able to identify that if we are lacking in the work-life balance, we are not able to maintain our emotional health. It will affect our mental health, and simultaneously the certain physical exertions are going on. And if you are not feeling happy and you are not satisfied, you are not able to contribute towards your work. Because nowadays we are talking about the meaningful work. And what is the meaningful work? When you are happy and you have an inner satisfaction and a serene dynamic towards you. So that is very important. It's very important when we are talking about the work-life balance, that is directly related to job satisfaction, directly to your organizational commitment, directly to productivity, directly related to your employee turnover. These are the certain things which are very important. So which we have to keep in mind when we're talking about the work-life balance. We have to come up with certain tools and the techniques and the certain training programs which we conduct into the organization, and which we have to, sometimes we have to include in curriculum when we are preparing our students for placement in the training, so that they are able to realize the importance of what is a meaningful work and how they can achieve their quality of life. And the sir, last, this is my few references which are included in it. And thank you so much, sir, for giving the opportunity to present my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. My first question to you, why you are doing this research? Are you planning to publish this work, or it is a part of your PhD work or master degree dissertation? What is the main aim for this kind of effort?
Okay. Sir, I am already in a PhD. There's one of our scholars, she is working on the work-life balance, and this particular paper is a part of her research report, and she is not doing well last few days. So on the behalf of her, I am presenting her paper. So she is working on the work-life balance in the non-banking finance company, so that how in the particular non-banking finance company, how she is able to contribute and what are the various training programs, so she can recommend them through which that particular company can enhance and the organization can enhance their productivity and the more satisfied and the committed staff, so that their personal, the professional life has to be the same.
Okay, so this work which you are presenting here, it is basically literature review section of the thesis.
Yes, sir.
And you are not aiming to publish this work anywhere right now?
She is defending this particular paper is here only if we accept certain kind of amendments over there, so we can do the certain quantitative part in that particular paper, and then we are able to publish it.
Okay, because if you are publishing this kind of paper in literature review form, you have to really apply some latest techniques like meta-analysis or bibliometrics.
Yes.
And you should use some qualitative software, maybe
Yes,
NVivo, these kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
Because right now at this stage, it is a good effort, but at this stage, it will not publish in a good journal at least.
Yes, sir. I know that.
Because even in ABDCC category journal, these kind of literature review papers are not really published.
Yes, sir.
So So this is my own recommendation that I consider to use bibliometric meta-analysis.
So we are
use
doing
some,
into it. We are doing
use some
into it.
software, maybe NVivo, maybe some other softwares.
Like Atlas TI.
Atlas TI, yes.
Yes.
So I think that will add value.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to call our next presenter, Amit Kumar Shah, with his co-author, Dr. Hitesh Parmar.
Hope I am audible, ma'am.
Amit?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, shall I start, ma'am?
Sir, please keep it on full screen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay, fine, fine. Thank you. So, good afternoon, all the dignitaries who are online. Today, I am going to present my research paper titled on construction and validation of green supply chain management practices that impact on performance measurement in specific Indian organized retail sector, the org scale. This is the introduction of my presentation. Why I selected the retail as the industry, the reason behind that retail industries for the study emerging as one of the largest sector in the economy. India is the world 5th largest global destination in the retail space. India will become favorable market for all the retailers on the back of the large young adult consumer base in India. The organized retail market in India is growing at CAGR of 20 to 25% per year. This is a reference for this. Based on the literature review, we found that these are the contemporary issue in the supply chain management, like green supply chain management, logistics, service supply, global supply, reverse supply, supply chain design, and performance measurement. So out of that, we selected green supply chain management specifically for Indian organized retail. Green supply chain management, if I very quickly give through the definition, then green supply chain management that refer to the way in which innovation in supply chain management and industrial purchase may consider in the context of environment. Various authors given different kind of the definitions, like Srivastava that define the green supply chain management. This is the author who did very good work in a green supply chain management. Sarkis that define as a combination of the activities on a environmental company, and reverse logistic and emphasis on the latter's importance.
Mr. Amit, I am not able to see your slides properly. Is it in PPT mode or it is?
It is in PPT mode only. In my side, it is changing. Just a second.
Because I cannot see the full slide.
Just I again share, sir. Just a second. Is it visible now, sir?
Can you please try again? Maybe you can close and you can then share.
Yeah. Just
because I am not able to see. It's a.
Just a second. I just again try to. Is it now visible, sir? Or still no?
It is visible. And now the size is quite big. I think you zoom it, or maybe can you make it in slideshow mode? Maybe then it may come.
I just close and again try to share, sir. Is it now visible, sir?
No, I can see your screen, I think.
Sir, please close the screen, then open it again.
Is it now, ma'am, or no?
I think in the bottom down, you already zoomed this PPT. Because of that, it is not coming in one page. Now little bit less zoom. I think still it is on zoom because full slide is not coming. Let me change my view maybe.
It is
Sir, we can see his slide.
Can other audience, they can see? They can see. If they can see, we can go ahead.
Yes, sir, we can see these slides, sir.
You can see the complete slide, or
Yes,
the
sir.
slide is cut in the
Yes,
right
sir.
side.
No, sir, it's coming on full screen, sir.
Okay, okay. Please carry on. I don't know. There may be some setting problem here.
So shall I
It's
start,
okay.
sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, fine. So these are the literature review, and based on the literature review, we try to develop the hypothesis. These are the hypotheses where we try internal environment management positively impact on green information system, internal environment management positively impact on the various kind of the green supply chain practices, and then 3 bottom line factor like environment performance, economic performance, social performance that positively impact on firm performance. So based on that, we develop the theoretical model. So this is the theoretical model, and based on that, we try to develop the construct the scale and development the model with the help of structure equation model by using the MOS software. These are the research methodology. We choose organized retail store only for the study. To begin, the exploratory research was undertaken in Gujarat via 6 expert interview with retailer of various business size, well, 2 small, 2 medium size, and 2 large size stores. We constructed the questionnaire concerning the green supply chain management in organized retail based on the existing scale and new knowledge gained from the practitioner. Basically, the questionnaire that divided in a 3 part. First part, that objective to understand the extent to which the green practices have been implemented by organization with the 5-point Likert scale. The second part, objective is to assess the impact of various green supply chain management practices on the various performance, and the third part, objective is to collect the basic information about organization. Total 1080 survey were sent out. Out of that, 554 retailer from the 8 municipal corporation of Gujarat responded. So effectively 51.29% response that what we received, and that further analyzing applying the partial least square algorithm for fitting the structure equation model with the help of PLS software. So evaluation effective, these are the data analysis result. We calculate the EFA first to purify the use scale. Item with community less than 0.4 were deleted. In addition, item with loading less than 0.5 and those with a low variance were deleted. So if I just show you the result, then so we apply this Harman single factor test was conducted to access the common method base, which is 44.533% of total variance, which notably below the threshold value of 50, that is the 50%. As a part of the measurement model evaluation, 6 items were removed from the analysis because of the low factor loading, that is less than 0.6. Further assessment of the goodness of fit, hypotheses were tested, and this is the result of that. Due to large table, this is slightly showing blurred. So out of that, only few hypotheses is not significant, otherwise it is significant. And this is the model fit result of SLIM. And this is the model fit measure where SRMR is 0.043, chi-square, NFI, RM theta. So in addition to testing the hypothesis, we examine the aggregate effect of green in-store process and performance outcome green information system as a significant positive total effect on green supply chain practice with respect to organized retail sector. So there is a discussion and contribution to 3 area and practice. The following summaries the paper contribute to our knowledge. This is the first study to provide empirical evidence for green supply chain management in organized retail. There are so many literature reviews available that specifically focus on only manufacturing sector. So more precisely, it is empirically confirmed prior assertion that greening in store activity contribute to the overall greening of supply chain management practices with reference to the previous study. Additionally, the findings support the proportion that retailer who take proactive environment measure with their store are more likely to engage in green supply chain management practices, which result in improved environmental performance. So this is the conclusion from my side with this study, and this is the bibliography of my study.
Okay,
So,
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Amit.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please show me your conceptual framework?
Just a second. So this is the conceptual framework of my study.
Here you mention here performance.
Yes, sir.
Performance is basically outcome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You have environment, you have economic, then you have social performance. Then it's organizational performance. Are you familiar with this triple bottom line approach?
Yes, sir.
You're using here triple bottom line.
Yeah, so in the triple bottom line, sir, this is one of the researcher developed in USA that consider environmental, economic, and social performance.
Yes, you're right. We call it three.
Not able to recall the name of the researcher, sir. I have the reference in that.
Okay, okay. So basically you are talking about here economic, environment, and
social performance, sir.
Social performance, okay.
And the scale is already developed, which I try to apply it in a organized retailer.
This is your own model, or you are using somebody else model?
No, in the somebody else model, sir, in green supply chain practices, they apply green purchase, corporate with consumer, and eco design. So I, based on the various research, I combine all the factors and try to develop the model effectively for organized retail. So this ready-made model is not available whole.
So basically the research finding of your research,
yes, sir,
will contribute in the field of retail sector.
Yes, organized retail.
Organized retail. And this will be the contribution to your study, contribution of your study.
Yes. We try to file the patent also for this model, but still it is not confirmed.
So how you collected the data here, and from where, which companies?
Sir, in the Gujarat, we collected the data from the organized retail store manager from several municipal corporations where the organized retail store is there. So I tried to collect the data from Chamber of Commerce, Retail Industry Association of Gujarat, and few from the Just Dial.
Okay, and I think you are using some software here as well.
Yes,
which software?
First, sir, exploratory factor analysis I did with SPSS. Then confirmatory factor analysis I used through MOS. And last, this model that I developed with the help of PLS software, Smart PLS.
Smart PLS.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I think this is quite good. I'm quite happy with your work. It's quite good. It's a very comprehensive work. Are you doing this work for PhD?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you should try to publish it somewhere. And definitely maybe some marketing journal, consumer behavior journals, they may consider it. And there are some journals which are specially dedicated to the articles which are based on MOS or Smart PLS. So maybe you can target those journals.
Sure, sir. I try my level best, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I have a comment, sir.
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, well done. Presenter is a very good one, like Prof has said, very good indeed. And you have tried. I only have one observation in your findings. Your findings, please avoid the word when you say it's the first study. Please, let's avoid that kind of words. You could say within your own knowledge, that's possibly the first work that you have seen.
Sir,
as far
as India is concerned, sir, in the retail, green supply chain management study is not did.
Yeah, maybe not India. I could have done anywhere else. So let's avoid generalizing that is the first work.
Yeah, it is done in Croatia and one of the study that I found in Pakistan. Sir.
Okay. Then you have to be specific to India then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Amit sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I'd like to call our next participant, T. Akshay Raju, with co-author Dr. Madhumita Chaudhary and Vaishnavi Divedi. Akshay sir, are you there?
Yeah, ma'am, just a minute. I'm closing my screen.
Okay, okay, Akshay. Yes, you can start, Akshay.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, ma'am. This is Akshay from Vijayanagaram in Central University, BBA second year. I am presenting about an exploratory study at Andhra Pradesh of customer engagement in hospitality industry. This paper is in secondary research paper and the model testing work is in progress with the pilot testing research instrument. Just a minute. First of all, introduction about customer engagement. Customer engagement defined as customer behavior towards a brand or a firm that goes beyond the purchase behavior is at the heart of a new perspective. Customers that are highly engaged by more, promote more, and show more their royalties. Customer engagement strategy providing a high quality customer experience is critical. Consumer engagement refers to a conceptual interaction between a company and its customer, when which is the firm provides and which the customer chooses. And these are my constructs of customer engagement: customer involvement, customer satisfaction, customer retention, attitudinal loyalty, and customer behavior, customer engagement strategy, emotional involvement, and brand engagement. And these are my research objectives. In first one is to provide conceptual framework to engage customers in hospitality industry, and second one is to find out the relation between satisfaction and repurchase of products, and third one is to find out the techniques of customer engagement. And these are my literature reviews. And this was an hypothesis for my conceptual framework. And first hypothesis was perceived quality of a product positively affect of a corporate image. And second hypothesis, perceived quality creates positive perceived value of an product. And third hypothesis, good corporate image of an product creates a lot of engagement of the customer in social media platform. And hypothesis 4, customer engagement depends mostly in the perceived value of any product. And hypothesis 5, customer satisfaction achieved by engaging the customers on different platforms. Hypothesis 6, trust of any product can achieved by satisfaction the customer. And hypothesis 7, customer committed to buy any product is dependent on the trust factor of the product. And hypothesis 8, commitment customers mostly repurchase the products. And hypothesis 9, customer loyalty may be achieved if the repurchase of the product happen frequently. And this was my conceptual framework, which I find out by literature reviews. And finally, I conclude that the only way to achieve the loyalty is through deeper engagement, and the engagement is the case refers to repeat interaction, the strength, the emotional and physical bonds between customers and consumers and a company, or between the customer and brand, both offline, and keep customer engaged through their purchase journey to develop the customer loyalty and collect valuable customer information. More customer interaction lead by us to find our brand more valuable and provide our within customer insight. And these are references. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akshay.
Yes, sir.
You are in a BBA.
Yeah, sir. BBA second year.
Okay, very good. You are a student of BBA. If I am considering your academic level, it's very good work. So are you collecting some data, primary data or secondary data for this research?
Secondary data, sir.
Okay, from where you are collecting the data? Secondary data.
Yeah, sir. Sir, in hotel industry.
Hotel industry. No, from the company website or from where actually, or you are taking some interviews?
Sir, not yet, sir. It is on testing work, sir. It's not yet ready, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sir.
So you have some plan how you will achieve these hypotheses? How
Yeah.
you will test the hypothesis, how you will?
Yeah, sir, by entering the industry, sir.
So you have some statistical tool in mind, which statistical tool you will apply here? No idea, Abhi?
No, sir, not yet, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Akshay. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call our next presenter, Pallavi Kundal, with a co-author, Dr. Sunny Davar, Dr. Sunishta Dhaka, and Dr. Savita Pawar.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, you can, please.
I hope my screen is visible. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
yeah. Thank you so much. So this is a research which I would like to present, and it's about understanding the factors which are affecting social innovation inclination in young generation here in India. Why we did this research was to understand whether people in India, especially the young generation, are inclined towards any kind of social innovations or not. In India, because it's a pressing problem that we need to be innovative, and at the same time we need to combine these innovative businesses with social good, because there are so many social problems, there are so many pressing social problems which are present here in developing country like India, and it is very important that young generation takes that lead and think about these problems and try to come up with these solutions which are for social good. So we just try to understand whether they are inclined towards any kind of social innovation and social entrepreneurship or not. So I would just like to come up to my research objectives. Majorly, we try to find out that whether various demographic factors affect the social innovation inclination or not, to determine what level of social innovation intention lies among millennial generation here in India, and to verify the relationship between determinants of social innovation intention. The research is still ongoing. This is a part of a project, and I have just tried to cover up a few findings here in this particular paper here. So we majorly surveyed, a descriptive study was done, and the survey was done from November 2020 to January 2021. It is majorly amongst the age group of 18 to 25 years of people, and we have identified whether the demographic factors like gender, family structure, education level, and area of residence like rural or urban area, whether they have an impact over social innovation. The research has more parts to it also, but this particular paper just covers up these demographic factors. And so this is like conceptual framework. We try to understand whether these demographic factors have an impact on the social innovation inclination or not. These are the descriptives for the research. We tried to find out the level of inclination. So we came up to that there is, we can say that this present generation is too concerned about social innovation because the low level of inclination was very less. So we saw a level of inclination which was in the category of high and medium. These are the perception factors towards social innovation. So we tried to understand that whether they understand the concept, whether they have the awareness of social innovation concept, are they ready to work towards it, what stops them, if at all something stops them, do they have the urge to help society without monetary benefits, and to all the factors. To the research finds that the present generation is quite inclined towards social innovation. They know what are the, they have the awareness of this thing, okay, and they do even want to work towards it, right? So they when I interviewed certain youth of young people around me, I identified that they even try to help in smaller ways, like either working towards, let us say, teaching someone who's not getting who's not going to school or something like that. They try to work towards at their end. From the inferential analysis, we did a confirmatory factor analysis to identify whether these factors which we considered for social innovation inclination, they are confirmed or not. And all the factors, for that matter, all the factor loadings were higher than the uh, benchmark of 0.7, and all the factors, all the constructs of social innovation were found to be confirmed. At the same time, these factors had multi-collinearity amongst it, and the collinearity, the correlation amongst them was high but not too high, and that even shows that the discriminant validity was established for the confirmatory factor analysis. The factors, the hypothesis which we had considered, we identified that despite of the gender, people are inclined towards inclination, social inclination. Then we even identified that even the area of residence, rural and urban, so it doesn't matter whether they live in rural area or urban area, they are equally inclined towards that. The same thing we identified for joint and nuclear family type. So normally there is a misconception in the society that joint family, kids from joint family are more inclined towards societal benefits or societal needs, whereas we identified that it has no impact. The family structure has no impact on social innovation inclination. However, we even identified that the overall social perception of the young generation, it surely depends upon the educational qualification. So what we identified overall, that it is very important that and it is rather a policy uh, uh, suggestion which I would like to give, that the government needs to take care that the young generation is inclined towards social innovation. They want to work towards the society, they want to be social entrepreneurs, and the government need to reach out to them. So that is something which is very important, because the present day youth is they don't know what to do. So that is something where is the where the gap lies. And I would like to suggest that it is very important for the government bureaucracy to actually work together and create synergies with the present day youth to work towards social innovation. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi. It's a very good presentation. and I notice you are doing very good work here. My question to you is how you are measuring the social innovation.
So yeah, these are the constructs which we have identified. We have borrowed it from previous researchers. So we identified these are the constructs of social innovation inclination. We asked them questions on 5-point Likert scale about quality of life in society can be changed by developing new products and social services. So these are 7, 8, 10 questions which we ask the respondents. And on the basis of these, I have further, so high, medium, low, are you asking, sir? How did I identify high, medium, and low? So that was on the basis of their mean, the mean value and the lower quartile and the higher quartile value, Q1 and Q3.
Okay, because these are very philosophical areas, actually, social innovation. These are very, very philosophical and very theoretical areas. So
yeah.
Quantification of this kind of information is really a big challenge here.
Yeah, I understand. Actually, it is more perception based. Yes, yes.
It's a perception based, and
yes.
And this perception can vary from one place to another place.
Exactly, it can vary from one place to other place. This is actually quite challenging. So that's why I'm trying to link it. But again, as I told you, this is a part of a project. I'm trying to link it with qualitative analysis also, wherein I go and talk to them and I talk to those entrepreneurs who have actually worked towards it. So see, what I understood, sir, is that people do have an intention. Okay. So I think just having an intention is also equally important, because until unless you have an intention or the awareness to work towards society, you may not take the further step. So this is just trying to understand whether the present generation has that intention, whether they have the awareness, and do they want to work. So this is just the perception study that ways. Yeah.
So can you give me some examples of social innovation when you are collecting the data, and if some respondent is saying, I don't know what is social innovation, how you explain them?
So what I give an example of is, let us say someone has identified, so this was from my work when I was working with university in Bangalore. The students there, they work towards identifying the greener version of straws. Okay, so what they did was, this is a part of the same project which we try to understand that it's a pressing problem on the world that we are all using plastic straws. So what can be the greener version of a straw? So the innovation department of the university worked towards identifying, and there were a group of few people who worked towards, they just took a coconut leaf, they did some experiments, like they just boiled it, they rolled it, and they identified one way of converting that coconut leaf into, let us say, a straw, which is a much greener version of a plastic straw. Now this is a pressing social problem of pollution, of usage of excessive plastic in everyday life. How can they be converted into a how can the present day youth can take that lead in giving a solution to such a problem? So this was something which they had done there. So I just, when people say, let us say when when I'm talking to someone and he says that I don't know social innovation, so I just try to make them understand that, do you like to have a solution to all these pressing problems your way? Would you like to work towards it? Do you have that intention? So this is something which I try to identify. And the major important finding through this research is, what I understood is, the present day youth thinks that technology has a solution for everything. So they identify that with technology we can have a solution to a lot more problems. Now this is good also, and this is bad also, because many a times the youth thinks that technology will solve every problem and we need not work towards it. that will not work. Technology will work. Tech is dead without people, isn't it? So technology will work with only people having the intention of working towards good of the society.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So which university from Bangalore?
Yeah, this was for Christ University, Bangalore, sir. Right now, I'm not associated with them. I'm associated with D.Y. Patil Institute of Management Studies in Pune now.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, yes, ma'am, you can keep your presentation.
Ma'am.
Yes, now
Yeah,
I would like to call our next.
Yeah, I'm stop sharing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's okay, ma'am. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. C. Anivanna, with the co-author, Dr. Smita Sharma, Mr. Arvind Kumar Rai.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can start.
Yeah. Good evening to all the members present here. I'm Anirvinna, along with my co-authors, Dr. Smita Sharma and Dr. Ravinder Rai, and we presenting a paper on interrelationship of tourism receipts and economic growth in India. See, the outcome of paper goes like this. Now, there is a famous saying that, see Naples and die. Naples and I are the most beautiful places in Italy. Naples is so beautiful that after saying Naples, you can die also. Right, no need to live on this earth. And the other meaning of this sentence is Naples is so beautiful. After saying the Naples, a beautiful place called Naples, don't forget to see another beautiful place called Dai. So tourism is such an important industry for the world economy. Always used to wonder what's happening to the Indian economy. What we don't have. We have a rich heritage, culture, and social setups, and we have mountains, highways, natural beauties, and Rajasthan itself is has so much of forts and mountains and whatnot we don't have here. And so you take Goa, you take Rajasthan, you take UP, you take any state of 29 states. Each state has its own tourist spots. But still, I began to wonder what's happening to tourism in the country. Why India is not able to overpower its presence in the world tourism map. That brought to this study, and so I told India as a tourist destination, right? As everything, right? You have a multi cuisines and variety of food. Culture varies from every 100. 200, 300 every 100 kilometers, culture varies, and India tourism growth coincided with the economic liberalization 1991. Till before 1991, tourism is something completely about domestic tourists traveling from one part of the country, and annually we annually 500 billion tourists visit India, and China is leading ahead of us in tourism, and India is still emerging. India long way to go with regard to tourism, and this is what the brief introduction. And we also looked at the review of literature. And there are studies on Turkey, and there are studies on Turkey, and there are several studies which talk about the relationship between tourism and GDP, and tourism in economic development, and Tanzania, all these countries, and tourism and FDI. All the studies have been conducted on tourism, but most of the studies are revolving around about the various other countries of the world, but there have hardly been any studies with regard to India, right? What is the role of India in tourism receipts, and how much foreign exchange resource actually contributes to India tourism and economic development of India? There has hardly been studies. So this purpose of the study is to analyze the status. We want to take stock of where India stands in world tourism map, and this data, all the data has been collected from the various secondary sources, including Indiastat.com, and the collected data is being tabulated, analyzed by applying simple and meaningful analysis to arrive at the logical conclusions. Okay, so these are the major objectives, and the study also considered the impact of COVID on the tourism industry. So this another thing we added as part of the objectives. Okay, and look at this foreign exchange reserves, right? See, India's foreign exchange reserves inching towards 500 billion foreign exchange reserves, and for India, foreign tourism also contributes to the foreign exchange reserves of India. And India as a developing country, needs foreign exchange reserves for its import of oil and gold and many other equipment and capital and machinery and raw materials. So tourism has been foreign exchange has been increasing and you see that 2019 also have been doing well, and fortunately 2020 the economy was hit by COVID. You see that tourism foreign exchange reserves completely plummeted. Foreign exchange is completely plummeted during 2020, but still foreign exchange reserves occupies an important place in the as part of the tourism receipts. The percentage change in tourism earnings. Okay, I took time series data from 1991 to 2020. You see here, 2020, 2001-2, where Indian economy affected, right? Economic development got affected. You see that downward spiral here, and 2009 world economy again hit by a recession. Both US and Europe was hit by recession. So again, there's a downslide here. Again, 2020, 1920, you know that later part of 2019 and 2020 and 2021 also, Indian economy affected by tourism. Indian tourism industry was badly affected by COVID, and in fact, there are multiple industries which depend upon tourism got badly affected, bruised, and employment in this industry got affected, and many sectors related to hospitality and medical, all these industries have been badly affected by the because of the COVID attacking the tourism industry. And you see percentage change in tourism receipts. Again, I've taken a time series data. You see that downward spiral here in 2001 and 2002, 2008 and 2009. Again, the Indian economy affected by slowdown, and because of the recession US, and within a month Europe also plunged into recession. Otherwise, Indian percentage tourism receipts has been increasing, and there is uneven period. This way India needs to improve a lot, and India has such a huge potential, and really, it baffles me that why India could not capitalize on the tourism receipts. And India has endowed with such a natural beauty, scenic spots, and somehow India is not able to capitalize on this. This really baffles me, right? Where somewhere India is going wrong with regard to its potential. It's not living up to the potential of tourism, which other countries like Spain, China, Italy, US, and all these countries, Switzerland, have been able to excel well and tap that potential. And India tourism industry potential needs to be tapped. It's high time we tap on this potential. And you see share of world tourism receipts, and you see that India tourism receipts, you see that not even earlier it was 1%, it's gone up to 2%. It shows India's share of all tourism receipts not even less than 2%. And other all developed countries are able to leverage much better than India. This slide again shows that India is somewhere losing out on its potentiality to excel in the world tourism. We have everything. Variety of food, variety of culture, and our still it's for foreigners to travel to India. Our medical tourism and sport and hospitality, all this dirt cheap compared to the developed countries. Somewhere India is lacking. India is lacking on this. This is what I want to highlight. This, okay, and. Now you see that international world tourism receipts it's been increasing, unfortunately, because of Europe, US, and predominantly countries like Italy, Spain, France, and Germany, and Switzerland, US, China, and China. They have been dominating. That's the reason why world tourism receipts have been on the rise. And okay, And share of top 10 countries. So look at share of top 10 countries. You can find here all the countries: Australia, France, China, Thailand, and all these countries has been have the share in the top 10 countries, and India is not even figured in all the top 10 countries of the world. And I'm not saying that all these countries have been able to do well, but unfortunately, a country like Sri Lanka, which predominantly depends upon tourism, now has been reeling terribly under a severe economic crisis. This one country, Sri Lankan country, bad, which solely depends upon tourism. That's also incorrect. And now they were affected by COVID, and their bad monetary policy, fiscal policies also further affected them. Now they're begging for food, and they're begging for water and whatnot. All the and India is also to rescue Sri Lanka. So this is what happens. So the country actually depends upon tourism completely. Sri Lanka could be the case where it's severely affected by depending heavily upon tourism. Okay, so I told you, revenues from tourism is very important. Revenue for tourism very important for Indian economy, and India needs to capitalize on. Hello.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry to disturb you, sir. So please, sir, we are running with the time.
Okay.
And,
I'll go to the conclusion. So there is need. I'll come to the conclusion, Sushma. And so India needs to develop its infrastructure and provide the seamless connectivity. Hope 6G expected by 15th August. We need to improve accessibility. We need to provide security for the women tourists, especially foreign tourists. They could be subject to sexual harassment, and we need to provide proper hospitality, and we need to promote marketing, destination marketing and promotion. And unfortunately, Government of India did not provide relief for the tourism sector. That's been need of the hour. This all my presentation is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anir. Anir Vinna. Sorry.
No problem. So, difficult name to pronounce.
Yes. So it's a good presentation, but my question is, actually I have multiple questions here. So your study is trying to figure out some impact of foreign exchange earnings on tourism sector?
Yes, sir.
So what are your independent variable, dependent variable, control variable? Are you applying some multiple regression here, or what actually you are trying to do here?
This data is that I'm not able to rate the data two variables here. So analyze whatever second data available with me. Okay, using the graphical charts I try to present, and I could not apply any statistical tests as such. It's difficult to to carve out a regression here or any correlation here because the data is not supporting variables.
Okay, are you doing PhD or what actually?
No, sir. I'm a faculty. I'm a professor. I'm a associate professor in Tapney School of Business, Manipal.
Okay. So what is your aim here? Why you are doing this research?
So, sir, I always felt that India can project better in tourism, the world map. Okay, I want to analyze what is happening to our receipts, what is happening to our foreign exchange reserves, where India stands in the global map of tourism.
So you are doing this research just for your interest, or you have some other objective in mind?
I want to analyze this tourism industry. Later on, I could see whether I could. I'm looking for other data so that I could develop a model here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would call to our next participant, that is Priya Saini, with a co-author Dr. Payal Verma.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will start. Wait a minute. My PPT is visible, ma'am. Is my PPT
yes,
visible? Okay, ma'am. Honorable Chairman, shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, please start.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chairman of Technical Session and dear colleagues, The theme of my presentation is quality education. Although the theme is different and not directly related to core subject of seminar. Thus, I extend sincere thanks to organizer for selection of article and providing me an opportunity to present the view on dimension for quality improvement in higher education. Well, colleagues, we are quite aware about the status of quality of education. Quality we are providing to learners and nothing is hidden. Considering the scenario, in my opinion, that there is need of giving knowledge power, work power, and moral power to students to improve the quality of higher education. In this reference, my strong submission is yes, it's possible by including applied aspect in the curriculum of different subjects. What is happening in present scenario? Students just join higher education just to have degree. They do not have concern with professional ethics and applied aspects. Higher education providing in different generation due to absolute informative syllabus. The applied aspect should be included in the curriculum rather than making it only informative. In order to analyze the quality of education, one has considering its different components like students, parents, alumni, employee, employer, and society. In order to prepare the presentation, in order to prepare the present article, survey was made by verbal interaction for 6 months in which UG students of 200 colleges were interacted. Then what are the parameters of survey? The parameters which were considering during survey are on the screen, like student qualification, students' personal quality, faculty students interaction, library, online teaching, and so on. The conclusion from survey are students diverting from educational system, they have the adopting shortcut methods for success and have less interest in extracurricular activities. The main aim of student to take degree by hook and loop. Having high percentage but no skill because the syllabus is informative only, and improper and excessive use of information technology. Now the question arises how to stop and improve the quality of education. In this context, I think these 3 activities are must. First is presentation activity, second question forming method, and adaptation of applied aspects so that multidimensional skill qualification may be increased. What I wish to say that innovative, applied, and practical measures are to be adopted and enhance the significance and interest in various subjects. Multidimensional, innovative measures which should be adopted for curriculum are, in case of biology, emphasis of practical training of biological aspects, which already exist in curriculum like apiculture, aquaculture, mushroom culture, sericulture, horticulture, biofertilizer manufacturing, so that learner may opt startup after getting these skills. Similarly, in case of commerce and economics, market-based study should be a part of curriculum, and internship of learners with bank and financial institute. Now come to the chemistry. Practical study of edible, non-edible products available in the market should be a part of curriculum. Similarly, in the case of great subjects like geography, history, and political science, the curriculum should be modified in such a way that learner may know about the different aspects of their own geographical area. And practical study of monuments in detail located in the nearby region should be included in the curriculum. Visit of practical study of composition and methodology of Gram Panchayat, Tehsil, district, and state secretariat should be included in the curriculum. Now, in case of physics, teaching of physics should be linked with the day-to-day activities so that learners may solve their various issues. As we know, various aspects of physics like electricity, sound, magnet, and machines are associated with our daily life. Dear delegate, by modifying curriculum, what we can achieve, it's a natural question. So I think by making teaching and learning applied, learners would be able to become good entrepreneurs. they will be think over for self-employment. Consequently, they will be job provider rather than job seeker. Here it is important to mention that the National Education Policy 2020 also opined that the content of curriculum is significant if it is selected and organized for the development of learning activities, skills, process, and attitude that will be help in the solving the problems of our country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Priya. Thank you so much. It's a good work. But I think now our education system is changing drastically. It is not only art, science, and commerce.
Yes, sir. It's there are many more subjects, but I जैसे कि मैंने उन सब्जेक्ट्स को या कोर सब्जेक्ट्स को इंक्लूड किया है जो कि हमारे जैसे यूजर स्टूडेंट्स के लिए प्रेफर करवाए जाते हैं. मोस्टली जो लोकल स्टूडेंट्स जिनको प्रेफर करते हैं उन सब्जेक्ट्स को लेकर मैंने ये अपना आर्टिकल जो है प्रिपेयर करने का ट्राई किया.
अच्छा, ठीक है. So your work is based on primary work, primary data, or it is based on secondary data?
Free data.
It's primary?
Yes, sir. Actually, मैंने जो हमारे कॉलेज प्रोफेसर्स हमें टीच किया एंड जैसे वगैरह जो है उनको देखा तो स्टूडेंट्स को ऐसे क्या उनका इश्यू है, क्यों वो जो डाइवर्ट हो रहे हैं एजुकेशन से उसको देखने के लिए या फिर उससे क्या रीजन है उसको कंक्लूड करने के लिए ऐसे बुक बनाया गया.
Okay. So you are doing this work for PhD or MPhil or what actually?
Actually, sir, it's my interest. Like, I think मैंने नहीं सोचा है कि मैं इसको PhD के लिए करूंगी, लेकिन जब मैंने ये देखा कि बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स या फिर मेरे ही जैसे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स जो क्वालिटी को लेकर ऐसे स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट कॉलेज में होते हुए भी हमें बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स को फॉलो करना पड़ता है, तो क्या उसके रीजंस हो सकते हैं. ये थ्योरी मेरे हमेशा से माइंड में थी. जब से मैं पीजी में थी तब से एक थ्योरी होती थी कि क्यों हमें कॉलेज में होते हुए भी हमें बाहर से एजुकेशन को लेना पड़ रहा है. ऐसे क्या रीजंस हैं, क्या स्टूडेंट्स उसको फुलफिल नहीं कर रहे हैं या फिर हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम उसको फुलफिल नहीं कर रहा है.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Priya. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Mr. V. Vinay Verma, with the co-author A. Vamishi Krishna and Dr. Madhusmita Chaudhary. Vinay, are you there? Okay, we will call to our next presenter, Ms. Aditi Mathur, with a co-author Dr. Sanskaran Sarkar sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just take 1 minute to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
I hope you all can see my full screen. And I am audible enough.
Yes, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So, good evening, one and all present over here. I, along with my co-author, Dr. Sarkar, we are here to present our work on the topic, a comprehensive study on working capital management and its components. This is the flow of presentation, which will be following up. So, starting it with our aim. So the aim of the study is to provide an extensive literature review on working capital management. The present study reviews different articles from the referred journals and international conferences published on the working capital management to understand the different factors affecting the working capital management and its components. So if we talk about the working capital management, as we all know, it is the management tool used by the finance managers to control the working capital of an organization. And it is the gap between the current assets and the current liability. And it is really very important for each and every institution, organization, firm, whether it is a profit earning or non-profit earning organization, to make sure that they have an effective, balanced, and optimum working capital for their smooth and hassle-free working conditions in their overall working system. So the broad classifications of the current assets and the current liabilities are on your screen, where the current assets comprise of the cash and bank balances, marketable securities, book debt and advances, inventories, which comprises of your raw material, packaging materials, work in progress, finished goods, spares, and consumables, etc. On the right side, you can see the current liabilities, which comprise of your trade creditors, short-term borrowings, such as your bank loans, public deposits, etc., provisions, such as your taxation provision, and other current provisions. So broadly, if we talk about the types of working capital, so the two main broad classifications which I was able to find out from my literature review was that the majority of the company either work on the basis of time or they have the management on the basis of their concept. So when we classify the working capital on the basis of time, we have permanent working capital and the temporary working capital. Whereas when we talk about on the basis of concept, we have gross working capital and the net working capital. So this CCC, that is our cash conversion cycle, it is used as one of a very classic and old tool to measure the working capital management. In majority of the research papers, I have seen that this has been used as a tool to the liquidity comparison with the profitability and to understand the relationship between the both variables. The relationship varies depending on the firm size, industry, supply chain, and many other factors. So our main study was to find out those dependent variables which are there for the working capital. These are the formulas which are used, which I'm skipping because of the lack of time. I'm just coming to the main focus points. This is the operating cycle, over which the CCC pattern is entirely explained, which I'm again skipping. Yeah, so coming to the factors which are influencing, so major factors which I found out in my entire research work. First one was the nature of business. So the working capital required depend in the nature of the organization. The time taken to convert the raw materials into the finished good decides the nature of the organization. So the studies have shown that in case of the manufacturing concern, the working capital requirement is higher because of the longer time lag between the conversion of raw material into the finished goods. Further, the researchers also have shown that the trading companies required less working capital because they don't have that much of inventories. The next factor was the operational cycle. So there are many studies which have shown the direct relationship between the working capital and the level of the scale of operations. So in the large scale of business, requirement of large amount of working capital is there. Whereas if we talk about the small scale business, the requirement of working capital is less in comparison. If we talk about the third factor, that is the seasonal factor. So another important factor is the seasonal factor, that is it actually affect the nature of the product which is demanded. The product with the demand during the entire year requires high level of working capital. So if let's take an example, if the product is related to the rainy seasons, so during the rainy season, those industries will require more of the working capital. The fourth one is our production cycle. Production cycle actually refers to the time taken by the organizations or the firm to convert the raw material into the finished good. So the longer the cycle requires, the longer the or the high amount of the working capital, as the money blocked in the raw material semi-finished good is high. On the other hand, if a company have a less production cycle, they might require less amount of working capital due to the early realization of the cash sales. The fifth one is our credit terms by the organizations. So the working capital requires totally dependent on the credit terms allowed by the parties to the organization. So various articles have proved that the companies which allow cash sales requires very less amount of working capital, and those firms which allows more credit sales requires high level of working capital. Credit facilities by the supplier. When the credit is allowed by the supplier of raw material, then the less amount of working capital is needed, and vice versa if it is not allowed. The next is our business cycle. The different phases in the business cycle require different amount of working capital. So in the phase of our boom, generally the requirement of working capital is high in the comparison to the period of the depression, because the high product demand in the market by the customers.
Ms. Aditi, sorry for interruption. Can you please go to your research objective, research methodology, because we have limited time, otherwise you will not be able to finish.
All right. So this is what I have done. It is actually the literature review paper type. So in which I have actually studied more than 25 to 30 papers, and I have highlighted these common factors which are influencing the working capital management. These are the few of the very common points which were there in all the companies. And then the working capital management components. So there were three main components which we are having. That is the inventory management, cash management, receivable management, which comprises of the accounts receivables and accounts payable. So in inventory management, the inventories are managed, and majority of the companies follows the EOQ for the better management, especially in the manufacturing. Receivable management, there are three main important aspects which I was able to highlight, which was the credit standards and the credit terms and condition and the collection policies. Cash management. So the cash management also plays a very vital role. Cash is a very important thing. So, if you are managing the cash is not as appropriate, definitely your working capital will be affected. The conclusions which I found out was the working capital gap. Working capital is the gap between the current assets and current liability, which actually shows and reflects the liquidity position of the firm. And it is very important component for the corporate finance theories and deals with the managing short-term financing and the investment decisions. There were researchers which also highlighted the link between the profitability and working capital management, showing the significance of the management of working capital, which results in the increase of the overall profitability of the firms in terms of the ROI, ROA, and GOP. The few studies demonstrated the working capital does not exhibit significant direct influence on the sustainable growth, but have significant indirect influence through the firm's profitability. Companies' working capital must be sufficient to run to the day-to-day operation. Insufficient working capital reduces as the company's liquidity. Estimating an ideal level of working capital is a very tough problem for the management, as it fluctuates across companies and over time depend on the types of business scopes and the other factors. Firms should take conversion cycle difficulties seriously and professionally, shortening the time between the goods sales and the receipts of cash from the sales through the expending collections. Companies should avoid over-investing in the current assets, which can result in the inventory expenses, lost return, and excess cash receivable. underinvestment in the current assets, and on other hand will result the stockouts, inequality, and the cost of death will increase. These were the few of the references. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aditi. My first question to you is why you are doing this research?
Yes, sir. So thank you for the question. So actually, I'm planning to do my PhD under this field of working capital management. So my first idea was to have a literature review and find out the existing literature which is there. So that was one of the reasons behind my this paper.
Okay, so you prepare already the proposal for PhD?
No, sir. So it is, I'm running under the coursework. So that's why it is just a, first initial step to understand the area, first of all. And then we will be working on the proposal and the objectives.
Okay. See, working capital is already thoroughly researched in this field, in the field of accounting, finance. So possibly you should look some other areas, because now if you are planning to publish the paper, normally they look for some new concepts or new research methodology or something technology interface. So you should keep in mind all these things, and based on that, possibly you should choose the topic based on these areas, because later on you have to publish as well. So if you select the topic at this stage correctly, so it will help you. If you are only trying to understand the concept of working capital and you are reading the different articles, it is quite good. It is a good start. So all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And definitely I'll take all the points into the consideration. And if I got your email ID, we'll definitely seek your personal, suggestions on my PhD topic and the proposal. Thank you so much for your input, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aditi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to call the next presenter, Mr. Chitranjana Behra, with their co-author, Dr. Subhajit Pahari.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible, but please keep it on a slideshow mode.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
visible, ma'am. Sir?
Yes, please.
Good evening, dignitaries and chair, and my fellow participants and the organizing team. I am Chitranjan Behra, research scholar of Department of Management and Commerce, Brainware University, Kolkata. So my topic is reincarnation of talent management through employer branding, a study on female millennials on service selective IT sectors of Kolkata. So this is the introduction part. Before starting, we have to first know that what is talent management. The concept of talent management implies that it is a phrase used to describe the organized process and strategy for finding the right talent to fill the right roles at the right time. So what is talent management? It is a process of engaging and maintaining high quality personnel, expanding ability, and encouraging to enhance the employee efficiency. So why talent management? Why will go for the talent management? It is very agile to employee motivation. It is boosts the morale of employee and organization, and it predicts the performance and improves the employee engagement. So talent management strategy, it is a very new concept which we can use to attract the millennials to their job. So now it is the talent management and employee branding. What is the determinants of talent management? So actually talent management has so many variables. Among them, I have selected three. That is, one is organizational business plan, employer branding, and management strategy. Among so many variables, our study is focused on employer branding. How employer branding influence the talent management. It is the topic that we are going to study. So employer branding employer branding is influenced by on so many variables. That is, one is functional value, psychological value, economic value, developmental value, and social value. Now the question may arise why we are taking these variables. So I have conducted a pilot study of 50 employees in TCS, Kolkata. So taking so many variables, I found that among those variables, these 5 numbers of variables are more chosen out by the employees to enhance the employee branding. So that's why I have taken these 5 variables. Now it is the literature review part. According to the Kimpan, the concept of functional value refers to the organizational formal policy and procedures, vision, culture, and marketing, media, communication activities. So functional value can be depends on the 5 points. That is the relations with co-workers, flexible working hours, job security, organizational reputation, challenging works, and rest for people. So due to the paucity of time, we are not going to the details on these factors. So I am going to the next chapter, sir. The relation the functional value affects employee brand. It increases the confidence with the employee and decreases employee burnout. Now the second point, that is the what is psychological value. The concept of psychological value refers to the organizational policy of employee recognition. It is a priority issue to the present social and organizational context and wider community ability to build the employer branding. It is according to Multi in 2011. It has said it. So it has the points that self-confidence, belongings, pride, confidence, exciting work environment, self-image, enjoying the work culture. All the points that depends on these values, psychological value. I have questioned. Later I will come in it. I have questioned. Our questions are made based upon these values. So like that, it is the economic value. Economic value is also depends upon the these points. The overall compensation, fringe benefits, awards and rewards for performance, exciting work environment, performance incentives, retention bonus. All these factors are depends on economic value. Economic value describes all these points. So another is the developmental value. The developmental, the concept of developmental value refers to the organizational policy for growth of an employee from professional angle after joining the workplace. How the employee is developing, how his career is developing, it's all comes on the developmental value. So the larger the developmental value, larger the employee will be largely attached to that organization, and the reputation of the organization will enhance. So developmental value depends upon the training and development, on-site job opportunities, ability to give and receive feedback, attainment of career opportunities, and promotion opportunities. The relation, it is the economic value builds the employer brand, it increases the career growth, and it helps to motivate towards the organization. So another last one is the social value. If there is no social value, an organization cannot be highlighted. So organization should have the social value, and if all these points are to be taken care of, then a brand of the organization generally flourishes. So this social value is a concept of depends upon the safe working environment, ethical work practice, and forward, helpful and creative, how it is helpful to the co-workers, and human resource organization and the obligation to pay back to society, how it is behaving the society, and organizations CSR custom service initiatives. Social value builds the employer brand, it increases the confidence among employee, and it motivates employees to be attached towards the organization. Now, sir, before proceeding, my questions are why we are taking the IT industry. Sir, among it is the data from Statistica, where it has been seen that it is the data after 2020, where it has been that information technology is the fourth company. It is the where the percentage is 18.10, the attrition rate is 18.10. Maximum, it has been seen from statistical data, it has been seen that maximum female employees, they are coming. I'm coming with this sector. Female employees, they are coming, but they are leaving the job. Among the female workforce, employee turnover is the highest, and the attrition rate is almost 80.10% in IT sector. Among the female workforce, attrition is almost 70%. In 2019, a Gallup has reported that image of employer among female workers in their workplace can lead to 12% if we can restrict this the attrition of the female employees. Now, why female employees? Why I have taken the female employees? The women are make up 31.1% of the total population. However, they are engaging, they have the engagement of their is 19.9% in their entire labor force. So here there is a big gap. There is no country in the world which is the developed country, considered as a developed country, where the parity is so less. Even another statistics is there. India has a larger gender pay gap compared to the Western countries. Women earn 65.5% less than their male counterparts. So all these are the reason why I have gone for the female to study the female workforce. So this is the study area. The study area is in Kolkata, and it is taken of the 7 in technology sector in the Kolkata information technology sectors. And despite substantial education as an important factor, so women's participation in the work field in India has decreased from 34% in 2006 to 24.8% in 2020. Even though the Indian IT sector attracts more female millennials and Generation Z professionals, many of them leave their job only after 5 years. It is the report of the Catalyst. So this is the reason, this is the research gap that I have found that to study why they are going, why the talent management, what is the lacuna of the talent management, and how employer branding is responsible for talent management. This is the all why I am going for the research. So after going through the various literature, it has been observed that some relationship exists between factors owing to the employer branding, that is functional values, psychological values, economic values, developmental values, and social values. So this is the conceptual framework where it has been showing that employer brand that is dependent upon these 5 factors, and the employer brand is influencing the talent management. And if the proper talent management is there, the talent attraction and retention and employment, then there will be high in the employment motivation. So according to this, the hypothesis has been formulation. So there are 8 hypotheses where I have seen that the functional value, the psychological value, the economical value, and development value, and social values, all how it has critical relation with the employer branding. And 6th is the employer branding has a significant relation to talent management. Exactly, the talent management has a relation with the employee attraction and retention, and talent management has a relation with the employee motivation. These all are the hypotheses. According to, on considering this, the objective of the study has been formed. The first is to investigate the variables of employer branding and explore the correlation of these variables with employer branding. A second, to identify the relations between employer branding and talent management that we have already seen here. First, we have to see this all these factors. Then, what is the relation between employer branding and talent management? And in second order of SCM, we can see what is the relation of talent management with talent attraction and retention, and talent management with the employee motivation. Now we can proceed to the research methodology. Here, the methodology has been designed like this: identification of the target respondents, then sampling technique, then research type, then fast analysis where it has been indexed and general scale has been developed, and second, the structural educational modeling has been employed. Due to the paucity of the time, I'm not going to the details of this. And research design, here it is exploratory type of research is the exploratory study, and it is an empirical study where 30 number of closed-ended questionnaires were supplied through Google Form. Due to the lockdown restrictions, it is not possible for me to visit them. So it is through the Google Form the data has been collected. The IO polling is not data there. The primary data has been collected through the Google Form, and second is by through the books, library, government records, websites, etc. Sampling per my target population was 1,000. Sampling method probabilistic sampling and stratified random sampling technique. Sampling size were around 602. This is 632 most probably. It is wrong. And the data analysis, the SPSS and AMOS has been employed. Another is in a legit, it is a CFA. CFA is a technique for determining the ability to construct indicators where there is or the construct existence. So here are 2 types of CFA has been employed: CFA first order and second order. CFA, the first order applied to measurement to model that the concept of structural validity and reliability, and the second, the strength of the commodity index has been adapted and revised. This latent variables were analyzed in the components of CFA first order, and in the later it is in the second order. Now it is the validity table where it has been seen that the all the 5 determinants are there with employer brand there, where the composite reliabilities, where all the composite concurrence alpha is greater than 0.60, and the composite reliability is greater than 0.70, and this average variance extract is greater than 0.50. So it proves that we can go to the further research. So it is the demographic analysis result. It is showing that 632 respondents. Among them, 312 are from the age group of 18 and 25, and 20 are from the age group of 26 to 40. So it is all about the female millennials only. Now it is the CFA first order where the order constants were there: functional value, psychological value, economic value, and developmental value. The result are there. It is the indicators, and all these indicators are used for the questionnaire. that I have already told in the first chapter. So into the correlations, here it has been stated that all the correlations are more than 0.7. Now the hypothesis rating. From hypothesis that we have taken the hypothesis, 8 hypotheses we have taken, the 6 hypotheses in the order of first order and on the 2 order second order. Here we have seen that all the values are more than the so that employer function value is the highest, influence on employer brand, which is 0.236, followed by economic value, which is 0.155158, and psychological value, which the beta value is 0.155. So it is the here it can see that the employer functional value EP is has the highest influence, and psychological value has the lowest influence. Next, it was the necessary to assess the influence of employer branding on the talent management. The present study indicates the hypothesis having the positive and significant relation between employer branding and talent management, and the assumption was supported by the SM result at 0.405. Here, EVTM 0.405. Now it is the discussion part. The outcome, the study proves that the strong connection exists between employer branding and strategic talent management. Positive employer brand is essential to attract and retain the best talents and motivates the employee, conferring the competitive advantage. This study also presents theory that presents talent attraction and retention not only relies on talent management only, but brand value organization. And the last one, the intra-organizational talent management is required to explore as this talented employees helps to build employer brand. So employer brand, one of the things, employer brand and the talent management, they are all correlated. Though they are correlated, but highly the employer branding. Yes, ma'am. Within 2 minutes, I am completing. Thank you. Now it is the outcome of the employee importance factor of the employer branding. It is the reduced turnover employees, reduce the cost of hiring, higher level of. Sorry, ma'am. I am concluding within 2 minutes. Building reputation and enhance customer outcome. Now, what is the managerial implementation? First, is the recognized human capital manager emphasizing the employer branding. As a result, this employer branding can guide the strategic talent management. Second is it can arrest the employee turnover. Third is the apply to variety of tactics so that we can manage and encourage these people, motivate the people. So this is the limitations. The limitation is the particular industry, and it is in the female millennials. Second is the geographical area is in India only. I mean in Kolkata only. So other geographical area can be tested. And it is in cross-sectional data. The longitudinal studies may be applied. So this is the conclusion. The study explored that employer branding should be viewed as a long-term strategy. The brand image of organization promotes. Thus, employer branding, it helps to improve the company's external and internal reputation, organizational attractiveness, and to retain the talented employees by way of fueling talent management. Now, this is the references. And my special thanks to EM Jaipur, team ICICME, my professor Dr. Anibar Mandal, and all the people who made this presentation. So many thanks for your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Chitranjan. It's a very good topic. My question is, how you collected the data?
Sir, through Google form, sir, only. So only the pilot study, that is 50 employees that I have personally gone there and personally to build in the in TCS. It is nearby here. But all the data, primary data has been collected through Google form.
So you mean you collected the data from female employees of TCS Kolkata?
For pilot study TCS, but for total 632, it is from 7 IT organization of Kolkata.
7 organizations.
Yes.
And what was your sample size?
Sir, it was 632.
632.
I have targeted 1,000, but I got a 632.
Okay. And what is the tentative population?
Population was 4,000.
Okay. So close to 1,000. So you approach almost all the employees, female employees only.
Only female employees, age ranging from 18 to 40.
And did you see any kind of, maybe your result may not be applied on male employees, because male employees have a different priorities.
Yes.
So you are restricting your study only on female and especially working in IT sector.
Yes. Sir, I just like to say that my research topic, my PhD research topic is on female motivating multi-generational workforce, and it is on female employees only. So my research area is only female employees. And I found that the female there is a huge gap that I have already, at the time of the discussion I already mentioned here. There is a huge gap here. The female employees I have seen that they are mostly of them due to the work-life balance they are leaving their job. So there is the I think there is a lack of talent management. That's why they are not getting the confidence, and their maximum time they are leaving the job, or they are not focusing their job, focusing fully on the office or then the workplace. So my interest was on female engineers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So many thanks. Thank you all for your lessons. Sir, can I close it, sir?
Yes, please.
Now I would call to our next presenter with a co-author, Dr. Bharti. Ayushi, are you there? Ayushi, please share your screen, your presentation. Yes, Ayushi. Yes, Ayushi, you can start your presentation.
Hello.
Yes, Ayushi.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
okay. So very good evening to all the panelists and presenters over here. I'm Ayushi Soni with my second co-author, Dr. Monu Bhargav, as an associate professor of Jaipur National University, Jaipur. My title of the paper is Work from Home After Pandemic, a Gender-Based Review. So my contents are introduction, literature review, objective of the study, and conclusion and references. So later on, as we know, the pandemic has been started. It's been gone very drastic changes in our pattern of living and working as well. Before the pandemic time, the work from home concept was not so popular and not so adaptive in the working environment. But after the pandemic hits the ground, the work from home approach is basically become a common or normal process in all the companies related to any kind of sector or industries, where we can actually see the many kind of work arrangement changes and adjustment has been done by the many organization in their own terms of policies and functionings. While COVID-19 has done a wide impact on various occupation, somehow some of that have get a negative impact and somehow experienced significant growth in their own organization. While if I do consider that the after all of these, it is also beneficial for somehow beneficial for the organization and their employees itself, because if company provides some work from home policy to their staff, so it can be a cost effective method for them as well, and for on the aspect of their employees, it's a somehow a productivity enhancement or a easygoing process for them, so they can easily balance their life with the help of work from home concept. But somehow prior to the lockdown, several female academics member worked from home because it was a convenient workplace and create a safe place. Now they were feeling like it was good to follow their work from home process to by through that they can manage their home and work simultaneously. But after the pandemic hits, the scenario is totally different as per the before. Even before the outbreak, gender inequality, if we considered about the gender inequality efforts like the required degree of progress according to the McKinsey report, and gender equality remain international. As we know, there are a lot of gender inequality in all the many of criteria over here, but work from home concept somehow raise the gender-based disparities among them in a many concept in many aspects. I have studied 5 variables in my study. That is, first is employee productivity, career advancement, work-life balance, and work-life balance, guidance and support, and mental stress and physical stress. There are a lot of drawbacks as well as positive aspects of work from home concept. But what I have observed from my study is, if we do consider a gender-based review, there must be a female candidates who are more suffering, and it's not going into their, it's affecting their performance and their career in the very somehow adversing their effects on their performance and their life balance, as well as on their career and advancement, where males are not uh, facing such a lot issues somewhere. So these are the literature review. I've personally separated the all the 5 variables which I have studied. According to that, their research paper and their conclusions are like that. As per the employees' productivity, somehow academic one of the paper where female the studies being conducted in the academic background, where it is was found that in the period of pandemic or a lockdown situation, while the male academic productivity is being enhanced somehow, and the female productivity of in academic field is being downgraded in the terms of their quality of paper and the quantity of paper. And there are a lot of papers like their time effectivity, time constraint, life balancing, and a lot of factors have affected their productivity. So it is very evident that somehow females are suffering more complexity in terms of their employees productivity enhancements. And there are numerous dependents, because one study also suggested that having young or numerous dependents in the house has also impacted women on the large scale. And somehow, while going through the way many of papers, I personally observed that females are the actually the persons who are getting affected their employees productivity somehow. I'm not denying that males are not facing any kind of issue, but if in comparison, females are facing a lot of more issues, which is very generic. And in the second, career advancement, of course, if they have no proper timings and they are on the dual workings or a triple workings, or they have a lot of unpaid care work as well, so it will impact their career advancements too. Because in the time of COVID, many occupation has been damaged, and many occupation have there somehow uh, time of decreasing in growth, or might be not in a good position. So when it comes to a cost cutting, first of all, females ratio were more high in the terms of employee turnover or a job loss ratio, because might be people have all the mindset towards the female that they cannot manage work from home more effectively than a man. And many of study has proven that it's a big issue relate on the career advancement of employee females candidate, basically, for their future aspects. And if I talk about the work life balance, yes, it is very a lot of inconvenience in that time constraints, and a lot of many factors have been disturbing for women to manage their work and life balance at their homes.
Miss Aishi, can you please conclude your presentation? We have short of time actually.
Yeah, sure. So this is the data I have taken from the one of my peer review paper, one of my research paper I will you. There's a data we can see easily. There are male and female candidates, which is sorry. This graph plots the time trend of number of preprints for female and male academics. We can easily see the quantity-based papers have been published between male and female in this period of time. It was quite high of males than females, and it's been very went in a very degrowth. And second one is this graph plots the estimates of interact with the 19% of 95 confidence interval in each country. The negative value, if we can see easily, the India is getting in the wait impact of lockdown on gender equality across countries. So we can easily see that India is also not having a good impact of lockdown on gender basis. There are a lot of it is under the basic criteria or under the zero. There's no enhancement in the gender based equality. It is also decreasing in India as well. It is a progress towards gender equality is slowing. As we can see, either year-wise, the gender equality is being slowing down. In case we are thinking that somehow gender gaps are being decreased day by day, but as per the Human Development Report, it is slowing down. As per the 2018, we can easily saw on the graph the progress is not so good, and the gap of in unpaid care and persist in developing economies. And we can easily see in South Asia there is a female and male. We can easily observe that female are have a more unpaid care workload than men's. And the gap is very huge. This is also indicates that the time spent on household work by respondent and the time spent on childcare by respondent. This both the data has defined that the women have their lot of time spent on the household works than men's, and also for the child cares by comparing to their main partners or so my objective of the study is in this paper is a study of influencing factor affecting the efficiency of working men and women and the problem faced by them during work from home. So this is my concluding study. I have observed by littering a lot of review paper research papers in the particular field. So in that female are having lot of time constraint, poor quality of work, and unpaid workload has been raised, and dual and triple work responsibility has been raised, and that's impacted their employees productivity somehow. And male who have enhancing quality of work, their quality of work is being enhanced somehow, and they have less burden of unpaid tasks, and the flexibility in work hours. So somehow it's a positive points for males to enhance their employees productivity, but somehow females candidates have facing a lot of negative impact on their employees productivity, on their working productivity. And female career advancement, there are the high job losses, cut off opportunities, wages cutting, and the glass ceiling concept. They have faced a lot for their career advancement, which can be a barrier for them in the terms of their future aspects. And male also have faced a lot of job losses and lack of opportunities, yes, which there might be effects for a sort of time a career opportunity is lacking for them as well. And if we talk about the work life balance, there is a lot of support required from the superiors and their spouses and their families as well to balance their life. And somehow the conflict between the work and family is also a big hurdle. They cannot happily manage their work and life balance and can opt that and compromises in careers. So in the and the option, what the option they have, that they think of, they started thinking of their compromises and arrangements in their adjustments in their career aspects. And males have a physical workplace, yeah, in duration of work from home, they are not being pretty happy with the physical workplace they are having at their home. That is not so comfortable or somehow disturbing for them too, because there is a lot of disturbance at our home. We can understand that part for males too, and their connectivity issues with their colleagues, with their uh, superiors. That's all the problem faced by the males as well. And the long working hours, there's no defined working hours being operated by the organization, so it's also a big hurdle faced by the male as well. And the flexible working, according to they have a whole right to somehow modify their working hours as well.
Sorry to disturb you, Ayushi. Ayushi,
Yeah.
please conclude your presentation. Please
Yes,
conclude your
ma'am, doing
presentation.
so. And guidance and a lot of guidance and support in the same. Their flexible work system must be made by the policymakers and family and supporter, family and spouse support in household and childcare must be again better guidance and support for them to handle the hurdles they are facing, and the for males family and spouse and support in managing at work home, and stress and burdens also faced by a lot of female working women, that overburden of work and family tasks and the career related stress has been created in a lot of terms, as I go through with a lot of WH reports which has clearly indicated that we females had a lot of stress related to must be a domestic violence has also been raised throughout the COVID time. So it is also a big issue for them and a factor which impacted their performance somehow. And for males, a long working hours and unbalanced life is the issue which can create a stress in their life too. And the conclusion, I can conclude my remark as our president haven't given a one line for the working women, like work from home has put working women under triple burden. Work from home put working women under triple burden said by the President Kovind, Ramnath Kovind. So it is very defined, and we know that working women are facing a lot of issues regarding to that. They were troubling for work from home concept. So somehow the meaning before the COVID time or after the COVID time is totally changed in aspect of working women. Actually, what they faced before and now what they are feeling regarding the work from home is not same anymore. As we seen in work in my figure concluded remarks, gender-based study figure all the variables in the study are related to one another. Supervisory support improves employee productivity, yes, and with enhanced efficiency, workers may better manage their career paths and work-life balance with the help of their superiors and spouses. Otherwise, if productivity declines, employees will be stressed and their lives will become unbalanced. So I would like here there must be some changes, and because it's very COVID time was a very difficult time for people to cope up with their losses, whether financially or emotionally. So unemployment was also the widespread of outbreak and affecting both man and women, but the job loss was higher for women than men, despite the fact women have been regularly exposed to discrimination for decades. So for that, work from home is also beneficial to women in many situations. Give all the facts and findings, policymakers should construct their work from home policies with these considerations in their mind, as well as provide greater assistance and direction to their workers who opt to work from home, and should take care of that too before they plan their work from home policy for their employees, and especially for working women who have the family and the concept of managing their career paths too. These are the references I have used. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayushi. It's very good presentation. So because we have very limited time, so we cannot ask so many questions. So thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Ayushi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, thank you. Now, I would like to call our next presenter, Dr. B. Kannamanai, Dr. G. Venkatesan, and Dr. P. Sorubarani. Please,
Yeah,
present your presentation
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
within a
Yeah,
time limit,
yes,
that is
yes,
8
yes,
minutes.
ma'am. Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure. I'm Dr. P. Sorubarani. Good evening, Reverend Sir, and the School of Management, University of Engineering and Management, Jaipur. Those who are organizing, all I am giving a very good afternoon to all of you. My paper titled that is Pattern of Cybercrime Awareness Among College Studies in Coimbatore City, an empirical analysis. Here I am joining my papers along with yes.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yeah,
Please
yes,
share your
yes.
screen.
Yeah. My colleague Dr. Venkatesan sir is sharing the screen. Dr. Venkatesan sir
Yes,
is sharing the screen, ma'am.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
the
ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
combined paper along with Dr. Kannamai and also Dr. Venkateshan sir. The paper titled that is Pattern of Cybercrime Awareness among college students in Coimbatore city and empirical analysis. Sir, Venkateshan sir. Venkateshan sir.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing now, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Nowadays, we are having that is in the present scenario, the web has become one of the necessary piece of our standard life. It has changed the manner in which we convey, make companions, share references, then mess around and shop. Sir, I couldn't see your screen, sir. Venkateshan sir, I could not see your screen, sir.
Ma'am, it is shared, ma'am. It is shared, ma'am. It shows for me.
But I couldn't see you, sir. It's not
Ma'am,
available.
yeah, ma'am. You just continue, ma'am. I'll be sharing, ma'am.
Okay, no problem, sir. No problem. Yeah, I'll continue. The internet interfaces and associates us basically with the lakhs of individuals across the globe. With the rise utilization of the internet, particularly cyber crimes against ladies and kids. For example, digital talking, digital tormenting, then digital baggering, then youngster provocations, kid sexual entertainment, and unlawful substance, and so on, are additionally expanding quickly. Here, the digital wrongdoing in India has been developing possibly like clockwork. It is vital for each individual client to mindful about the dangers related to which encourages. Sir, shall I present the screen, sir? Shall I try?
Yes, ma'am. It shows for me, ma'am. It is not visible for other participants.
Yeah.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but slide is not visible to us. So it will be very difficult for the session chair also to evaluate it.
Yeah. 1 minute, ma'am. I'll.
Yes, yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah, 1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute. No problem, ma'am. Just I'll be complete within 3 to 5 minutes, ma'am. Just I'll elaborate the things. Sir, if possible, he's sharing. He'll share the screen. Sir, you just try to share the screen, sir. Just I'll explain what we
Yes,
have.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In
Yes,
our
ma'am.
thing. Just I'd like to give some of the common computer crimes and violations on the college campus. The first one is just we find out that the illegal downloads and internet piracy, then cyber stalking, then online harassment, then cheating, visiting unauthorized websites. These are all the things usually happening in the college campus. And some of the awareness we have to see from the parents, that is the parents has to speak with their children about online threats, and they have to notice the behavioral changes, and they have to see the digital preparing things, and they never permit their kids to click abuses connections or any other things, and they should encourage with kids to cover with webcams, and they have to see the applications, kids applications, programmings, and what they are doing it. And here some of the awareness we have to see in the adults, that is they have to be selective about accepting friend requests of strangers and social media. Learn how to block someone who is making you comfortable. Learn how to remove someone from your friend list, and some of the things we found out. And here I would like to start out the statement of the problem. Here the cybercrime have hoodlums or for the most part centered around under studies and pin their advantage towards the developing issues through web. Here the points we are discussing in this topic is what is the background profile of college students using online social media platforms, and how do they aware of the cybercrime activities involved in the online activities. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is visible, sir. Venkateshan, sir, it is visible. Please go to the statement of the problem page, sir. Then the objective of this study is to the democratic variables of respondents in Coimbatore city, and to understand the awareness level of cybercrime activities and their involvement in online activities. And the research methodology shows that is the simple random technique we have followed, and it is in survey method we used to collected data from questionnaires, and the targeted respondents is the arts and science college students, and we have collected 200 samples. Out of that, 190 samples we have taken for the study, and the place we have taken is Coimbatore city, and we have used the statistical tools is frequency analysis and high square. Then some of the findings I would like to say that the gender interpretations says there are 66% of the students are male and 44% of the students are female, and here 92% of the students are agree the questions, that is they are using the internet interpretations, and the awareness of cybercrime interpretation says that 89% of the students are aware about cybercrime, and remaining 11 of the students are not aware about the cybercrime. Then the program interpretation says that 61% of the students belong to commerce, and 22% belongs to computer science, and 10% belongs management, and 7% belongs to science area. And we have taken 4 hypotheses, and also we have tested through high square test. And the first one we have taken is there is no substantial difference between cybercrime awareness and attitude of commerce students. Here we have derived the high square test that point is 0.66, which is less than the table value of 1.98. So it is not accepted the null hypothesis. So there is a substantial difference between attitude of commerce students and cybercrime awareness. And the second hypothesis we have framed that there is no substantial difference between cybercrime awareness and attitude of the science students. Here also the values came for 0.46, and we find the table value is less than 5% level of significance. And here also the null hypothesis is rejected. So there is a substantial difference between cybercrime awareness and attitude of computer science students. And again, we have taken the third hypothesis is that there is no substantial difference between cybercrime awareness and attitude of management students. Here also we find the table value is that the result is 0.94, that is less than the table value. Again, the same result came for this hypothesis. And the fourth hypothesis we have tested that there is no substantial difference between cybercrime awareness and attitude of science students. Here also the same result we have received. And some of the suggestions we would like to say that from our study, using of proper service app with a good password will help the students to access the data in the secured manner. Keeping the device, apps, software and antivirus updated will help prevent the strangers from entering into social media accounts. The students to protect their photos, videos and other images through keeping some of the information in a secured manner. And here, monitoring the kids of time and keeping the big buzz eye of on them while using the internet and guiding them at the right time and the right age will help them to come out of their cybercrime. Then let me conclude my study. That is, cybercrime is one of the most dangerous weapon using the strangers to destroy the data and information of individual ones. Then cybercrime awareness is the only appropriate tool to prevent cybercrime. The paper concluded with the findings that indicates commerce students are highly aware when comparing the management and computer science and other science students. It is conducted that the current young generations are already have much awareness on the basic computer knowledge, internet usage and its crime. Avoiding and sharing of the personal information, investing in the antivirus softwares and keep them update. Avoiding unwanted. Yes, sir.
Sorry
Yes,
to
ma'am.
disturb you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please end it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I concluded. Is avoiding unwanted clicks and opening unwanted email attachments as some of the awareness tips should be focused among college students in the Coimbatore cities. I have given some of the references here. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity for us to present the paper in our conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. What is your one recommendation only for the parents and maybe the policymaker? One recommendation for policymaker and one recommendation for the parents to avoid this cyber crime.
The parents has to monitor their children regularly. That is the thing we are expected from the parents' side, sir.
And if parents themselves, they are illiterate, they are not tech savvy,
Nowadays the illiterates also, they are using the mobile phones and another things, but they should know which type of things they are using. Even they have to see what type of things is they are using in their mobiles, and what type of videos and another things they are seeing, and how they are going on along with these things, sir.
Okay, because many of the time parents themselves, they are cheated by cyber criminals.
Yes, sir.
So it's a challenging task, but it is a very
Yes.
good topic. Thank you
Yes,
so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I would like to call my next presenter, Dr. Abhishek Sharma and Dr. Smita Sharma. Abhishek sir, are you there?
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please share your screen, sir. And yes, sir, we can see your presentation. And it's a request, sir. Please complete your presentation within 5 to 6 minutes. You
Yeah,
can
sure.
start with the objective, methodology, and conclusion.
Sure. I'll do it. So the topic is job satisfaction among healthcare providers. So I'm Dr. Abhishek, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Smita Sharma. So COVID-19 has increased its impetus on the healthcare services. Service delivery, we know, is very crucial, which is provided by a service provider, and which is an act of service delivery. So if the service provider is satisfied, he can provide a better service. So our objective is to investigate the factors which contribute to the job satisfaction levels in healthcare providers in Jaipur city. So the present study approaches the hospital and smart city of Jaipur, where not many studies have been undertaken. So the study attempts to comprehend the important factors which majorly impact the satisfaction level of employees. So the problem statement is that there should be a realization of factors determining the satisfaction level of employees. Now, healthcare sector we know is increasing day by day. According to Amila and et al., satisfaction and motivation lead to better and improved performance of an employee, and the quality experience of patients is directly and positively related to satisfied employees. So coming to the study, it is a prospective study which was done at private tertiary hospitals. The method to shortlist the hospitals was stratified random sampling. Hospitals with bed capacity of 220 were included. Total 5 hospitals were included. So data was compiled with a self-administered structured questionnaires. Out of 344 doctors which were included in the study, 221 completed, and those 221 completed questionnaires were analyzed for the purpose of study. The questionnaire utilized for the job satisfaction yardstick is from the utilizes job satisfaction yardstick for healthcare providers in India by Kumar. The scale, it suggests 7 indicators like entitlement with the job, relationship among the different employees, work environment, rapport with patient, facilities, further development opportunities, and health resource issue. So coming to the data interpretation, so the mean value of the variables used for the study was highest for overall satisfaction. Then about the work environment, career development, and interpersonal relationship. Job satisfaction was, however, lower with the job privileges, organization facilities, and human resource issues. So the factor analysis result reveals Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin measure value of sampling adequacy to be 0.745. Bartlett test of specificity is 78. Significance level is 0.00. Factor analysis solution reflects the initial and extracted communalities. Among all the communalities are higher than 0.8 apart from the organizational facilities which were provided. So the total variance assessed by the independent variables in the dependent variable of the job satisfaction is 88.22%. The first variable accounts for 75.34%, and the second variable for 12.87%. Now, the component matrix shows that the first variable is formed of 5 components, as we can see in the diagram, and the second is variable with the 2, like work environment and human resource issue. The scree plot also shows 2-factor solution as being appropriate for the study. The 2-factor solution for this study can thus be clubbed in individual growth development prospects and work environment. As per the results of factor analysis, the job satisfaction levels are thus dependent on elements of these 2 variables. So coming to the discussion, this study was done at the private hospitals, and which shows that doctors are very well contented with their jobs at the hospital. It is in collaboration with the studies done by Deepak, by so many other people. Madan et al. They did the study at the medical colleges level also. So the higher level of satisfaction was found with the work environment, career development opportunities, and interpersonal relationship and cooperation among the different doctors and different employees. The lower level of job satisfaction was found with the job privileges, organizational facilities, human resource, and patient relationship. So the which include the like the facilities which are provided by the hospitals. So coming to conclusion, study provides an insight into the job satisfaction level of doctors in Jaipur city. The study contributes to the existing literature on practice and suggests incorporating more transparency in recruitment and selection procedures and the workload at the workplace. Adequate impotence also needs to be provided on privileges such as accommodation facilities, leave provisions for the doctors. This can be further strengthened by providing the requisite support to incorporate these measures in policy structure. So basically, what needs to be improved is the human resource and the organizational facilities. So these are the references, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. It's a good work. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Abhishek sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I'd like to call our next presenter, K. Govardhani Gupta. K. Govardhani Gupta, are you there? Okay, we will move to our next presenter, Mohammad Aminas Iza, Tajuddin Lawal, Lukman Obijdra Lawal. Are you present there?
Yeah, Tajuddin will be presenting. Tajuddin is available.
Okay, sir. Sir, please share your screen. So your screen is not visible to us. Can you hear me, sir? Dr. Tajuddin Lawal, sir, can you hear me?
I think they have some problem. I think he's not responding.
Yes, sir.
Do we have some more presentation? If we have, maybe we can ask.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir, we move to our last presenter. This Avijit Bose.
Okay.
Dr. Avijit Bose, are you there?
Yes, sir, madam, I am here.
Yes, sir. Avijit, sir, please share your screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes.
Is my screen visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please keep it on a full screen.
Yeah, I'm trying.
And Mr. Avijit, try to finish as quickly as possible, because we are short of time. We have other commitment as well.
All right. So good evening, sir, and my fellow colleagues. My topic of presentation is crowdfunding, which is a game theoretic approach in designing user interface for successful campaign. So basically, these are my co-authors. So I will just finish up very quickly. So basically crowdfunding, it's not very popular in the Indian market scenario, but it's quite popular in the European and the American continent.
Mr. Abhijit, you can go to direct research objective. It's okay. We can understand. It's okay.
So motivation basically is previous papers have concentrated more on proximity, language, cultural barriers, and like number of Facebook friends, that is number of social connectivity, and continuous about the project and the course and the type of projects. But our study reveals that it's the user interface design which plays a crucial role, and financial domain like reward and equity is best for crowd, and donation and reward is best for crowd initiative. So these are the literature survey. I am not going on to the details, but non-focused area basically focuses on, none of them have basically gone for the human-computer interaction phase of computer science, that is the user interface. So I am just quickly, this is my model where I have tried to design a mathematical model depicting fx equals to 2 minus x square and fx equals to x square minus 1, and designing a game theory equilibrium state. And what I find from this particular is that these are my set of players, crowd and the crowdfunding initiators, and strategies are donation, equity, lending, and reward, and payoff functions as mentioned in the previous slide. And this is the game theory model which will come from that particular calculation. And after the dominant strategy reduction, it is coming basically this one. So we are getting a combination of equity and donation, equity and reward, reward and reward, and reward and donation. So the question that lies is that best strategy for crowd is equity and reward, and best strategy for crowdfunding platform is donation and reward. So this is the utility model which we are calculating with success rate, and success rate of basically this crowdfunding platform through the literature is 33%. That's why I have taken the success rate as 0.33, and thereby I have tried to calculate the parameters. And this shows a very interesting factor that that is the reward equity has to be, that is the reward has to be greater than 0.33 compared to the equity. So if the crowdfunder has to get more number of crowds to be attracted in their projects, they have to focus more on rewards, though the crowd will more focus on the equity part. Okay, so this is the particular graph which depicts that equity and donation will stop at 0.3, but reward value I have to increase greater than 0.3, that's the threshold value, by virtue of which I can basically reach to the audience much more better way. So, and this is my calculation as there is lack of time. So I am not going for the details of this, but what is the conclusion is that we can take success value to be 0.33, and then if we raise it to 0.50, then automatically the reward value has to be changed continuously. And so this is the simulation results that we have got from the utility value calculation of this particular model. And this is the infeasible solution space, and here the donation and equity is coming, but reward is has to be increased to a greater level if we want to get more success space. This is a hypothetical line of optimization, and right hand side is the infeasible solution space, and this is the feasible solution space where we can have a combination of equity and reward, or the donation and reward. So the user interface can be designed with a combination of donation, equity, or reward, or it can be donation and reward if equity is considered as a stochastic variable. So conclusion is that crowd initiator through crowdfunding platforms should not depend only upon donation for a startup to be obtained. And though equity model is very attractive for crowd, but there is uncertainty as that's a stochastic nature. And user interface that needs to be designed is should focus on the reward more, and giving rewards to crowdfunders, and should mention it clearly in their interface. Similarly, donation as well as reward should be encouraged with some sort of rewards. Thank you, sir. And these are my references.
Thank you so much. It's quite a new area in the field of finance. So what will be the practical implication of your research?
The practical application will be this is an area of a combination of management and human-computer interaction, whereby we say that actually the user interface of the crowd initiator of the crowdfunding platform will be as such. It has to be designed such that the reward is well depicted. The reward is well depicted in its well depicted in its website. So, for example, we have studied some of the websites where there it has said clearly that if I give, say, if I purchase some, say, some candles, then for this particular amount of donations, I will be getting this much amount of rewards. So, for example, and moreover, my name will be portrayed on the particular user interface. That means the particular web interface. So, as a result of which, basically, the study reveals that people go for donation, or people wants to know their, see their faces or see their names in the websites or in the portal. So maybe that philanthropic nature of user interface also we need to change, where just income tax rebate perhaps is not going to play the key role. Perhaps some sort of reward is more awaited.
So right now, do we have some provisions in Income Tax Act? If somebody is contributing in this crowdfunding initiatives, the contributor can get some exemption or some rebate or some deduction.
It's happening with the philanthropic category, that is MILAP, or in that if you donate through crowdfunding, that is a crowdfunding site only, MILAP. So if we donate, then we get an exemption. They send you in your WhatsApp the that is the amount you have donated.
Okay, is it exemption or deduction? I think it will be deduction.
No, it's not exemption, it's deduction, sir. It's
yes,
deduction.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir. Now this is the end of our track presentation, and I would like to thank all the presenters who presented a very wonderful presentation, and thank you for cooperating with us also.
Hello.
Mr. Tajuddin, I think he is speaking.
Yes, sir. Dr. Tajuddin. Yes, sir. Tajuddin, sir. Hello. Tajuddin, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma. I can hear you. Tajuddin on the line. I can hear you.
Okay,
Tajuddin
so,
on the line.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, I am presenting.
I can hear you. I'm on the line. I'm presenting. I'm ready for presentation. I'm ready to present the paper.
Okay, Dr. Antima, I think give him a chance. I think we can.
I'm ready to present.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm allowing him that, sir, please share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'm about to start to share it now. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your
presentation. We can see your presentation.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I start? Can I start the presentation? Can I start?
Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Please start your presentation.
Okay.
And it's a request to start with the objective research methodology.
Okay. Good evening.
Mr. Tajuddin, we cannot hear you.
Tajuddin sir, we cannot hear you.
My name is Taj.
Go ahead and present.
Sir, we cannot hear you, but your presentation is visible.
Okay. Wow.
So please allow to we can end up your presentation because I think due to technical problem we cannot connect it to that. Tajuddin sir.
Can I come here and help in this regard? Can I help? Can I help so that I will make the key presentations for him on his behalf?
Okay, you can please, but we need to wind up quickly. So please, please don't take too much time, please.
All right. The work is in respect of intellectual capital disclosure in Nigerian firms. The hypotheses are three.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you. I think there is some technical issue from your end.
Yeah, I can hear you, and I'm presenting on his behalf.
Are
you with me?
Yes, we are with you, but we are not able to see your presentation, sir.
Okay, I cannot share the slide from here. He's the only one that can share the slide. Madam.
Sir, you may start with the presentation. We are able to hear you. Please start with the presentation. Dr. Gagan and Dr. Bansal, is it possible that we can ask him to send the presentation to us and we can evaluate that? Dr. Bansal, you are not unmuted. Kindly unmute yourself.
Yes,
Madam.
yes, sorry. Yeah, if he is not able to present, please send me the presentation.
Okay, please, I fill out your email address, sir.
Sir will type in the chat box. The author can take from the chat box and kindly mail it to us.
Okay, please, we'll do that.
Thank you. Dr. Bhaskar, please write our official email ID also in the chat box so that he can email to us also.
Sure, ma'am. I'll do that.
Can we conclude this session now?
Dinesh ma'am, can you please conclude the session? I request Gagan sir to please kindly announce the best paper presentation.
Okay, in this technical session, there was total 12 paper presented, and I found actually majority of the papers were very interesting. They were touching some new areas like work environment, work pressure during the COVID, social innovation, and there was so many, even crowdfunding. It was very interesting paper. So, but I found one paper which is very interesting. It was presented by Dr. Pallavi Kudal. She was talking about the social innovation. So I think it was one of the best paper, but there was other two papers as well. So, but I'm sure this paper was a very good paper, and it has a it has the ability to go to some good journal. So my congrats to Dr. Pallavi Kudal. But I have some other recommendation. In fact, I gave my recommendation to Mr. Amit Shah, even Mr. Chitranjan for the publication. Even Avijit, you can also polish your paper and publish in some good journals. There are some journals which are talking about game theory. Maybe potentially you can send papers in those journals. So congratulations to everyone and all the best. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for being so patient and continuously giving such a valuable comments to the researchers. We are glad that you have joined with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gagan sir. Thank you, Atul sir. Now I would like to give my token of thanks to both the moderators. They have done a wonderful job for us and make this conference very convenient. Dr. Antima Sharma and Ms. Jivesh Sharma, thanks a lot for conducting these sessions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir.
And not last but not the least, my HOD madam, Dr. Preeti Sharma madam, thank you for initiating this conference since from the very scratch, and I'm glad that we all have done it. Thank you, madam. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bhaskar. It was entirely a teamwork. And yes, Dr. Bansal, Dr. Gagan, it was the first attempt where the university has taken the initiative of conducting first international conference on such a large scale. And though it was our very first experience, but yes, it was a very good one, and hope our team will do better next time. And we do expect you in the next conference also as one of the main speakers, as the keynote speakers for the conferences. So in advance only, I welcome you and thank you very much for your contribution. And I thank my entire team, Dr. Bhaskar, the co-convener, the organizing secretary, Antima, Nikita, Shweta. Everyone has contributed immensely to the program. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bhaskar, you may end the meeting now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.